The House will come to order. Representative Norton, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
I have a resolution, and I'd like, I think Representative Mack is on the floor, and she'll help me with this. April is National Autism Awareness Month, and many of you know there's been a report that's come out recently that says 1 in 68 children born in this country are diagnosed with autism. So I would like to yield to Representative Mack to read the whereas.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Whereas since the 1970s, the Autism Society has been celebrating National Autism Awareness Month, and the United States recognizes April as a special opportunity to educate the public about autism and issues within the autism community. And whereas National Autism Awareness Month is celebrated with presidential and congressional declarations, online events and activities, and partner opportunities. And whereas there are currently many positive developments in the field, including new research pointing to biological markers for autism in progress and treatment strategies, and participants in National Autism Awareness Month are encouraged to create their own National Autism Awareness Month event, and where the Autism Awareness Puzzle Ribbon, the most recognized symbol of the autism community in the world, now, therefore.
Representative Norton.
Therefore, be it resolved by the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration of the House of Representatives of the State of Minnesota that it recognize April 2014 as National Autism Awareness Month. Thank you very much for allowing us this recognition, and I encourage all members to share in their community and raise awareness for autism. Thank you very much.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 3172. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 3172 on the calendar for the day, the first engrossment, an act relating to state government.
The author of the bill, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, we have before us today what we have before us today continues the major budget work done last year. It builds on the responsible budget passed in 2013 and takes the opportunity to address some challenges and make strategic investments in targeted areas to help the state and the people of Minnesota move forward. I will be deferring to the chairs of the budget committees for specifics, but House File 3172 contains a number of worthy initiatives. Statewide investments to strengthen Greater Minnesota through broadband investments and economic development resources. $92 million in targeted education investments that build on the 2013 education session. $91 million in HHS funding, the vast majority of which is for funding for home and community-based health care workers who provide care for the elderly and the disabled. $50 million in critical transportation funding to repair potholes and make investments in highways, roads, and bridges. $36 million in public safety funding, including the establishment of a disaster contingency fund to address disaster needs more effectively and more directly, rather than calling the legislature into costly special sessions. Each budget area reconciled their general fund spending with the budget targets for this year. While not included in the rules, the TAILS targets for the next biennium as well. The bill before us represents the effective use of each finance committee's time and respects the work that the community put in. I would like to thank the chairs of the chairs for their leadership and their thoughtful participation of committee members and the thoughtful committee participation of committee members along the way. With that, I would like to have you, Mr. Speaker, if you could recognize, maybe in the order of the articles, the fiscal chairs to give us more detail on their section of the bill.
Representative Pulowski.
Mr. Speaker and members, the first section of the bill is the higher ed bill. It contains $17 million that was in the original bill last year. It converts it from one-time money to a base adjustment, and it's to address the concerns over contractual negotiations and other items. It also establishes the premise that MnSCU from this point forward has to explain ongoing either contractual or operational expenses, and they can no longer be listed as something that would be a want. It has to be an absolute need.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the jobs articles here deal with broadband, initiative foundations, small business development centers, something called innovation grants, vouchers. Money for the Job Skills Partnership and regenerative medicine. What the broadband does is it extends a $25 million program to the state for unserved and underserved rural broadband. The initiative foundations, we put $1 million into the initiative, each of the Greater Minnesota initiative foundations to make loans for small businesses and bridge loans for businesses. The small business development centers help entrepreneurs get started and stay in business and get through that first couple years where many of them don't make it. Innovation vouchers are a way for our smaller companies, 25 or 40 employees, to buy services, consulting services that help them improve their marketing plans, their HR plans, new equipment, and a variety of other things. Job Skills Partnership is one of the best ways for us to train incumbent workers, increase productivity, and increase the likelihood of businesses growing and expanding and creating jobs. And the regenerative medicine, we have a historic moment in this state with the University of Minnesota and Mayo to expand on our regenerative medicine, which is really the next step, and create businesses in the state out of those. I had a target of, this particular article, these articles of the bill spend $37,350,000. We do a bit of apprenticeship programming. We do some accountability. That's the bill, members.
Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the article on housing. And we had a zero target, so we only worked within the confines of our existing budget. What the bill does is several things. It directs the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency to continue to make efforts to reduce racial and ethnic inequalities in home ownership. You may know, and we've talked about this in our committee, that Minnesota has actually the worst record in the whole country of racial disparities in terms of who owns homes in our state. So we're asking them to continue to work on that, and another part of the bill would prioritize for about 6 months the $500,000 to a project that would help families who have children with disabilities who face eviction. This is Autism Awareness Day or month maybe that we're working on, and we heard very compelling testimony from people who have children with severe levels of autism, for example, that their behavior is destructive to the housing. They get evicted from the housing and become homeless. And so this would be a pilot project to find out, can we help these families who have children not only with autism, but that's one of the areas, to become homeowners and deal with this issue of eviction and provide the kind of changes to their housing that protects their children. We also ask the department to provide us with a draft of their affordable housing plan so we can look at it and take more responsibility before and after the legislative session, and to report on their progress in terms of dealing with these disparities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Atkins.
Good afternoon. The Commerce provision does two things, neither of which require any new general fund dollars and are enjoying significant bipartisan support. The first was Representative Radinovich's bill, but in fairness was also Representative Erickson's idea. It moves $100,000 from the Explore Minnesota tourism marketing budget to address a crisis-level marketing effort that's being done with respect to the Lake Mille Lacs tourism. The walleye population has been significantly down. This will market fishermen and anglers that are looking to the pike and smallmouth bass area. The second provision deals with the Minnesota Racing Commission. These are unexpended license fees that are in a special account designed for one-time appropriations or one-time expenditures. Those expenditures this year are to settle a lawsuit and for some other administrative expenses. It's $185,000. Again, that enjoyed bipartisan support coming out of committee as well. With that, we'd appreciate your support for the bill.
Representative Paymar.
Mr. Speaker, we have a $36.5 million appropriated additional money coming out of the general fund, and basically the majority of that went $18,950,000 for the supplemental budget agreement with the Department of Corrections, making sure that we don't lose our critical staff at those institutions. You'll also note there's $11 million for our prison population growth, and this came out of the unfortunate fact that we had an incorrect projection or an off projection of how much jail bed space we would need, and consequently the DOC will be renting 300 to 500 beds from the county jails. There's several other bills that cost a little bit of money, a Kiefer bill, a Uruso bill, a O'Driscoll bill, and I think that was about it, and one of my bills for a small amount of money for the Department of Corrections and the Department of Public Safety. There's also additional appropriation for the Emergency Communication Network funding, which is the Next Generation 911, and we also have the Pulowski FEMA Match Fund that Representative Pulowski can speak to if you have additional questions. That is in the Department of Public Safety budget, and that's it, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the transportation finance provisions consist of 3 articles. The first one is just under $50 million of general fund money, and that is broken down as follows. We have $15 million going for emergency pothole repair due to our very severe winter weather, and that's money that's going to be going to local entities, counties, and cities. We have separately in Article 3 an additional $10 million of trunk highway money, and that's for state roads for pothole repair. We also have $10 million for the Corridors of Commerce program. This has been a successful bipartisan effort that we worked on last year. We're going to add some additional money to get some projects going there for roads and bridges. We have $10 million set aside for the Metropolitan Council. The majority of that is for arterial bus rapid transit projects and bus rapid transit station development. Also, some of that money will be used to improve transit shelters and shelter infrastructure at bus stops. We have $4 million for the TED program, again another successful program that was launched last year. That's Transportation for Economic Development. We have $5 million for rail grade crossings to improve our freight rail infrastructure, $2 million for state troopers at the Capitol, and some smaller allocations, for example, $250,000 for the Safe Routes to School program, another $250,000 for some suburban transit infrastructure, and port development. The Article 13 deals with oil and pipeline safety issues. This is in response to a lot of concern about the increased amount of oil that's coming through our state from North Dakota, and we have some additional monies for public safety, MnDOT, and some spill response from PCA. So we had worked with 3 different agencies on that article. And then Article 14 deals with some some finance issues that had come through on individual bills. So, for example, we have a Newton provision that creates a women veterans license plate. There was strong bipartisan support for that, both in the policy and finance committees. We have an ANZELS provision that allows for simultaneous renewal of vehicle registration permits and overweight vehicle permits upon request. We have Representative Metza's provision on railroad lighting, yard lighting, and there's still some work to be done on that, which we'll probably talk about. We have also some additional, again, small amount of money related to a Representative Dean's provision on transit ridership on Election Day. So that's the transportation articles, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank you. Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I'm going to be talking to you about Articles 15 and 16. Article 15 is the $16 million that general fund money that's going to environment, natural resources, and agriculture. The Department of Agriculture gets $1.7 million, mainly for the farm to food shelf program, but some money, and that's Representative Poppy's bill, but some of the money, a small portion, is going to Representative Hansen's bill dealing with honeybee deaths. Next to the Board of Animal Health is money for Representative Lesch's dog and cat breeder bill that provides for licensing and inspection. That's $400,000 in this coming year. To the PCA, there's a bit over $7 million. Part of it's for Representative Winkler's Toxic-Free Kids. A tiny bit is for the plastic microbeads that are getting into our waters, into our drinking water. The great majority of it, $7 million, is going to Representative Hornstein's bill, and that is for SCORE grants to counties. And members, when I have heard the word garbage bill, and for folks listening to this is what makes this a garbage bill. The SCORE grants are to go to counties to increase recycling and compost and get rid of garbage. The next is to the Department of Natural Resources, a bit over $2 million for a Lake Emily dam study. That's Representative Radinovich's. Money for park improvements and maintenance. Some work on narrowleaf, actually the invasive cattails, let's put it that way, a quail recovery plan, and a bit more. To the Metropolitan Council, there is some lottery in lieu money for parks. Similarly to the DNR, there's some lottery in lieu money. And then to the University of Minnesota, there's Representative Falk's bill that creates a center to deal with plant pests and pathogens that become invasive species in Minnesota. So that's the main spending. I will tell you there are some additional things in Article 16. You find the language that supports Article 15 with some small additions. Representative Hackbarth's bill on non-resident off-highway motorcycle passes, two of Representative Dill's bills on trap shooting, Representative Joanne Ward's bill to waive water permit fees for folks doing particularly good work, and then Representative Hansen's provision to create state parks and trails license plates. Thanks, members.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. And before we talk about the bill, I'd like to just thank all the staff, partisan and nonpartisan, that have put these bills together. It's been a very aggressive session, and simply this work would not have been completed without that. I'd especially like to thank my committee administrator, Shannon Patrick, my committee legislative assistant, Joe Gould, the House research staff for education, Tim Strom, Melissa Johnson, Lisa Larson, partisan research, Adosh Uni and Jody Withers, and also members of the Education Finance Committee that I thought we had great discussion. The discussion always led to actually making bills better. And so while we may not have always agreed on all the provisions got better because of the input. So I want to thank all the members. Thank you to Representative Woodard, the lead on that committee. Appreciate all the cooperation and the working relationship that we had these past 2 years. Thank you. Members, last year, in our education finance bill, we made, with the leadership of Governor Dayton and the work of this legislature, we made some very significant and important investments in education. And we had a couple simple goals. And one goal was to make sure that every single child was put on the path to creating the world's best workforce. And we did that by making sure that every single dollar, every single investment that went in to making the world's best workforce were efforts and strategies that had a proven track record of not only improving student achievement, but closing the achievement gap. Closing the achievement gap was the #1 priority from our committee and legislature in Minnesota last year, because we know that the achievement gap right now is probably the most important threat we face to the vitality of our economy into the future. And we have to be able to narrow that achievement gap. So this supplemental education budget plan really works and just adds to the momentum that we had from last year's bill. And so what we do this year is just continue with those goals, making sure that we're increasing student achievement, we're closing the achievement gap, we're continuing with a strong accountability for our schools to our taxpayers, and also to making sure that the ultimate goal is improving our economy into the future by creating the world's best workforce. So what this bill does, it's a $75 million target. It is included in sections 17 through 24 of the bill. The major portion of this bill is a 1% increase, $58 per pupil on the formula. That's about 73% of the target. These dollars go out to schools to allow them to work to get to the goals of the world's best workforce. Allow schools flexibility to be able to meet those goals in the local ways in which they want to do that. Also, I think this will allow school districts to get a good start on looking at very important and very effective teacher evaluation systems. But then we do something very, very important in this education bill, which is the key to really closing the achievement gap, is we make some very strategic, targeted investments into those areas where we can get the most value for our dollar also. So there's $5.4 million into English language learners. There's $5 million into telecommunications to reimburse school districts for internet use. There are also funding for the neighborhood association zones, promised neighborhoods, very unique multi-generational family stakeholder approaches to closing the achievement gap. Also some funding for school readiness, early childhood literacy. And then just one more point I want to mention is there is a provision in here for school districts that have experienced some natural disasters that will allow them to fix their buildings at a better cost to their taxpayers. So members, that's what's in this bill, and it continues to have strong and targeted investments into closing the achievement gap and improving our economy and getting us to the world's best workforce into the future.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, the Health and Human Services part of this bill is Articles 25 through 32. I'll just briefly summarize. There was about 25 different bills that were incorporated into this, my part of this bill, and I'm not going to list them all. It would take half of the day here. But I would first like to thank my committee administrator, Lucy Morgan, my committee LA, Jan Horner, and Doug Berg, who did a great job as the fiscal person on our committee, and Leah Montgomery, who wrote all the bill summaries for us. So thank you very much. What's in this bill? We had a $91 million target. About $80 million of that goes to the 5% rate increase to home and community-based providers. That was a huge thing for me. Some of you know I was a little upset last year that we gave a 5% rate to nursing home workers, but did not give the 5% rate to home and community-based workers who basically do the same job as nursing homes people. So this evens that out, and I'm very happy that I was given the money to do that. So they're getting the full 5% rate increase, and I will say they're also getting another 1% starting this month, I believe. And we also, last year, removed about a 1.5% cut they were scheduled to get. So we've actually done a lot for home and community-based providers. There's a problem we have in the long run, and we didn't completely solve it, but the Healthcare Access Fund is scheduled to be in deficit the next biennium, and we have reduced that deficit by $400 million in the tails in this bill. We are giving a nursing home rate increase to offset what we believe will be a higher minimum wage. Many people working in nursing homes and other kinds of facilities like that don't even get paid $9.50 an hour. So we're adjusting that for nursing homes if the 9.5% or $9.50 minimum wage is passed. Let's see. We have healthcare payment modernization. It's effectively rebasing hospitals. They haven't been rebased since 2002. We used to do it every 2 years. We have not been able to do that, and it's about time we catch up on that one. We've expanded services for vulnerable youth. Some of you know the sex trafficking or safe harbor problem that we started working on last year. We're adding another $1.1 million to help with the staffing and the homes for these people. Let's see. We are adding some money for senior nutrition services, $425,000, and we have about $700,000 that's aimed at reducing racial health disparities. We've had a lot of interest in that issue, and it was mentioned earlier that this state has amongst the worst racial disparities in housing, but we also have very bad racial disparities in health and human services area and the health of these people. So we're investing about $700,000 to reduce racial health disparities. And with that, I'll sit down.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, there was a side conversation there about a future amendment, but we're prepared to stand for questions at this point, Mr. Speaker, or take amendments.
There is an amendment at the desk. There are amendments at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Carlson moving to amend House File 3172 the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A132.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is an amendment to correct certain errors. Most of the language here, in fact, all of the language was suggested by staff. It would insert a missing effective date in the housing article so that fiscal year 14 changes take effect in fiscal 14. It inserts in the housing language language that was inadvertently dropped from the first engrossment that specifies where $500,000 of repurposed fiscal 14 funds will go. That's probably the most substantive one simply because of the number, but it was inadvertently dropped. Correct errors in the jobs and economic development totals and subtotals. It inserts a missing effective date in the transportation article. It clarifies that the Minnesota Department of Education must implement the specific rule changes recommended by a task force, and that too was a technical correction recommended by House Research. We reinstate a section from the HHS bill that was inadvertently dropped from the first engrossment. And then it fixes various grammatical issues that staff identified in reviewing the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the amendment.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pepin moving to amend House File 3172. Moves to amend the amendment. House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A156.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like a roll call on this.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This, what my amendment would do, it would take that $500,000 from the Job Skills Partnership and it would move it to the rental assistance for families with school children who are at risk for losing housing. And the purpose for this is you may recall that there was a appropriation last year, and there was the group with Minnesota Department of Human Services and the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency that talked about how important it was for kids to how difficult it was for kids to learn when they were in difficulty trying to keep their home. In fact, I think we appropriated $2 million before last year, and I'll just do a little quote from Brenda Casilius, the commissioner. She said, and I think she summed it up well, children who experience costly interruptions to their learning are at a greater risk of lowered achievement. This initiative is one more important piece in our efforts to better support Minnesota students, allowing them to focus on their number one job, learning. So, members, I think this is a good amendment, a better use of the money, and I would ask for your support.
Any discussion? Representative Clark.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to accept this amendment.
Do you want to withdraw the roll call? Or we?
I'll withdraw the roll call.
Okay. Roll call has been withdrawn. All in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Huntley moving to amend the Carlson amendment to House File 3172 as follows. The amendment is coded A163.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is really a technical amendment. We do have something in the 132 amendment that adds the Amplatz Children's Hospital to a special category of other children's hospitals. The reason it's in 132 is that it was just left out by mistake when they drafted the final bill. And what this amendment does is make a slight technical correction for the Amplatz Hospital. It does not cost any money. I urge your support.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There is another amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Neill moving to amend the Carlson amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 1083.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members. My amendment requires that MnDOT meet a 5% efficiency goal in year 2015 and reinvest it. That would add about $46 million to their construction budget for 2015. I'd also like to draw your attention to the Chamber of Commerce letter that's being passed out right now. It gives you a little history of this initiative since about 2006. It also states their very strong support. I believe that these are some of the first steps we can take in maximizing our transportation dollars with the current resources that we have.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is transportation related, and I'd urge support for this. This is a much more moderate version of some legislation we discussed a couple of weeks ago, and the MnDOT and the Chamber are in discussions, and MnDOT is comfortable with this, so I would urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's some that we have to take up. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Newberger moving to amend the Carlson amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A162.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Digging through my notes here, I just need a second. 162. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience. This is deals with the pet breeders, the puppy mills. We know that we have discussed this at length. We heard it in committee. Regardless of where you line up on this, on the issue, what we're trying to do here is just level the playing field. It's a simple amendment that makes it fair. The standards that would apply to the cat and dog breeders would also apply to the animal shelters and to the humane societies who also sell cats and dogs to supplement their income. So it's just leveling the playing field. Everybody lives by the same rules and the same standards. Thank you. And I'd like a roll call on this, please.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to raise a point of order, 4.03. It appears that this amendment would create costs and it would be in violation of the budget resolution as I understand it.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke with one of the chairs, Wagenius, specifically about this issue. A fiscal note was requested. This is something that we'd be willing to work out before a conference committee.
Representative Carlson. You can just withdraw them.
Mr. Speaker, withdraw the 4.03 request for a ruling.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Slocum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to urge you to vote no on this amendment. And the reason, the biggest overall reason to vote no, is that rescue organizations, shelters, and humane societies don't breed animals. They do not breed animals. They occasionally take in fact, probably more frequently than I'd like to think, take in pregnant animals, but they do not breed animals. So this would not work for this. There's also a huge fiscal cost. And I want to remind Representative Newberger that this has been 7 years in the making, and we finally have all the compromises lined up. This is an important bill. Other states have done this before us. We need to catch up. But I want to remind people as you vote that rescues, shelters, humane societies do not breed animals.
For Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To that point, you are correct. They do not breed animals, but they do sell them. And oftentimes they get a large influx of animals if a breeder is found in violation. Like I say, what I'm trying to do is that we have organizations that are selling cats, that are selling dogs, regardless if they breed them or not. And all I'm trying to do is level the playing field here and say what's good for one group that is selling animals needs to be good for others. If you believe in this standard, if you believe that this is a good standard. Suffice to say, Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on this.
Further discussion. Representative Wagenius.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate Representative Slocum's ask to vote no, and just want to remind members that this was an agreed upon solution when it came to our committee, and it is in our section of the bill. I promised Representative Hamilton that there was no word change in the bill as it would go forward. There was no dollar change in the bill as it would go forward. We kept that promise. What you are seeing in this bill is the exact same thing that was agreed to. Vote no.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Out of respect to some of our members here, I'm going to withdraw my roll call. I will still I still have the amendment before you, and I would urge a yes vote.
Roll call has been withdrawn. Further discussion. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wondering if Representative Slocum would yield.
She will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Slocum, are you familiar with how many dogs and cats that the animal shelters throughout the country euthanize every year?
Representative Slocum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, I know they euthanize a huge number, and it makes me very sad, which is one of the reasons I support this, the breeding bill.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you, Representative Slocum, and I've got the numbers in front of me. The Humane Society of the United States estimates that animal shelters care for 6 to 8 million dogs and cats every year, and of that, about half, 3 to 4 million, are euthanized. And members, if we are going to have this bill that's in this bill, of course we're going to be licensing dogs and cats now, and we believe that government is somehow going to be the arbiter of how people take care of their dogs and cats, which I don't think that's a good move, but you have the bill inside of this humongous bill in front of us, and it is what it is. But Representative Newberger's amendment is only suggesting that if this language is the best interest of dog and cat breeders throughout Minnesota, it should also be in the best interest of the animal shelters in Minnesota, of which, according to the information I have, make decisions weekly or maybe even daily as to which animals they're going to euthanize. So members, I think Representative Newberger's amendment is very well taken, and actually it may be the animal shelters that need the licensing and not the dog and cat breeders, the good dog and cat breeders that are overwhelmingly the people who take care of our animals throughout Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment vote, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Loon moving to amend the Carlson amendment as follows. The first engrossment. The amendment is coded A169.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My amendment, amendment number 169 would remove the funding for the School Climate Center for fiscal year 14. This is really just a functional amendment that would save the taxpayers some money, because right now, as you know, the bullying bill passed this body last year, but the Senate is currently debating it today. And with the bill that they have before them, it wouldn't take effect until July 1st of 2014. So that really comes to the end of the first year of the biennium. So the money that's appropriated for that first year really isn't needed and isn't necessary. There's no way that this climate center will be up and operational, because the bill hasn't been passed. And if it is, it wouldn't take effect until July 1st. So this is just a common sense amendment that basically says the money is not possibly going to be used. So let's put it to the bottom line. I hope members will support it. And I would like a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. There's 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd urge a no vote on the A169 amendment. We are envisioning in the anti-bullying bill actually changing government from simply being regulatory to being a resource that has knowledge and skills and supports our local school districts as they look to upgrading and implementing anti-bullying policies. This money is an important part of that in providing the sort of assistance that they're looking for, so that they can be using best practices, current research, and staying on top of current developments in opposing bullying. I'm confident we're all opposed to bullying in the schools. I hope you will show that by voting no on the A169. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think there's not a person in this body that would say that they are for bullying in the schools. But, you know, this is not a policy issue. This is a fiscal bill and a spending issue. And as originally proposed, the School Climate Center that was part of the anti-bullying bill was to do $500,000 per fiscal year. And with the bill that's traveling through, now currently being debated in the Senate, there is no possible way within the current fiscal year that it's going to be in place. The Senate bill, again, has a start date of July 1st, 2014, the second year of the budget biennium. So, folks, this is a common sense fiscal issue. The money is not necessary. The bill will not be authorized at best case scenario until July 1st of 2014. And there's nothing that prevents the Department of Education, with the funds they already have, from doing some planning in that in anticipation. But this Climate Center, again, cannot be up and operational before the bill has even been signed into law. So this is a common sense fiscal appropriation. We all have talked about or heard about sort of the Christmas in June stuff that may go on with the agencies. So do the right thing by the taxpayers and don't authorize money for something that has not been signed into law.
Okay, this has to be
Representative Mahoney.
So there should be.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The SciTech intern program is in the Jobs and Economic Development Bill. And this is a pretty big interest to me, because we really do want to keep as many STEM children, students in the state as possible, and tie them into our businesses at hand. So I follow this pretty close. And I talked to the SciTech experience leaders, the person who's in charge of it over at the High Tech Association, and they don't need, this is not a piece of money that they asked for. So I would just ask for a no vote.
Representative Loon.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I think there may be a little confusion, Representative Mahoney. I think you're referencing a previous amendment that I have filed that I did not offer. So we're on Amendment 169, which has to do with the School Climate Center and education.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. clerk will close the roll. Con changed their vote from aye to nay. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. We are back on the Carlson amendment as amended. Any discussion of the Carlson amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the Carlson amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Doubt moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded DE2.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just got to get to my own notes here. Appreciate your time today and consideration of this amendment. Obviously, this is a delete all amendment. Takes out a lot of the things that maybe are unnecessary in the bill. Reduces the spending, overall spending of the bill by about $72 million. We think a better prioritization of the spending. So, Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call on the amendment, first of all.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And then I have a small technical amendment that we've discussed already, I think, with the Majority Leader and the Speaker. So I would move to delete on page 355, lines 12 through 14.
Can you just repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
It's page 355, lines 12 through 14. And I think, Representative Doubt, you can just modify your amendment? Sure. Yep. If that's the way you want to do it. It's just, obviously, this was just in the drafting, it was a technical error. So
without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I would like to ask the leads from the Republican side to yield to introduce kind of the different sections of this bill. And I think what they'll do to make it easier is kind of let you know where this bill differs, or where the amendment differs from the underlying bill. So if Representative Woodard would yield to introduce the education section.
Representative Woodard will yield. Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, we talk a lot about the world's best workforce, and I have the greatest of respect for Chair Marquardt and what we've done in our committee, the K-12 Education Finance Committee, towards that effort. But, I remind members of what the state constitution says about K-12 education. And it says that the stability of a Republican form of government, depending mainly upon the intelligence of the people, it is the duty of the legislature to establish a general and uniform system of public schools. And while it may be a good effort to try to train Minnesota kids in our K-12 system, our real goal is to ensure that they're graduating intelligent people, because that is important to our Republican form of government. So this amendment, when it comes to K-12 education, does a few things. One is, instead of a $58 per pupil on the formula, we add $61 or $65 per pupil to the basic formula. And that's because we always talk about the need for our local school districts to have the funding and to make their own decisions. And for the K-12 Education Finance Committee not to be acting as a state school board. So that's our first effort. We make no changes to the telecommunications access or to the school lunch program that we've had considerable conversation about. We do change a few things in the reading course. We change the policy regarding reading corps, where we expand eligibility for reading corps to a greater population of schools. We go down from $2 million for school readiness to $1 million in order to help pay for the per pupil increase. We look at the North Side Achievement Zone in the St. Paul Promise neighborhood, which I know is very popular among some of our DFL colleagues in Minneapolis and St. Paul. We allow that grant to continue as a one-time grant, but then, in fairness to the rest of the state, moving forward, we turn that money into a commissioner-directed grant program that all schools throughout the state would have access to. So it's not just a Minneapolis and St. Paul program. That's called the Commissioner Grant Program. And Mr. Speaker, that really is the major changes that we put into the bill, and would certainly stand for questions when we get to that point.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Tim Kelly would yield to introduce the public safety changes.
He will yield. Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's always been a pleasure serving with Chair Paymar. I think that's one of the best things about public safety is that we're all generally in agreement. There are a couple of things in our amendment here that in looking back we wish we would have been able to do, and one of them is our increased penalties for repeat criminal sexual conduct for those committing fifth-degree criminal sexual acts. So what we're looking to do there is we up the maximum sentence from 10 years to 12 years actually, and increase the look back on previous offenses from 10 years to 15 years. That is the major change there. Otherwise, we are certainly in agreement and support Chair Paymar and his bill. Thank you.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kelly, for that. If Representative Gunther would yield to introduce the Jobs and Economic Development section.
Representative Gunther will yield. Representative Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Jobs bill was a very good bill, I thought, and we still include the border-to-border broadband at $24,850,000. Wireless broadband study, $150,000, which is a little less than we had before. Small business development centers, $50,000 each for all 10 of them. Job skill partnership, we still have at $101,600,000. Office of Regenerative Medicine, $450,000. DEED Adult Workforce Programs Outcome Reporting, $75,000. On the Job Training Rebate Program, $1 million. The Olmstead Implementation Office at $500,000. And the Commerce Division carve-out from Explore Minnesota's fiscal year 15, $150,000 for Mille Lacs. Tourism is still there. And basically the things that have changed are the money for the initiative funds. Unfortunately, we took them out. And then we have a change in amendment reduces the definition of the unserved in the broadband development account from 20 megabits per second to under 10 megabits per second. This makes underserved truly below the state broadband goal. And that kind of sums it up, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Gunther. If Representative Mike Beard would yield to introduce the transportation section.
Representative Beard will yield. Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Dowd. Before I introduce it, I'd like to just compliment my colleague and the chair of the Transportation Committee. For these 12 years I've served in the legislature, it's been a privilege to actually serve on committees where I know a little bit about what's going on and actually enjoy being engaged in the debate, the policy, and the finance. Chair Hornstein, thank you for being my loyal critic the 2 years I swung the gavel, and it's been a pleasure being your loyal critic the 4 years you've swung the gavel, and I've got to help make good bills even better. Which is what I'm going to do here right now, Mr. Chair Hornstein. We're going to make your good bill just a little better. One of the things that our caucus would like to do with this section of the bill is take $10 million of that general fund money and put that back on the bottom line so you can give it back whenever we get around to giving some of it back. The way we mainly do that is to take $10 million from the Metropolitan Council and $500,000 from MnDOT for some of their passenger rail activities. Members, the reason for this is that the bill is already very heavily weighted towards the metro area, and I think that by putting that back on the bottom line, the entire state can benefit from that $10 million. One of the other significant changes is the $11.5 million, actually nearly $15 million, Mr. Speaker and members, that goes for the winter pothole repair is now available to every community in the state, not just communities over 5,000 that benefit under the municipal street aid system. We thought so highly of the trunk highway fund provisions, we left those intact. You'll find most of us on this side of the aisle love building roads and bridges, and Chair Hornstein, we're glad to leave the trunk highway provisions pretty much intact. There was some policy, I know this doesn't take you by surprise, some policy that we had a little contest of wills and ideas over. One of them that I do some with some trepidation because it was Representative Mary Murphy's, and we all love Representative Murphy. The Community Destination Pilot Sign Program does put MnDOT in a really awkward spot, breaks some new ground, gets us in a little difficulty with the Federal Highway Administration, but Chair Hornstein, you know how much I like poking the feds anyhow, so I'm really kind of conflicted about this one. But members, we're going to ask that you stand down on the pilot program, and we'll try to do a little more work on that program. The other one has to do with free rides on Election Day. Again, a very metro-centric proposal that we think probably just isn't fair to taxpayers to haul voters to the polls when not everyone can participate. And of course, my favorite policy discussion that I'm engaged in with you, Chair Hornstein and members, railroad yard lighting. The most fun part about the railroad yard lighting is that it's solar powered. So when the sun goes down at night and we need the yard lights the most, well, you get the point. Members, that's not quite ready for prime time, and the DE amendment that we're proposing will also put that pesky piece of policy aside to be fixed another day and actually made practical and so they can work. Mr. Chair, with that, I'd like to yield back to the Minority Leader.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Beard. If Representative Abler would yield for the Health and Human Services section.
He will yield. Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and just while we're all commending our chairs, we actually have a lot of good experience. We have a lot of good veteran leadership here, and I've said it 3 times, and I won't make people clap and stand up for them, but we're going to lose a veteran leader in this niche. Representative Huntley has served ably in for a long time. And the bill is full of good things, and there's a couple things I wouldn't have done, but we, in the revision we made, we kept every project that they did, from the family cap to the homeless to the I won't burden you with the list, but whatever he said, it's in there with the exception of just a couple small things. And we'll discuss this later on an amendment that I have, but we're trying to keep this part brief. Forecasting Minnesota Care into the base, I think, is a really bad error. And so the chance I had, we undid that in this. The governor had a position on the Health Care Access Fund, and Representative Huntley had a position. And I think this needs to be thoroughly discussed, and with people fully understanding what they're doing, and we'll be talking about that at a later time, and so that's not here. One thing else, which is somewhat controversial to the hospitals, but I think friendly, is this rate band. And Mr. Speaker, just so you're aware, you probably watched in the disability side as we tried to get rates, and as they reset all the rates, and the partner originally had a 5 plus or minus 5 on some of these group homes and other long-term care providers. At the end, we fought with the department for 2 years and settled finally on a 1/2, 1/2, 1/1/1 band. And so that dialogue hasn't really been had much in here, and so my suggestion was that we go to a 1 and a 1 band instead of a plus or minus 5, which I fear will close some small hospital somewhere. And so whether that's the right number, I don't know, but at least it's a different number than the Senate has, and so there'd be room for that discussion. So that's in here. And I want to announce to members on the Eagles Healing Nest, which is still in here, which is an outstanding semi-volunteer place to rescue very challenged veterans in Sauk Center. I've been somewhat critical of Stearns County because of how they've been behaving. They have turned 180 and have been an awesome county. We had a meeting for an hour during the break today, and Eagles Healing Nest and the county and the VA and Department of Human Services are working together to find a way to serve even more veterans at that site. And so there may be some language that can come in the conference to deal with that in a really good way. And so whatever you think, members, that one person can do here, sometimes one person working on a project using our influence can make a great difference. So I hope that as we all continue to serve in the future that we remember that. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is the changes to this. And I think members should agree that this is probably a big improvement to the bill, even as good as it was. And just for that reason alone, they'd probably want to vote for it. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Abler, if Representative Denny McNamara would yield to go through the Ag, Environment, and Natural Resources provisions.
Representative McNamara will yield. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dowd. It's been a pleasure to serve on the committee again with Representative Wagenius, and especially a pleasure and thank you to all the nonpartisan and partisan staff, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Eloff, Mr. Hagemeyer. It's been a real pleasure to work with them, and then both our partisan research and the committee administrator have been a real pleasure to work with, so thank you very much for all of them. What we did in the Environment Ag was just to take Representative Wagenius's bill and streamline it a little bit. We kept in both provisions in the appropriation and in the fiscal implementation provisions. We kept provisions in both, including the $1.5 million to the Second Harvest Farm to Food Shelf program, very important program. We kept that in. We kept in the puppy mill bill, which is really a number of years Representative Lesh has worked real hard and has got consensus on the bill, and we're glad for that. And that bill is in there. We've also kept the Toxic Free Kids Act in the bill. It's got some more work to do, but we know it'll have quite a bit different position in the Senate, and so we look forward to that getting worked out. We've also got the $268,000 in the shooting range. As many know, shooting sports have really grown throughout Minnesota, and we've included that money, including the part for Representative Anzelt's important Itasca gun club that's got to get relocated. So that's included in there. We've got the non-resident off-highway motorcycle trail pass language. And then really importantly, in a bipartisan way, the school trust fund lands directors provisions are in there to get that done after it was not funded originally by the administration. We're glad to see that happening. Representative Kahn will be glad to know we've got the industrial hemp report in there. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield back to Representative Dowd.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you to the leads who introduced those provisions. A couple of areas where we just deleted the articles altogether, higher education and housing, and then in the commerce area, we just a couple of provisions that were pretty minor and I think non-controversial. So with that, that's the introduction of the bill. Members, I think this is a good opportunity for us to really show Minnesota where our priorities are. We're reducing spending overall in the current biennium by about $72 million. In this amendment, but more importantly, we're reducing the tails by about almost $450 million in the tails. So this is a much more fiscally responsible bill, and I think prioritizes things that Minnesotans expect us to be doing here in St. Paul. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would stand for questions if anyone has them.
Representative Pamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Dow yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Pamar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Dow, I'm just trying to clarify the public safety provision that you have made modifications in your amendment. Just want to be clear on page 33. Representative Kelly, you can also help me out here since you got up to speak. The salary supplements for the Department of Corrections. So I just want to make sure what you're doing here. So you're deleting that $18,950,000 from the Department of Corrections, if I understand it correctly. I just want to be clear about that.
Representative Dowd.
That is correct.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pamar.
Representative Dowd would continue to yield for...
He will, Representative Pamar.
Dowd, so can you tell me approximately how many correctional officers will be laid off if your amendment is adopted?
Representative Dowd.
It's my understanding that we passed a budget last year, and then the contracts were settled after we passed that budget, and the contracts were not within the confines of the money that we gave them in last year's budget. So that's the reason for the deletion.
Representative Pamar.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Dow, well, let me just clarify some things on the supplemental budget. These are negotiated agreements with the department, and I just want to make sure that your members, before they go on record voting green on your amendment, understand that potentially there'll be 262 FTEs that will be laid off if your amendment is successful. So I guess you should maybe tell the public which prison guards, correctional officers, I guess we should call them, are going to be eliminated. Are they from Stillwater, St. Cloud, Rush City? Which prisons will have to take those cuts? Or if you're not going to eliminate correctional officers, what treatment programs are you going to eliminate? So I think that we should be clear about what we're doing. I mean, that if I understand your amendment, I think that this is going to cause a significant public safety issue for the citizens of Minnesota, and I think we need clarification.
Representative Dowd. I don't know that he was asking you to yield. Okay, he was asking you to yield. So, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, this isn't necessarily all that uncommon. It's happened in the past where contracts have been settled after we have set the budgets here, and I know that in previous examples, they have absorbed these sorts of numbers into their current operating budget, and I'm certain that that was taken into account when this contract was settled. We don't always know that we can come back and offer more funding. So I think it's disingenuous to say that layoffs are going to happen or people are not going to be safe because there's been a contract settled after the budget was set. That certainly is not the case, and I think that this number could very easily be absorbed into those budgets.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Paymar and to the rest of the body. I just would like to point out another salary that supplement's not paid for in the bill as well. And we can discuss corrections, and I'm a fan of corrections. It's a very important segment of our government and of the state employees. But in the House language here that we have here, the House leadership, even though I brought it up on a number of occasions in Ways and Means and other places, has failed to take care of the MSOP, the sex offenders salary supplement, as well as the St. Peter salary supplement. And I'll get the copy of the letter from DHS, which will tell you exactly how many will be laid off and what will happen. In addition, the $3 million ordered by by the federal judge to do the expert review of the MSOP program is not included in this bill either, for a total of $14 million. The layoffs that would be required because of the state prison, the sex offenders program, that MSOP and St. Peter, over 200. And I want to caution members, as you vote yes on the bill today, and a number of you will vote yes, some of us will be voting no, that you're voting to not fund these programs. And so perhaps they can take it out of the department somewhere, but I would like to point out, as you vote yes today, that you're voting to not keep those programs intact when they're under federal court scrutiny. And so there's some question about the effectiveness of those programs anyway. And so I hope you're cautious as this goes forward to understand what you're voting for. And I hope that I don't understand why those aren't funded, frankly, and I don't understand why we didn't choose to pay for the expert review of the thing that we don't want people to be all turned loose from at St. Peter, at Moose Lake. So vote carefully, members. Thank you.
Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dowd, you said this bill is to show Minnesota where your priorities are. And clearly agriculture is not one of your priorities. You eliminated the money that was to go to the University of Minnesota to do a center that would deal with, and I quote from our bill, threats posed by terrestrial invasive plants, other weeds and pathogens to protect our agricultural resources. We had a lot of testimony about the problems of our farmers dealing with weeds and pests and pathogens. Representative Swazinski, we just had a chat about needing to give some money to the U because we're dealing with a pig virus. This bill, or this amendment, eliminates the money that could have been spent for the pig virus. So if you are voting for this, be aware that you're voting to delete the money that would have been spent for the pig virus.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Dowd yield?
He will yield. Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Dowd, how many how many people does your amendment add to the getting health insurance in Minnesota?
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Huntley. I think it might be more appropriate if you'd ask that question to Representative Abler.
I'm asking you, Representative Dowd.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Huntley. Could you repeat your question?
Representative Huntley.
Well, members, what this amendment does is bankrupt Minnesota Care, which is going to cause a lot of people to be kicked off of their health insurance coverage. What did we do on our side of the aisle in the past year? What did MNsure do? More than 136,000 people got insurance. And now the Republicans want to kick them off.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just wanted to quickly respond to a couple of items in the transportation section. And Representative Beard, thank you. It's been wonderful to serve with you, and best of luck in your future endeavors here. The word was used that our section is metrocentric. Nothing could be further from the truth. The pothole money that we have is going to be distributed statewide through the Highway User Trust Fund formula, which actually slightly favors greater Minnesota. Rail crossing money, that's primarily greater Minnesota. And I did want to, the concerning thing about what you're eliminating, Representative Beard, is I wanted to craft a bill that we could reach some consensus on. And I know that we have a different opinion about rail transit in general. But I've heard on your side of the aisle, both you, I know that the policy lead, Representative Runbeck, had written an editorial praising bus rapid transit. That's something that I think we can agree on. And so you're eliminating that. So I hope that there is a transit mode that you feel comfortable with, because I don't get that sense from the amendment. I am pleased, though, that you left most of our transportation section intact, and I appreciate that. But this is not metrocentric, members, and we need to figure out a mode of transit that we can all agree on. I thought it was bus rapid transit, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to comment to my colleagues' comments. Bus rapid transit is one of the most cost-effective methods of transit. I think the budget bill, the record-setting budget bill that Chair Hornstein and this body passed last year, congratulations on doing that again, has a significant increase in metropolitan transit funding of about 18% over the previous biennium, some of which is for existing BRT programs and routes that are under development. This money would have admittedly gone to developing more routes, members, but I think with the pretty extensive increase in base funding the Met Council got last year for BRT, that we're pretty safe with the routes that they are putting together. Thank you for the opportunity to reaffirm our support for BRT, and that it actually is transit I think we get behind bipartisanly. Admittedly, this does move $10 million of that money, of the supplemental money, back to the bottom line, but I think our BRT programs will be just fine until the next legislature is seated next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the chance to respond.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Beard, Representative Dowd. I am so disappointed. I am very disappointed.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Paymar yield to a question before I vote on this amendment? If not, Representative Lilly could perhaps yield.
Representative Paymar will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Paymar, you asked a question earlier about the $19 million and the potential layoffs in the budget, and I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about why that wasn't budgeted for and why we have to come back with a supplemental budget.
Representative Paymar.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin, this was ongoing negotiation, so when the governor made his budget, the negotiations were not complete, hence the supplemental budget and the $18 million. So we have a choice of one or two things. With your amendment, we can decide to, well, we'll have to cut some employees. We could cut programming. As I understand it, there was a 4% vacancy rate in the last biennial budget. This would drop it down to 3%. So I guess you could do the math, but any way you look at it, there's going to be some significant reductions in staff.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Lilly yield to a question?
Yes, he will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lilly, we've had several hearings on the Subcommittee on Employee Relations. Do you recall when we approved the budget for this area for the corrections?
Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pepin, I think, to the best of my knowledge, I believe that was in our last group of contracts was correction workers.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lilly, if Representative Lilly would continue to yield.
He will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Lilly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that when we met either in June or September of last year, after this budget was set, is that true?
Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin, yes, we have met after last session. We met in February as well, and it sounds like the contracts weren't done, till after session. Yes.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Paymar, to your question earlier, and Representative Lilly, I thank you for your cooperation. My point is that the budget was passed last year, and knowing what the budget was, the contracts were negotiated outside of the money that we appropriated. I think that was irresponsible. Either it should have been done last year and we should have had an honest vote on it last year, or it should have been handled in the contracts. They should have looked at the budget and they should have handled it then. To go back and then now say, oh, well, there's going to be layoffs, that's kind of after the fact. And that's not the only area of this bill either. I think we have a lot of questions to ask about MnSCU. The same type of thing happened. We appropriated them. There was $17 million appropriation that was supposed to be one-time appropriation, plus we gave them $25 million in tuition assistance in 14, $52 million for 2015, and now this $17 million that we're supposed to be for I think talented teachers or talented professors, all of a sudden is added to the base. All of a sudden we now have a $3 million, another $14 million added to the base. So that too was something that when the unions negotiated this, they should have looked at the budget and they should have negotiated within their budget. So this, Representative Paymar, this is why when we bring this delete all provision beforehand, that we should have had a little bit more forethought. So thank you, members. I just wanted to bring that point home when we start talking about layoffs and things. We should have thought about that before.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Dowd, if you'd yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Mahoney.
I've got a couple of questions about your amendment here. In your amendment, you get rid of, or you cut the administrative cost in the Minnesota Investment Fund from 3% to 1%, which means that there'll be that much less oversight. Typically, we do 5%. We negotiated down to 3%. My question to you, do you not want any oversight over that $30 million program to help businesses come to Minnesota and stay in Minnesota?
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative. I think 1% is certainly adequate, and if they can't oversee this with 1%, I think we probably have bigger problems.
Representative Mahoney.
So, Mr. Speaker, Representative Dowd, if you'd yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Mahoney.
So, Representative Dowd, I don't want to have to repeat this, so I'll wait till he's done speaking. Representative Dowd, this is a $30 million program statewide. $150,000 is what it would take for three-quarter time person. So you think from Worthington to Grand Marais, three-quarter time person could track these people.
Representative Dowd.
It's my understanding that 1%, thank you, Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that 1% is 250,000 on top of what they already get to administer this. So I think that certainly should be adequate.
Representative Mahoney.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess you just don't know what you're talking about, because it's really 450,000 is the 3% per year, $900,000 over the biennium. That's what they wanted. So I'll move on to the next one. Innovation vouchers. Innovation vouchers. Now, when we do that for companies of 250 employees, larger companies, this is small companies, so maybe you and your caucus want to think about voting against small businesses before you do this. This $750,000 goes to companies with less than 40 employees. But when you put the same dollar figure to larger companies, 250 employees, this saves 2,400 jobs a year in the state. 2,400. So you don't like the idea of doing the same for small companies that we do for big companies? Is that what I'm to understand?
All right. Representative Dowd will yield. Representative Dowd.
It's my understanding, Representative, there is no cap, a revenue cap for these innovation grants. The small companies and the large companies, there is absolutely no cap to this. So I'm not sure your question is accurate, but maybe you want to rephrase it if I'm not answering.
Representative Mahoney.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Dowd, and to your staff, there's a $25,000 cap per employee, per company. They have to match it 50%. So they have to come up with the dollars. So I guess you missed that one too. So now, let's talk about the initiative funds, the initiative foundations. I don't know if everyone understands what the initiative foundations do. This is a 20-year-old organization that was started by the McKnight Foundation, and about 15 or 20 years ago, we capitalized it to make loans to small businesses. Now, quite often today, in today's world, banks are asking for 80, 90, 105% equity before they'll make a loan. Most businesses don't have 80% equity. That would be like if you were buying a $100,000 home, you had to put $80,000 down. What these initiative funds do is they make that small secondary note and take a subdivided position to the main loan. So these small businessmen and women can go to the bank and say, I've got my equity, I've got this bridge loan, so now I need that main loan. So they can buy a new piece of equipment and hire 3 or 4 new people. Now this is 6 of them around the state. I'm almost asked the Speaker to take all the Greater Minnesota legislators off my committee because they have been hammering me on Greater Minnesota economic development the whole year. This was one of the best programs for it. Upwards of 100 to 200 businesses would be helped by this $6 million across the state. Now, I've got a question. I'm wondering if Representative Green might yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Mahoney.
Representative Green, have you talked to your initiative foundation? Because the unemployment up in your area is fairly significant, and this is a group that does a lot of work up there. I mean, I've got the numbers for the unemployment in your counties, but they were very surprised. They were very supportive of this, not surprised, because they said that they could get these out in 3 to 6 months. So these businesses would be able to hire people by Christmas.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Mahoney, or Mr. Speaker, excuse me. I believe there's still $1 million in there. And as far as the unemployment in my area right now, I think that we do have some good jobs, good paying jobs up there. And in our area, at least, we're doing better than you are down here because we have quite a few factories and employers looking for employees.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Green, as of February, you had 7% unemployment in Becker County. I could go on, but that's not quite. That's about 2% above what the metro area is. So you should talk to the Initiative Foundation in your area. How many jobs can that $1 million do? And by the way, there are $1 million in their bank at the current time. They have to keep certain amounts of money there. I've got the numbers, but you know that's kind of irrelevant. We're trying to get them to make more loans to more businesses. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if if Representative Franzen might yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Mahoney.
Representative Franzen, have you spoken to your Initiative Foundation? This is going to help you up there in Alexandria, Otter Tail County, Douglas. They actually, I think, came down to testify in favor of this particular idea at the Capitol here. They think that they could get this out before the summer is out, this whole $1 million. Have you spoken to your Initiative Foundation?
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mahoney, right now I am trying to find what my unemployment numbers are, and the website actually is not exactly very friendly. Could you repeat the question, please?
Representative Mahoney.
Well, Mr. Speaker, your unemployment number is 6.7, which is a full 2% above the urban area. My question is that the people that the West Central Initiative Foundation came down here and testified in favor of this $1 million. They said they could get this $1 million in loans out by the end of summer. They could help 20 to 25 small businesses up in their service area, which is pretty much a big chunk of your district. So I was wondering if you actually talked to them before you plan on voting green on this particular amendment.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mahoney, what I do know is that I have been talking to taxpayers.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to be Representative Franzen. Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, on the House floor, we usually have a tradition of not questioning the motives of a member. I won't ask you to go to either House rules or Masons on this, but would ask that in your very wide strike zone, you ask members not to question the motives of a member voting either for a provision in the bill or for an amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have been speaking to taxpayers all across my district, and what I do know is that my constituents in Douglas and Otter Tail County do remember that $2.5 billion worth of tax dollars were coming out of their wallets last year from your side of the aisle. And so if you want to offer pennies on the dollar back this time around, that's fine. However, what should have happened is that this program should have been a priority last session. Thank you.
Representative Mahoney.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we actually did fund this program last year in a particular legislative, actually not a legislative district, but the Southwest Initiative Foundation, because they came with multiple loan ability to do multiple loans. And I won't go too far down that road. Now, I'm going to finish with, the Southern Minnesota Initiative Foundation was up here testifying also. So all 6 of them came to the committee. Well, actually 4. The one from Duluth, the Northland Foundation, was not able to get down here. saying that they could get this money out to help small businesses and everyone that lives in Greater Minnesota's district. And rather than talk to just the taxpayers in your districts, everyone, we should probably talk to the unemployed person. They might like a job. Because you know, this $6 million, it's part of what the initiative foundations do. They have leveraged over $1 billion worth of investment in small businesses in Greater Minnesota's businesses in this state. So, members, before you vote against initiative foundations and all the small loans that they'll make to small businesses, or innovation grants for all those small businesses in Greater Minnesota, or the apprenticeship programs that Representative Norton's got, because we're not going to do apprenticeship programs here, which has both Republican and Democrat support, not only at the federal level, but at the gubernatorial level. I mean, I can go on. But this, Representative Dowd, your amendment hurts Greater Minnesota. And I want to repeat that for everyone to hear. Representative Dowd's amendment hurts employment in Greater Minnesota. Vote red.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, there must be an interesting discussion coming because you're in the chair. Whenever you're in the chair, it seems like the House floor gets to be a very interesting place. Well, today, Representative Mahoney, you seem to be offering a lot of questions, and I'm wondering if you might want to yield to a couple of questions, Representative Mahoney.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Mahoney, let me start with this. Is first of all, you're in the majority. You got the votes. You're going to pass your bill today. The DFL controls the Senate. The DFL controls the governor's office. You guys have total control over Minnesota government. Representative Mahoney, my first question to you is, why are you so angry?
Representative Mahoney.
Well, Representative Garofalo, you've been around here long enough to know that today is not angry.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Garofalo.
He is right, and that point well taken, Representative Mahoney. I wonder if you might yield for another question. Would you yield for another question, Representative Mahoney?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Madam Speaker, Representative Mahoney, you were asking some of our members if they've asked people questions. I'm wondering, have you spoken to Representative Seltzer yet about the fact that this bill gives a 38% bigger increase to the school districts in Minneapolis and St. Paul than suburban districts? Have you talked to her about that?
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Garofalo, I am assured that if we follow the bill that has been presented by Representative Carlson, that all children will do better. And if all children do better, we have the world's best workforce. And if we have the world's best workforce, what we will have is $5 billion worth of growth in this state over the lifetime of those children.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Mahoney, my suggestion would be that you might want to talk to Representative Seltzer about that, just to get a more better informed opinion on the bill. I'm wondering, Representative Mahoney, if you would yield to another question.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mahoney, have you talked to Representative Halverson about that same fact? The fact that your districts in your area, in the urban core, are getting a 38% bigger increase than the suburban school districts of Eagan. Have you talked to her about that?
Representative Mahoney.
I don't know if I can repeat word for word what I said, but it was pretty close to say that what I do know is that when all of our children in K-12 are educated better, we all do better. And we have the world's best workforce. We grow a bigger and better economy. And if we grow a bigger and better economy, we don't need the taxes much, and we have more people working. We have more services. It's a better world, sir, and we get $5 billion more worth of economic growth.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. If Representative Mahoney would continue to yield. Representative
He will
Mahoney, I'm
yield.
just wondering-
Representative Garofalo.
Madam Speaker, Representative Mahoney, as everyone knows, the Senate is not on the ballot this year. It's causing a little bit of problems, a little bit of friction between the Senate and the House DFL caucus and the governor's office. I'm just wondering, the $892 million in tails in the fiscal year 16 and 17, that's money that they're going to want around for when they're on the ballot because they don't want to come back to a deficit next year. Have you talked to the Senate? Are they okay with spending all the surplus on new spending, or are they having some problems with that? They want to kind of save their own hiney and just kind of let you guys kind of fight for your own this November.
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, Representative Garofalo, each and every one of us in this chamber knows that it's our own heinies that we have to fight for and no one else helps.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative Mahoney, I want to thank you for highlighting some provisions in this bill. The reality is the bill that's before us today, the DFL is presenting in the tails $900 million in spending. This is on top of the over $2 billion in spending you increased in the tails last session. There is an insatiable, out-of-control desire by the DFL to spend money. You can't possibly stop yourselves. But please, just one time, Representative Mahoney, try to do the right thing. Try to show a little fiscal restraint. Let's vote for the Dowd Amendment and show Minnesotans that we have more respect for them than to spend money like this and to spend money on the Senate office building that you guys are going to approve tomorrow.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drzkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wondering if Representative Mahoney would yield.
He will yield. Representative Drzkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Mahoney, do you remember how much your bill funded for the River Center bailout last year?
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, Representative Drzkowski, I don't think there was any bailout. I think there was a loan forgiveness, and I can't remember whether it was 27 or 37.
Representative Drzkowski.
Well, Madam Speaker, I am so disappointed. But I won't sit down. Madam Speaker, Representative Mahoney, I am so disappointed. The people of the state of Minnesota bailed out the River Center at the tune of $10 million last year, I'm told, as part of the current biennial budget. An additional, Representative Mahoney, you know, there's a $200,000 Northern Lights International Music Center event. I'm kind of curious how that went, but, you know, that's in your bill. $336 million in this biennium. Now, you're coming with another $37 million on top of that to spend from the current surplus after we overtaxed, after the Democrats' vacuum cleaner sucked the money out of the pockets of Minnesotans and business owners. After all of that happened, you came forward and thought it was in your best interest and that you, the legislature, us, the legislature, knew how to spend that money better than Minnesota businesses and families in all of our districts. And now we're struggling. We're wondering if we're putting the money back in the right place or not. The reality is that government cannot properly re-engineer the distribution of wealth, and that's what you're struggling about, and that's what this silly debate is about. But we have to stop taking the money from Minnesota businesses and families and let them develop wealth. And when we do that, and we have the ability and the discipline to yield to the people in the business of Minnesota, when that happens, prosperity will be restored. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Representative Mahoney, for what purpose do you rise?
Well, I think that deserves a response, Madam Speaker.
Representative Mahoney, do you want to get... Go ahead.
You know, thank you, Madam Speaker. And sometimes you need a vacuum cleaner to clean up a mess. And I guess that's what we had to do. Because just so you know, that since we started cleaning up things, 72,000 jobs have been created in this state. 72,000 households have a job in this state, and they're putting food on the table. They're putting a roof over their head. They're making their car payments. They're sending their kids to school. They're raising families with the respect that comes from a job. I'll stand behind the bills that we did last year. I'll stand behind the bills that we did this year, because 72,000 jobs were created with those bills.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up comment to Representative Pepin's questions and comments that she had. You know, I have a lot of friends who are government union employees. In fact, I got clients who are government union employees. Okay? But I do have to say something about the negotiations. During my tenure on the school board, I watched the process, and the last 6 years I was on the negotiations committee. And one of the things I observed is that if we would get $50,000 in new funding for our school district, the settlements would come in at about $75,000. If we got $75,000 in new funding, the settlements would come in at about $100,000. I can remember when Jesse Ventura, which, by the way, I played football with Jesse Ventura up in North Hennepin Junior College, and that's another story. But yeah, I'd like to get out of here tonight yet. It's a long story. But I remember when he stood on the front page of the Minneapolis Tribune and put $1 billion of new funding into public education for the biennium. I think it was one of the largest increases. That year, we got an 8% increase in our public school general fund balance, but our settlements were at 12 to 13%. And we were in the middle of the pack statewide. There were settlements at 16, 18, and I think even close to 20%. So there is a problem, members, regardless of which side of the aisle we have. It appears that no matter how much funding we put into a system, and by the way, on the higher ed, and I'm on the higher ed committee, we put it right in the bill, and we put enough money in there to give them a 3% raise, but they came back with a 3.5 to 3.8% raise. So this problem runs throughout government, whether it's local level, state, or federal. No matter how much funding you put in there, and by the way, when I first got in the school board, I was told, well, let's fully fund education. And I said, you know what, I agree with that. Let's fully fund education. The problem is, no matter how much money we put in, you always take a little bit more, so how are we going to fully fund it? So the game seems to be, throughout government, that we need to bankrupt our budget every 2 years so we can go back down to the state or the federal government and say, we're broke, we need more money. That has to stop, members. Now, Chair Pulowski has told me this is the last time it's going to happen, and I believe him. But after watching the process, I said, you know, I trust you, but I'm going to have to see verification. So I voted against the $17 million in the higher ed committee. There is a problem that we have to address, members, and it seems to permeate the government system. So I support Kurt Doubt. We have to say no at some time and let them suffer the consequences of their increased settlements. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. A number of things I want to point out. I wasn't going to go into my health finance part of the speech now, but it came up, and so since we're wondering, since we were talking about bankrupting Minnesota Care at all, we'll talk about that. But first, I retrieved the copy of the letter from the Department of Human Services that was distributed at the committee about the reductions to the professional services staff, which largely are, I think, in AFSCME employees. But on the letter, DHS. It's interesting that DHS is sending a letter to the majority we have concerning about reductions coming to state employee staff. I found that to be curious, and I mentioned it a few times. And in Ways and Means, Chair Carlson was unaware of that, and I respected that, and we had a discussion that was brief, and I truncated it. But so now this is the bill continues with no funding for these two salary supplements, and so just so people know. Specifically, and you can read it yourself, but it's 118 FTEs in mental health services, 85 FTEs in forensics, and 15 FTEs at MSOP, the state sex offender program. In addition, they would have to close all the community behavioral health hospitals. So if you have one of those in your town, that would be bad. The child adolescent behavioral health services, which is the CABS program, and all the IRTSs, the intensive residential treatment services facilities. They also have to cut vocational services for the clients, which is a bad idea. And also, if you don't pay for the Carlson court order, $3 million, they're not specific about that, but they know they'll have to go to consider cutting FTEs from vocational programs and do more closures within direct care and treatment from the state-operated services. And so that's if you vote yes on the final passage. And I want to warn members, the Senate does pay for the $3 million for Carlson's, but it doesn't pay for the $11 million salary supplement either. And so it's an interesting end game, Madam Speaker. So what I really wanted to talk about was health financing can be fun. And so members, what you have in your hands is a 5-page handout of some documents that have been produced by the Department of Human Services. Also, you have the spreadsheet from the bill. And when you talk about bankrupting Minnesota Care, which is what provoked this discussion at this point, you have to know what you're buying. And as I said, I have the highest regard for Chair Huntley, and he knows everything I'm going to say because he's heard me talk about it, and he knows that I'm right as well. And I agree with him. But the decision to bankrupt Minnesota Care was actually made last year, when you did the expansion of Medicaid to 75 to 138% of poverty and took the money out of the Health Care Access Fund. But there's a few pages I want to walk you through so you can tell your family at home, and we have our town meetings, and say, what did we really buy in this bill? You'll have the data right here. And so the first page, which is cleverly titled page 1, will talk to you about the growth in the Human Services budget. And we have actually grown this budget a lot. And if you look at the front page of that, you'll see there's the top part is the general fund, and the bottom part is the all fund spending. And you can read it. I won't read every line to you. That would be unfair and inhumane. But if you can look at it yourself. But the bottom line of that's there, if you read the funding increase prior to when I was a chair, was in the range of about $3 billion a year, in the range of 15 to 18, 20%. Under our watch, remember, it was lean times. The total fund spending went up 5%, or about $1.1 billion in that biennium, which compared with about $3 billion the biennium before, when Senator Bergman was here, and so on. So as you look forward to the last two columns, that's the budget that you're going to approve if you vote yes today for between last year's yes vote on this bill and this year's yes vote on this bill. That the growth between the current biennium, or the past biennium, and this one is 17.1%, which seems like a number that's pretty good sized. And if you compare the second column with the fifth column, you'll see that it's an increase of $4.1 billion. If you recall, that's interesting because you had a $50 million reduction in the target. You thought you were broke. Well, you spent more money than the two bienniums combined in terms of growth. So it wasn't as lean at times as you thought. And so, talking about the tails, and Representative Garofalo, I think, did a pretty good job of bringing that up. If you look at the next, if you compare the last two columns together, you'll discover that the growth in the out biennium, which is 2016 to 2017, is 19%. And we haven't even got there yet. And that's a growth of $5.2 billion, which would be a new record. And we haven't even gotten to the discussion about COLAs and 5% for nursing homes and long-term care and all those folks, for the people who are going to come here next year and write a budget. And so don't feel like you're broke if you're in this department. You might feel like there's been some priorities that have been established you might not agree with, but everybody that's across the aisle there voted for this stuff, just so you know what you bought. And so Chair Marquardt might be the chair next time. He might say, I want to do some K-12 funding. No, sorry, you spent most of it already in the tails. Maybe Chair Reginius is going to want to do some environmental work. Or Representative Poppy's going to want to do some agricultural programs. Or you may want to do a COLA for those hardworking direct service professionals. We'll say, sorry, we already bought this stuff. We've made decisions now that we really couldn't afford. The second page is one of my favorites, Madam Speaker. It's a Health Care Access Fund. And I can tell you that it isn't even in the budget forecast, but you have to kind of dig deep to get this. You have to go to MMB and ask them to send you this so everybody has their own copy. You don't have to go to MMB. It's right here. And this is the Health Care Access Fund forecast, page 2, which is a forecast from December 2012, which is where I left it when I got done being the chair. And as we changed over, there was this, and the number that's really interesting here is there was a surplus at $203 million in 2017. And so, not a lot of money, but it's a lot of money if you're the average Minnesota family, but it's not a lot of money for us, but it's a lot of money, $203 million. If you turn the page with the decisions that were made in 2013, the next number that's there, same year, same time, 2017, is minus $647 million. Now, members, that's a swing that's considerable and of about $850 million swing between 1 year. Now, how did this happen? Well, I'm glad you asked, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your attention. There's a lot of lines on here, and it really is interesting to read this because this is where all the provider tax money goes. And if you don't remember what the provider tax is, it's what everybody pays who's sick in this state. If you're pretty well, you don't pay much provider tax. It's a pretty good deal. But if you happen to have cancer or lupus or something and you're at the doctor a lot, you've chipped in quite a bit of money to this. And the people who are low income appreciate your help. And so it made some sense. And the doctors chip in off their services. And whether they even get to provide services to people who get paid for by this, they have to pay it off of their gross receipts. And so there are doctors in Minnesota who don't see any Medicaid patients, they don't see any Minnesota Care patients, who still have to pay this tax on the people they see who are not part of that program. So it's controversial. But a couple lines I want to point out to you. The first one that I've marked, which has got a big circle on it, in the middle of the page is the expansion of medical assistance that we did last, I think it was February. It was an urgency, we got it done, and I warned everybody. I said, by the way, you might run out of money from the feds, and if you do, what are you going to do? And so we couldn't get any amendment on there to even give any kind of security. If all the money goes away, we'll stop doing it. So it went forward, and I didn't support that, even though I supported the intent, but it just seemed like it was fiscally imprudent. And you all thought it was going to be free because there was money left in that health care access fund that was moved, that the bills to be paid for this expansion were moved as a duty of the health care access fund. And you say, well, it couldn't have been that much money. Well, I don't know, $177 million, is that a lot? That's how much that we decided to spend in 2014. And in 2015, it was $221 million. You think, well, at least finally it's going to stop growing and we'll be good to go. Well, actually, for 2016 and 17, it's $419 million and $425 million. Over $840 million is coming out of the Healthcare Access Fund with money paid by sick people, many of whom are poor even, chipping in to pay for this new program that was supposed to be free. And if you look below, you will see that there's some cash was extracted from there to cover some of these same people. Much smaller amounts, but still significant. $20 million, $40 million, $53 million, and $64 million. Which brings us all to the shift in the health of the Healthcare Access Fund to be $647 million to the negative. I would submit to you, members, that that is not a small number. And the decision, however good sense it made, is coming home to roost today. And so when Chair Huntley, I gave him credit for this, at least trying to address this. But this was a problem that some of us said might actually happen, and here it comes happening $840 million later. And so now what the suggestion in the bill that many of you are going to vote yes on is you're going to take $405 or $420 million out of the tails, out of the future spending that Chair Marquardt might want to use for helping Minnesota have the hope and the dreams of all what he hopes to do is making this a great city, a great state for every child succeeding. And that opportunity has been taken because the money has already been spent on this program that was supposed to be free. At least you were led to believe it could be free coming from the feds, thanks to their largesse. And so that's something that we should discuss more. And we didn't discuss it much, so in the amendment I took that out so it could be a discussion item. And just so you know, if we're bankrupting Minnesota Care, so is the governor. He did the same thing that we're doing. He just sat quietly. I urged at the committee, I said, maybe we should reform this program. Maybe we should see, is it making sense? Is this, $1 billion shift that we've got, is this something that really makes a lot of sense to us? Because we are bankrupting somebody, and maybe it's Minnesota, over this program. And so the final page, and there are many interesting details on these pages which I'm not pointing out to you. But now I want to talk about the basic health plan, Minnesota Care, that we did. Minnesota Care has long been the envy of the country. And if you remember, the existing program we had was paid for in the 2012 sheet. The existing program was just fine, working well, giving us a surplus. And so part of the surprise was that we had rates that were too low, which was a great thing for Minnesota, and we didn't get some of the subsidies we thought that we were going to get. And that's a discussion probably more than you can handle. But just so to give you the final numbers about it, I'm telling you, this is actually the summary. And remember, the topic of this little class is healthcare financing can be fun, but it's certainly very important, and it's not something you want to do by accident. And so if you look at page 4, you will see on the first set of numbers there, you will see that they expected that we were going to be spending $247 million, that's the expenditure list, on the Minnesota Care improvements that we were going to be doing. And we expected that they would become a lot cheaper in 16 and 17 because of the money the feds were going to send us. We were quite confident. And upon that, we made some decisions. And so turns out we thought we'd spend about $64 million and $69 million for a total of $379 million over 4 years. That's a lot of money, but it was actually in the budget and it made some sense. Turns out we didn't get the money. And I won't read the numbers to you, but the sum of the totals that we actually have to spend is $1.3 billion. Now, $1.3 billion is different than $380 million. I just want to point out. In fact, it's a lot more. You can buy a lot of education, Representative Marquardt. You can buy a lot of water quality. You can buy a lot of clean air. You can buy a lot of agricultural help. You can buy a lot of stuff for $1.3 billion. So that's a difference of $913 million. And so I just want you to know that it wasn't us that are bankrupting Minnesota Care, which is what provoked this discussion right now. What's provoking the challenges in the healthcare system is not asking, what does it cost? What does it cost for the value we're going to get? Is this the group you want to put our money into? Are we worried about our disabled people a bit more than these group of people that are low income? Are we worried about our education more? Is this a choice we choose to make? It's not a bad choice, and some of you think this is absolutely the group we should go into, but you want to go into this with your eyes wide open. And while we're at this page, it may come up later, but if you look at there's some enrollment numbers they're expecting from the Minnesota Care and Basic Health Plan. And so you can read about those, and luckily they're under projection, because otherwise it would cost even more. And we'll be talking about the MNsure later, I suppose. But members, I tell you this so you can become the accountable members that you're to be on this topic. Whether healthcare and human services is your topic, you all have a vote. And you all have a hand in the decisions get made. And you've enabled an excellent person to be in charge of this. Chair Huntley, there's really no one finer and more suited for this. But as the dialogue goes on in caucuses, as it goes on in the public about is this what we would have done, knowing it's going to cost us $1.3 billion, you might have made a different choice. You might have had the programs be a little less generous. You might have had them be more like what happens to the people who are a little bit above. And I'll say just one last thing, and then I'll stop, Mr. Speaker. I'm hoping to be succinct and actually focused, but on a very big topic. So I want to point out that from zero income to 138% of poverty, which is $12,000, $13,000 for a single person, they get medical assistance. There's no premiums, there's no co-insurance, no co-pays. You can go a lot of places and get the coverage you need, and good for us. Good for us. It's very expensive indeed, but it's what we've chosen to do as Minnesota. If you make above that number, like $13,000 to about $20,000, you get Minnesota Care Basic Health Plan, which has a very small premium. It was actually lowered last year, and $3 co-pays or no co-pays. Very generous. If you make 201% of poverty, maybe $22,000 as a single person, maybe a woman working at a laundromat for $11 an hour, you now have to go to the exchange, and the best you can afford to buy is a bronze plan. And that bronze plan, you pay 40% of the cost of your health care. You have a high deductible, you have a lot of co-pays, and the very freedoms you would have had if you took a pay cut to be almost free are now because you're working a little harder, got a raise, you got the minimum wage bump, maybe a little better than that. Now you got to pay a lot more. And so as policymakers, your question is it fair to give a guy who makes $1,000 a year everything for free, and make the person who's working hard getting $22,000 a year a much inferior product? And so that's the discussion that I want to raise now as you all think about what you're voting for. When you vote yes on today's bill, you are voting for that. And that's why I thoughtfully took that out of the bill to create this discussion, Mr. Speaker and members, which is why I think that discussion is so important. You should vote yes on the Dowd Amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Abler, I really want to thank you for handing this out. It's very illuminating, and I would ask the members to look to page 3. And if you go to where it says uses and expenditures, and you go down 3 lines to the one that Representative Abler has circled, and then you look over, it's $177 million, and then it's 221, 419, and so on. That's sick tax money that's going to pay for people on medical assistance. That's why there's a deficit there. It's because we're using the sick tax for something it was never supposed to be used for. And then, members, what I really like is the 5th page, where we talk about early expansion, which was House File 9 last year that I was the chief author of. And if you look about the middle of the page, it says the February 2014 forecast, federal share, those 3 years, fiscal year 15, 16, and 17, totals up to $4,642,000,000 of federal money coming into the state of Minnesota to go to our health care providers. $4.6 billion of federal money. What did we spend for that? Well, you look up there, we spent $40 million. So the yield we got for every dollar we spent on this program, for every dollar of state money, we're coming into the state is $116 of federal money. That's what the early enrollment expansion did for Minnesota healthcare providers. $4.6 billion of extra federal money coming into the state of Minnesota.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm really delighted to see this DE amendment today. I am really delighted because I remember not too long ago, in fact, maybe it was just yesterday, that some over there were calling our bill garbage. And it seems to me that there's a lot in your bill that is also in ours. So that's nice to have that affirmation, at least for some of the items. But also, I seem to remember very recently that members on the other side had buttons that said, "Give it all back." And a little bit before that, I seem to remember a slogan, "Not a penny more." And so what we have today, members, is a bill, a delete all amendment, that spends $250 million. $250 million are being spent in the DE2. And I am delighted, absolutely delighted, to see that Republican members are prepared to spend that money. Thank you.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Liebling, on that speech, because I remember you guys saying that you were going to only tax the rich. But I think it was just, what was it, a week ago or so? I think it was just a week ago that we repealed a bunch of your tax bill. Was that cleaning up the mess, Representative Mahoney? Because that seems that's exactly what we had to do. We spent the 3 weeks of the session, the first 3 weeks, cleaning up the mess from 2013. Because I remember in May of 2013, members on this side of the aisle telling you, hey, this is going to hurt people in the state of Minnesota. This is going to cost jobs. This is hitting middle-class citizens. And you know what? We found that out time and time again. I'm more than happy to help you clean up your mess. I was more than happy to vote for that bill to repeal the warehouse tax, the telecommunication tax, the equipment repair tax. More than happy to help on the federal conformity that helps out every single citizen in the state of Minnesota. More than happy to do that. So when you're talking about this, I'll help you repeal the slob too. I know we're going to be spending time tomorrow talking about the state office building, the new one for the senators. I'm more than happy to help you out and get rid of that. Because I know that when I talk to the citizens, nobody came to me and said, I want a $90 million new Senate office building. I can guarantee you that. I'm guessing that there's nobody in your district that was asking for that, save for your senator. More than happy to help you out with that, guys. And you know, in serving here in the legislature, it's gone back and forth in who's had the majority. And never once did I see Mr. Surdich, when he was the member here, offering a plan or anything else. We come to you here with a plan. Because we have told you time and again that the policies that you have put in place are hurting Minnesotans, not just taxing the rich, average Joe Minnesotans that are just trying to make ends meet. We'll help you do that any day of the week, but you need to listen.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and I was going to remain quite silent today, but I heard two things where I couldn't sit down any longer. When Representative Mahoney, my dear and good friend from St. Paul, said clean up a mess. Really? Clean up a mess. That's all we do for you, my friend, is clean up your messes. As tax chair, a $6.2 billion deficit. $6.2 billion deficit. That's $6.2 billion of cleaning up messes. And you know what we did? We had something known as the smoking hot tax bill. And it cleaned her right up. That tax bill was responsible for the budget until June 30th of 2013. And what did we do with the smoking hot one? $3.1 billion surplus. We cleaned up the mess. Tax Bill 1, as Representative Anderson said, we were cleaning up messes. So, Representative Mahoney, it would have been fine. I mean, you're a really good guy, but sometimes I think you know not of what you speak. Because when it comes to cleaning up messes, we should be service master. Or Schumacher cleaning. And then I hear from my dear and good friend from St. Louis County that Republicans don't want people to have health care. Really? According to Gruber-Gorman, MNsure is knocking off 280,000 Minnesotans, and we're adding about 150. Now, I'm not real bright, but my father called me son. And I'll tell you what, if you have 150 signed up and 72% of them on public programs, you have about 150 signed up and you lose 280. I'm just a poor farm boy from Section 28, Sumner Township in Fillmore County, trying to do good things for Minnesotans. And I know that if you pick up about 150 and you lose 280, that's not a good thing. We're cleaning up messes over here. Now, you have a budget. Members, look at the tails on this thing. And I am more than happy to come in after the first Tuesday, after the first Monday in November, and we will clean up the messes. Because we have tremendous holes because of the Healthcare Access Fund. You are leaving the state of Minnesota in a very, very bad situation. But as a preacher once told me, Sunday's coming. It's called the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. Sunday's coming. And we'll be cleaning up these messes. And as far as jobs, we have to have jobs. All these jobs have been created. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office says because of Obamacare, there will be 2.5 million jobs lost. If we raise the minimum wage to $10 an hour, 500,000 jobs lost. We're not gaining jobs here. What are we talking about? All fund spending under the Republican budget of the last biennium we had the lowest increase in 54 years. This budget that we're working on here, combined with what we did in 2013, is the largest increase in 54 years. $8.4529 billion. So, my good friend from St. Louis, I don't really think you want to go on talking about how wonderful the healthcare system is when people are losing coverage, when people have higher deductibles. Representative Lieberling had a bill for the Southeast that I support totally because it spreads our high costs over the rest of the state. I support that. I ran on that. That's a good thing. But members, please, on that side of the aisle, don't talk about cleaning up messes because you've been the ones making the messes. And don't talk to me about health care and how wonderful the health care system is when we have higher deductibles, higher premiums. My constituents are losing their doctors and they're not well pleased at this point. I had a constituent email me. Said, Greg, would you call? We got a problem. I said, sure. Because of Obamacare, their company dropped their health plan. They had to get on by February 1st. They go to Minsure before the 15th of January, and they sign up. Minsure didn't get the data over to Blue Cross. I get the call in February. This constituent of mine had to cancel cancer treatments because he didn't have coverage till March 1st. Who have we helped there? Who have we helped there? And members, we're not done with this. Because I'll tell you what, I'm a licensed insurance agent. If I have someone that needs a policy today and comes into my office in downtown Preston and needs a policy, they say, you know, I've been going on without health insurance. I need some health insurance. Greg, what can you do for me? You know what my answer is? Absolutely nothing. I cannot write insurance on anybody today that comes in off the street and needs a policy. And if I'm wrong on that, let me know because I can write them up. So please, I beg of you, let's not talk about cleaning up messes because I got a whole lot more I can go through. And let's not talk about how Minsure has helped people because it has hurt people. It has made it so that people cannot get cancer treatments in my district. And I'll tell you what, when you hear all the stories about Texas and Oregon and Michigan, well, that's those folks way out there. But when it comes home to Fillmore County, that hurts. When he told me his story, I hung up the phone and I cried because I was helpless. I could not help him. So members, if you want to bring up Minsure, I'll be happy to respond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Quam. Representative Murphy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. As Representative Purcell likes to say, we may be running our well dry a little early today. That's right. I want to thank you, Representative Doubt, for your amendment. It's some refreshing news, actually, from my perspective, and I think it demonstrates one more time where we may have some agreement, some bipartisan agreement. We agree that it's right to invest in Minnesota, and it's right to invest in our future. That's good news. It's a welcome change. It's like the spring that we anticipate. It's not here yet, but it's coming. Gone is the cold grip of give it all back that came in February and March, and gone is the deep freeze of not a penny more, which we heard about in 2011, and that's good news. But I got to say, what you haven't been willing to do, which is to balance the budget for real into the future without shifts or gimmicks or deep cuts. And we did that. We did balance the budget for 2 years, for 4 years, into the future. And that, plus the hard work of Minnesotans, has demonstrated, a great economic recovery across the state of Minnesota. Now, it's not everywhere. We've got more work to do. But we're seeing a fine recovery, and a number of our members have talked about that, the number of jobs and the optimism in the state of Minnesota, and that's good news. It also means that we have a surplus. And we've joined together and we've cut middle class taxes, and we joined together and funded heating assistance with that propane bill, and we joined together to make sure school lunches were available for kids. We did those things together. Some more bipartisan work together, some investment in the future of Minnesota, some oomph into Minnesota's economy. That's good. That's really good. I'm also glad that we're finally here today where we've been in agreement that we should give a 5% increase to those home and community-based workers. That costs $80 million. $80 million. So when I think about the bill that you've introduced, your amendment, Representative Doubt, that's $300 million, and then there's the $80 million for the home and community-based workers, and $600 million in tails. Well, that's some spending. That's different from give it all back. That's definitely different than not a penny more. So you're spending some money. It's a change of heart. I think it's a good thing. We can thank Minnesotans for their hard work, for the surplus, for the budget balancing that we did that delivered that and some stability into the future. But I also have to say that your proposal, as you've introduced it today, leaves some people behind, people like those who work in corrections who wouldn't get a salary increase, or regions of the state of Minnesota, greater Minnesota. Representative Mahoney's worked really hard on economic development, really focused on rural Minnesota and greater Minnesota. We think that's important because while the economic recovery is strong in the Twin Cities and some of our regional centers, we know in parts of greater Minnesota it's not there yet, and we need to continue to do that. And so some of the things that Representative Mahoney's proposed focuses on that. Economic development and jobs in some of the harder hit parts of the state that haven't experienced the recovery yet. We should do that. We should also think about early childhood. Now, we did a good job on early child last session. First big investment, $44 million in early childhood. But Representative Marquardt does some additional investment in school readiness for 3- and 4-year-olds. And by God, I think we should do that too. That's a good idea, Representative Marquardt. We should follow through on that. And your amendment leaves those kids behind. We should do that. So while I am glad that you are making a step in the direction of investment, thanks to the hard work of our caucus and balancing the budget and a growing economy, thanks to Minnesotans for that, you're leaving some people behind. I really like our plan a lot better. So I'm going to ask members to vote no on Representative Doubt's amendment, though I thank you for bringing it forward. I'm glad to see there's so much agreement. And then I'm going to invite you to vote for ours. Vote for this bill. Vote for Representative Carlson's bill, because it thinks about the whole state. It thinks about young kids in greater Minnesota and economic development and jobs and education and transportation and health care. It's strategic investments built on the budget we already passed. 5 weeks of hard work by our members and a lot of work before they came into session. I'm grateful that we're having so much agreement this session. I'm glad that we're doing middle class tax cuts, and I'm really glad that we're doing some investing. I just think our plan is a little better. Please vote no on the Doubt amendment. Thank you.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I appreciate, as always, the good conversation here on the House floor about this amendment. I do take some issues with a few things that have been said, but I think what we can do here is really support something that I think makes this bill one heck of a lot better. At the end of the day, this reduces overall spending in this bill by $72 million. Now, I kind of thought, with Democrats in control of all of state government here in Minnesota, that we'd probably bring this amendment up real quickly, have very little discussion, dispense of it, and move on to spending another $320 million of taxpayer money. I'm really surprised you put up a fight. But that $72 million, you just gotta spend it. For those of you who haven't been keeping track, the budget that Democrats put in place last year spent over $4 billion of new spending. $8 billion if you take it all into account, all funds. $4 billion, $2.1 billion of new taxes on Minnesotans. And yes, a few weeks ago we had a little correction here. Democrats realized that what they were going to do with these taxes was going to hurt Minnesota's economy. They said they were going to tax the rich, but they taxed everybody. And the business-to-business taxes that the commissioner said were 90% of which were going to be paid by all Minnesotans, passed on to consumers through higher prices for goods and services, paid by hardworking Minnesota families, Democrats said, you know what? We got to get rid of those. Republicans were saying that a year ago when you put them in place. And I hate standing here saying I told you so. But you know what? We know that taxes kill Minnesota's economy. They kill the economic recovery and the economic growth. Sure, just keep spending. What's another $320 million on top of the $4 billion you've already spent? You know what? You're taking that money right out of the pockets of hardworking Minnesota families. And they feel it. When I talk to them, they feel it. They're not seeing the same kind of recovery that the state budget is with a budget surplus. And it's disrespectful. You ought to stand up and thank them for the budget surplus. It's their hard work and their money that you're taking. This bill is just our opportunity to put the reins on just a little bit. To show Minnesotans that, you know what? We're going to prioritize the money you give us. We're going to invest in K-12 education. We're going to increase the formula. You vote against this, you're voting against your kids. But it's not just the money you've spent this biennium. You got $900 million of future spending in the next biennium. New money in this bill. You want to know at home how deficits are created? It's right here in this bill that Democrats are pushing like drugs on the House floor. They can't spend enough. $1 billion. Minnesota families have had enough. And you know why you're spending it? Obamacare. You got sold a bill of goods. You guys doubled down. You bought it hook, line, and sinker. You jumped in with both feet. We warned you. We said, what if the federal money doesn't come? No, don't worry. This is a guaranteed deal. We heard that from our president when he said, you know what? You like your health plan? You can keep it. That was a lie. And you doubled down hoping that the federal money was going to come. And when Republicans in committee and on the House floor said, be careful, be careful. Nope, we're fine. This Obamacare is a good thing, said Democrats. And now what do we have? You took the Health Care Access Fund from a $200 million projected surplus in 2017 to a $650 million deficit. In 1 year you did that. I haven't been here very long, but you have taught me a very important lesson. Through your actions in the last year, I have learned where deficits come from. You taught me probably the best lesson you could. You just keep spending with no plan, with no fiscal accountability, and you're driving this state right back into another deficit. Who cares? We're spending $300 million. We got a surplus this year. Let's spend it. $300 million. Go ahead. Spend it. You know where the deficit's created? In the tails. Every one of these bills you pass. $300 million this biennium, $900 million next biennium. And you know who's going to pick up the tab? Hardworking Minnesota families who not only are going to pay higher taxes, but aren't going to have job opportunities because you're driving their jobs out of the state of Minnesota. Democrats, this is your lifeline. Take it. We cut spending in this biennium by 75 in this bill, 72, excuse me, in this bill with this amendment, and we cut the tails in half. Take it. This is your lifeline. Let's show Minnesota families that we respect them. Let's show our economy that we respect it and that we want our economy to grow. We want to see economic recovery. And Minnesota families want to see those job opportunities. Let's show them we respect them. And I encourage your support on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mark White moving to amend House File 3172 to first and Grossman as follows. The amendment is coded A89.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. What this amendment does is the Crosswind School and the Romby School, there's going to be a conveyance. And according to the MMB, since these buildings were funded through bonds, their opinion is that any conveyance should go through the bonding bill. So what this does is eliminates the conveyance portions of this bill, and then this will end up being put into the bonding bill. But I also want to emphasize that the support for this still remains. It just will not be in this bill. So members, I ask for a yes vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mahoney moving to amend House File 3172 to first and Grossman as follows. The amendment is coded A134.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is purely technical. Well, it's not purely technical. About half of it's technical. On the A34, on line 1.3, deletes the household density in the broadband language. The Department of Employment and Economic Development and the Office of Broadband has come back and said that they cannot work with the 100 households per square mile. They just can't make that work with the demographic layout of the state. And then on line 1.5, page 30, line 33, that increases the innovation grant number of 25 to employees to 40. And then on line 1.6, page 34, we're deleting Article 5, which is really basically policy. It's the worker comp bill that was put into this bill, and it probably shouldn't have. So members, I'd ask for your support.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Detmer moving to amend House File 3172 the first and Grossman as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A136.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have an amendment to the amendment.
There is an
A171.
Okay. There is an amendment to the amendment as well. The clerk will report that amendment.
Detmer moving to amend his amendment to House File 3172 the first and Grossman as follows. The amendment is coded A71.
Representative Detmer to the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A71 amendment is the funding mechanism for the A136. What we're doing, we're getting some money from last year's State Government Finance Veterans Bill from the NPR appropriation, and we're basically taking money there. Last session, the NPR received $610,000 the first year and $310,000 the second year. So what we're doing here, the amendment would take $200,000 from the second year appropriations, which would leave the NPR still with $110,000. This money would be used to cover the costs of the commissioning of the USS Minnesota, the submarine that we commissioned last year, and the money was not appropriated. We did do the commissioning, and this money would be used for scholarships for the members of the boat, their children, to come back to Minnesota for scholarships. So with that, I'd ask your support for the A171 amendment.
Representative Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I object to this amendment. I think it's completely wrong. We're taking money from the emergency alert and Amber Alert system in the second year. That leaves us only about 4 months funding for that program, which protects our children and protects our families. And I don't think we should be taking money from that program to pay for the purposes that Representative Detmer is requesting.
Representative Detmer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your commissary. That is an important program, but if you take a look at the NPR, it's a multi-million-dollar agency. Their last IRS form that they filled out, they had their filing, the 990 filing for the nonprofits, they had a total assets of $104.9 million. Also, the top 6 NPR officers in the NPR, their combined salary and benefits totaled $2.19 million, the top 6 people in that organization. I think we can look at $200,000 to help with the commissioning costs of the USS Minnesota. Members, it's been about 100 years since Minnesota had a boat named after Minnesota, our state. The first one during the Civil War, second one during the First World War, and now the USS Minnesota. In fact, members, just this week, the new commander was here with the Minnesota chapter of the Navy League, and they've been touring the state. Just yesterday, they were at Anoka High School, and they had an event last night also. I think we would be doing a disservice by not covering the costs of the commissioning. Many of the members here, there's 28 members that attended the commissioning. I was disappointed our governor wasn't there, but we had a great commissioning ceremony. This was part of the Omnibus bill last year. The Senate carried it through. It was part of the conference committee, but then it was pulled out on the conference committee. I think we need to really take a serious look how we support the men and women that are serving our country, especially on the USS Minnesota, that it might be another 100 years before we have a boat. Now, these funds, again, will be used for the boat's members and their children. Hopefully they'll come back to Minnesota with scholarships here in Minnesota. Thank you.
Representative Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And although you discussed the salaries of the people who work at NPR, you're taking money out of a specific program that provides protection to our families and especially to our children with the Amber Alert system. And I think it's going a little far afield. When this bill was first brought to the Government Ops Committee, the Navy League, who was asking for this money, had already collected over $250,000 from agencies that have contracts with the federal government, defense contracts. So I don't know why you would need an additional $200,000 in addition to the $250,000 that they'd already collected. I think that this is overboard, even for a Navy ship. Thank you.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Detmer is a strong advocate of veterans. He's the lead on the Government Operation Finance, State Government Finance, and Veterans Affairs Committee. I honor his service. I respect his judgments. Representative Detmer has had more bills heard and passed out of our committee than any other member for veterans. But our committee has served veterans in both the Department of Veterans Services and through the Departments of Military Affairs. Our budget last year had sufficient amounts of increases for everything the Department of Military Affairs and the Department of Veterans Affairs asked for last year. The bill on the commissioning of the USS Minnesota was heard last year. It was not a priority of the Department of Military Affairs. It is not a priority of the Department of Military Affairs this year. The agency does not support this appropriation. Commissioning of a U.S. Navy vessel is clearly a federal government requirement. We believe it is inappropriate to supplement federal appropriations given for federal purposes with state funds that will not benefit the residents of Minnesota. The commissioning took place in September. 28 members of the legislature paid their own way to go out to the commissioning and represented Minnesota proudly. I also believe that Senator Reinert was at the commissioning representing the governor. And that is a good thing. The boat has been, or the ship has been, honored when it first went out, and with big ceremonies, fun events, and then again in September with big ceremonies and fun events. But the veterans that we are here in our committee to serve are veterans that need help through their local county veteran service officers and through housing projects and through nursing care. And through support in our communities. Representative Detmer mentioned events that happened this week. And And I have no doubt that he attended those events with the commissioner and the new commander of the ship from Minnesota. We are honored to have a Minnesotan selected to command this ship. But there are limited resources. And we did not have open appropriation this year for a commissioning that took place last year for something that's over. I bet there would have been more than 28 people interested in attending that commissioning. But we did not know that one of our own was organizing and telling people where they could stay, what they could do, what events were going to take place if they went to the commissioning. We received a little card that said, "Please come and let us know if you are." But one of our own put this thing together for these 28 people that went out. I bet one of the events this week was put together by one of our own, but only some were invited. And how many veterans and veterans' families in our community do you know that were invited to this commissioning? How many of your people that you talk to on a regular basis and get advice from about veterans gave you advice that we should support our veterans by funding the U.S. Minnesota commissioning? I don't know what support means. All I know is that we have to set priorities, and we have to rely on the agencies, the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Military Affairs, for helping guide us in how our precious money should be prioritized. And this wasn't on the list.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was the person that organized that trip last year. I sent out emails to everybody. Everyone was invited. And every VFW got a letter. Every American Legion. You know, there were only 28 of us between the House and the Senate that went out, but there were another 250 from greater Minnesota that made it out there to Virginia on their own expense, just like the representatives that went out there on their own expense, to honor the crew, to honor this wonderful event. And as Representative Detmer said, this doesn't happen very often, where a ship of the line, a capital ship of the line, is named after a state. We should be, our chest should be out and be extremely proud that we were selected, that our state was selected by the Department of the Navy to lend our name to a ship of the line, most advanced ship on the planet today. Now, it is tradition that the state does something about that in terms of dollars, in terms of financial support. And what we're doing is we're taking a small amount of money and setting that aside for scholarships that's going to be spent here in our state. So those dollars are going to be spent here. They're going to get circulated over here in this state. So the dollars that we set aside, the tradition that we would follow like the other states in this nation have done for the last 200 years. It's going to be set there for people from the ship to use the dollars to educate themselves here in this state. It's going to be spent right back here into our own economy. That's what's at issue here. It's whether we have the will to support the people on that ship. And this is going to be for the next 30 years. That ship's going to be in operation between 30 and 40 years. And we have a bond. We created a bond with this ship. That's what we did when we all went out there. Now, I was disappointed our chief executive was not there. I really thought he was going to make it. I was really hoping he didn't. But at the last minute, we did get a Secretary of State Ritchie that came out. And I was thrilled to see that. I was thrilled to see both our U.S. senators were there. When only one was scheduled, we had two that finally came out. And we had a U.S. Congresswoman that was out there as well. So, I mean, we did have a good showing. Minnesota had a great showing. And it was all at our own expense. So I'm thrilled. I wish more of you had come out. I think you would be filled with that pride, filled with the enthusiasm, and I think it would have changed your mind, and you would have come back here. You would have said, you know what, these dollars, yes, set it aside. It's going to be put to good use. It's going to end up coming right back here. It's something that every state does. Now, states smaller than us, like, was it New Mexico and North Dakota? Well, I don't know what the dollars that North Dakota, 300,000? 3 million. 3 million. Well, that's North Dakota. Yeah, that's what I thought. I apologize. It was 300,000. And North Dakota, or New Mexico, came up with 500,000. You know, this is something we should do. Okay, so that's the first thing about this particular amendment. Okay, it's something we should do. We have opportunity right now to correct what we didn't do last year. And in fact, what's still in my crawl last year, Representative Murphy, we felt you felt fine to take 1% across the board and just give it out to everybody. Do you remember we did that in the bill? 1%, undesignated. We just took their budgets and you sprinkled another 1%, and that's what all the departments within state gov finance. That's what we did with them. Now that was far more than the 200,000 that we're asking for here in this amendment. Now let me talk about where we're planning on taking it from, and that's the MPR. And you heard me last year talk about this, and I'm going to talk about it in the same vein right now. This is a media organization. It is a wealthy media organization. Congratulations to them for their wonderful success over the several decades. They're doing fine. But when you're a media organization, you have control of the message, and you have control to go ahead and seek dollars and seek funding. They can run one extra day of funding, a call for funding, and they can take care of any budget deficit they might have. You look at their offices, they're the finest offices in America. They compete with any of the great advertising agencies in San Francisco or New York. They're doing great. And when are we going to learn that we need to wean these guys off of government and let that birdie fly? It can make it on its own. I guarantee it. They can make it on their own. And that's where the dollars will be coming from for this wonderful idea, this wonderful tradition. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you talk to your party. Let's pass this. Let's get these dollars set aside. It's a tradition. It's something. I mean, you all can go through The facts are out there, what all the states have done. But let's buck up. Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we heard the facts here, and we know that the legislation was in the Senate, bill. It passed through the Senate. It got stalled in the House here. It was in the conference committee, and then it was pulled out at the conference committee. Let's do what we should be doing and pass this legislation for the funding for this legislation. And I ask you for your support. Thank you.
Any further discussion? We're on the amendment to the amendments. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Division's been called for. All of those who have voted yes, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. There are 47 ayes and 65 nays. The motion does not prevail. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So now we are on House or Amendment A136. I'd like a roll call on this one. Again,
roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
The A136, again, is for the USS Minnesota, as we discussed before. And again, I hope to get your support, members. Thank you.
Representative Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this would be in violation of 4.03. It would put us over the budget target.
A point of order has been raised. Any discussion to that? Any advice? I find the point of order to be well taken. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Newberger moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1059.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Going through the bill here, we caught a little information on the Met Council debt service. It's on page 48 if you're digging into this big bill. Basically what it says here is we're going to be giving $1.4 million each year to finance for the payment of the Metropolitan Council debt service on bonds that they issued under Minnesota statutes. Members, the Met Council has an operating budget in the area of $750 million. If we do the quick math, 10% of that 75, 1% of that 7.5. Less than 1/2 of 1% is 3.75. I'm starting to sound like Representative Abler, I think. Suffice to say that this is not very much money for the Met Council, and I would encourage them to take this opportunity to pay their own debts and not turn to the taxpayers to retire their debt service. I would encourage a green vote on this. Thank you.
Any discussion? Representative Paymar.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge the body just to, I don't know quite how to accept the amendment. This is just carry forward language. It doesn't really affect the budget.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment's adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Grisha moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A115.
Representative Grisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this is a very simple amendment. All this does is add some clarifying language to the broadband efforts and mapping. And what I'd like to do here and offer is just that the company that is chosen, or the entity that's chosen for this, has extensive experience working with the Minnesota broadband providers so that we can keep the continuity of the data that we have. And I'll stand for questions.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a reasonable amendment and would recommend a yes vote.
Any discussion further beyond that? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Holberg moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A16.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, this has to do with providing a little sunshine into the operation of the mediation, Office of Collaboration and Dispute Resolution under the Bureau of Mediation, asking that the gifts, the funds that are accepted would be posted to the website, and that also it would follow our standards for gift and donations. And I'd appreciate a yes vote.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to divide this amendment in two.
Excuse me?
I would like to divide this amendment
Okay. Where would you like to divide it?
between 1.4 and 1.5.
Okay, that's divisible. Which one would you like to take up first?
I'll take up the first part. I'll be against the first part of this amendment. Just some background. This amendment addresses the new Office of Collaboration and Dispute Resolution that we created last year within the Bureau of Mediation Services. One role of this office is to work on difficult public policy issues, but it has very limited funds to do so. The new director of the office has begun to seek grants to assist with this work, only to discover that BMS, unlike most of our other departments, has no authority to receive funds, other than that appropriated by this body. So this section of House File 3172 gives BMS permission to receive these funds. The amendment proposed here today adds some strings to this. The second half is not so bad. The first half is a little bit too nitpicky. It limits any funds received only to the Office of Dispute Resolution. Well, BMS is one of the smallest departments we have, very small. The Office of Collaboration and Dispute Resolution is housed within this office, sharing office space, clerical support, IT services, doing the same generic dispute resolution training. Really, it's one entity. So when a grant is received, a portion of a grant is usually for administrative services related to the grant project. To have to nitpick through and account for what part can then go to BMS shared space, shared phone, shared clerical support is just a waste of time and hence a waste of money. It's a one-person office within our smallest department. BMS is a mediation agency doing mediation work. The small Office of Collaboration and Dispute Resolution is simply a part of that. Grant money it receives is money to BMS for purposes sought in the grant received. Please vote no on this first part of the amendment offered.
And I think I'll have the clerk just report what the division is for people to follow along.
The first portion of the Holberg amendment that we'll vote on is lines 1.3 and 1.4.
Representative Benson. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Representative Lane yield for a question?
She will. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Representative Lane. And so I kind of want to understand a little bit more about who could or can, I suppose, with your bill, be able to donate or grant money. Could ASME donate and to the Bureau of Mediation?
The Office of Collaboration and Dispute, Mr. Speaker, the Office of Collaboration and Dispute Resolution does public policy issues. The BMS does the labor relations issues. So the office has nothing to do with that, and they're seeking funds to help the office do public policy issues.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But Representative Lane, you didn't really answer the question. The question was simply, could ask me, so I don't have to pop up and down and you have to answer all of those. So my interest is in, this is a Bureau of Mediation. My assumption is they're going to mediate and they're going to arbitrate. Can ASME, can the SEIU, can the AFL-CIO, can Ed Minnesota, who can donate or grant money to this Bureau?
Mr.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The basic answer is no. That's not how the Bureau works.
Representative Benson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Lane, the underlying language says that there's really nothing in this bill that would preclude whoever gives money to this, that they spend it in any specific way. Is that correct?
Representative Lane will yield. Representative Lane.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This allows the BMS to receive funds other than that appropriated by the general fund, from the general fund. The money from the general fund is what funds the labor relations work of the BMS. It is not going to change at all. It is not. We're not receiving any donated funds from any other organization to participate in the labor relations work.
Representative Benson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Lane. I'm just reading from your bill. Money received by the Commissioner under this subdivision must be deposited in a separate account in the State Treasury and invested in the State Board of Investment. The amount deposited, including investment earnings, is appropriated to the Commissioner to carry out his duties of the Commissioner. There's really no, if you will, guardrails on this and how it's going to be spent. And I really don't see how there's anything in here. It says state, private foundations, or any other source. How you answer the question that these organizations that I listed would be precluded from being able to donate.
Representative Lane will yield. Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is not the intent. The Bureau does not ask any organization with which the BMS does labor relation services. It receives no fees, no money from any of the entities it works from. That is not intended to change at all.
Representative Benson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Lane. So to be okay if the Koch brothers donated to the fund, folks, we're putting something in the law that is very unclear. There's nothing in it. They say they may not, but there's nothing in this legislation that prohibits any of these groups from donating. And then there's no guardrails whatsoever on how it can be spent, including brochures, pamphlets to propagate. I mean, there's nothing in this bill to clarify how that money can be received or members, we need to really take a hard look at the language in here and make a really informed decision before we vote on this bill. It is highly suspect.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for a roll call vote on this portion of the amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Again, we're on the first half of the Holberg amendment.
Mr. Speaker, if I might.
I'm sorry.
Do I have the floor?
You too, yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members. Well, the reason for the first part of this amendment is to ensure that the money donated for the purposes of this program actually go to the program. And so we don't want the grants given for the dispute resolution going into mediation purposes. And so I'm a little surprised at the resistance to the first half of the amendment. It's just trying to put some parameters around this money to make sure that it's not used for other purposes within the department, and I would appreciate a green vote.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please vote red. This is, I was thinking, sort of like looking for black helicopters. This is a tiny, tiny department. It had $1 million to its name until just recently when it had a little bit more added. It's a small department that does labor mediation. No labor mediation entities contribute any fees, grants, or anything. That's a part of the policy of the department. This is simply to fund the office for its public policy issues.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wondering if Representative Lane would yield.
She will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Lane, I've been listening to the conversation, and the Bureau of Mediation Services is involved in arbitrating and carrying out some of the things that need to be carried out between union contracts, between the unions and the government, and some of the grievances that come forward, etc. This is a very important area, and for us to just say that, well, we'll allow this government agency to take money from anywhere when it's involved in contracts that are hundreds of millions of dollars. And that's only the increases each biennium, 300 or 400 million in the current biennium. So, can you tell us, Representative Lane, where in the bill is there protection to show us that AFSCME is not going to send a contribution to the Bureau of Mediation Services?
Representative Lane.
Mr. Speaker, the piece we added to the bill under consideration, 3172, simply allows BMS to receive grant funds, and as it says, any other source. It's simply, this is the way the reviser came up with us when we asked for getting grant funds to the office. There is no intention on the BMS part, and they do not receive any money for their labor work. They only serve as a governmental department to do labor relations work for us. They do not receive any funds from the entities that they offer dispute resolution to.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Lane. I don't see that in the bill. That's not what the bill says. The bill says, and Representative Benson outlined it very, very clearly, the bill basically says anybody, and they don't even have to be in Minnesota, anybody can give BMS money. And it doesn't say how BMS has to spend it, from what I can tell. That's what the bill says, page 43, lines 1 through 7. That's what we're talking about here. It's very clear. And so I don't know what your ideas or intent might be contrary to that, but that's not what the language says. We are writing this into law with this bill here today. Members, please support the Holberg Amendment to correct this problem.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One more comment. I divided this to be able to take the second half, which is to report on the website every bit of funds that come outside the appropriated money and the source thereof. But vote red on this part.
So we're on the first half of the amendment. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you know, at some point we got to think about what it looks like to the general public. And frankly, good intentions for donations, but to the general public, they've seen examples, exposés of GAO and other groups that have extravagant trips, and other groups that have accepted donations or bribes or whatever you want to say. I don't think the intent or what is happening, but without us doing the due diligence to make sure in statute you prevent or preclude this type of activity, I think we're not doing our service here. So, you know, I just think it's prudent to support not just this half, but both halves of the Holberg Amendment.
Representative Holberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I won't belabor the point. All this is doing in the first half of the amendment is making sure that the grants for the collaboration part of this agency go for that purpose. That's all we're doing. It just says when you give grants for this purpose, they have to be used under the two sections of law that govern this program. It is so simple, I'm not sure why the opposition to it. I would appreciate a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, we're on the first half of the Holberg Amendment. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion on the first part of the amendment does not prevail. We are on, and that amendment is not adopted. We are on the second part of the Holberg Amendment. Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second part of this divided amendment requires BMS to post on their website what funds are received and the sources thereof. No problem. We'd be proud to do that. Vote yes.
Representative Holberg? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the second half of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The second half of the amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Norton moving to amend House File 2390.
Representative Norton withdraws her amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A114.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, there is a provision in the bill that allows free rides on Election Day for individuals in the state of Minnesota that who happen to be in the area of fixed, I'm trying to remember the nomenclature here, but fixed transit systems. And what this bill or what this amendment does is it removes it from the bill. Members, this would create additional opportunity for people in some parts of Minnesota to get to the polling place at the expense of government, where other people in Minnesota would not have that same expense. So, members, people in my district or Representative Quam's district or Representative Falk's district or Representative Faust's district do not have those types of transit systems. So we are, under this piece in the bill, we are going to be subsidizing people essentially in Minneapolis and St. Paul, as far as I can tell, to get to the polls on Election Day with this particular part of the bill. So members, this strips that misguided provision out of the bill and corrects that problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and members, this bill does more than just the metro area. Currently, we have 65 transit service providers throughout the state of Minnesota. This would apply to all of them, not just folks in the metro. And when you look at the population of ridership, it's roughly over 11% that is outside the metro area. So it's not purely a metro area bill, and I just want to make that clear. And I would ask that members vote no.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd ask for a roll call if I could, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call has been requested. There's 15 hands. There will be a roll call.
Mr. Speaker, if Representative Dean would yield.
He will yield. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dean, we talked about this bill in committee. I'm still as opposed to it as it was then. Can you tell us or can you tell me where these types of transit systems are in my district or maybe Representative Falk's district?
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, I don't believe that Mazeppa in your town actually has a transit system, but there are many other systems throughout the state that do. I'm not 100% sure if there's one in Representative Falk's district as well. One of the things that this is trying to do is it's trying to give the opportunity for those individuals who are transit dependent. Mind you, these are people that do not have cars, the opportunity to make it polls on Election Day.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Dean. Well, you outlined the reality here. There are many of our districts in Minnesota, especially the rural areas, that are going to be subsidizing people in the metro area in Minneapolis and St. Paul to get to the election on Election Day. Now, we raise questions about is that, are there, problems with the Constitution? And we talked about those in committee, and whether there's Voting Rights Act problems, equal protection problems in the Constitution, etc. This just raises a lot of red flags when we have people in rural districts that are subsidizing Minneapolis and St. Paul once again, now this time subsidizing them to get to the polls. So we are being asked, my constituents in Mazeppa, my constituents in Kellogg, my constituents in Kenyon, are being asked to subsidize your constituents, Representative Dean, so that they can vote in larger numbers than the constituents in my district that are paying the bill. Or the constituents in Representative Quam's district that are paying the bill, or the constituents in Representative Falk's district, or Representative Faust's districts that are paying the bill for your constituents to vote in higher numbers. Now, you don't see a problem with that? Members ask you to support the amendment and correct this problem in the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Driscollowski and members, I can tell you I represent a very, very rural district. 9 counties in northeastern Minnesota. Our transit system is a bus. And we've got a few of them. And they provide good services through the CAP agency, the Arrowhead Economic Opportunity Agency. And this is good for poor people who, on Election Day, may have a challenge in getting to vote. What could be wrong with that? And lastly, Representative Driscollowski, there's no subsidizing going on here. The taxpayers of rural northeastern Minnesota aren't subsidizing anything in the metropolitan area, and you know that.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Dean R. yield?
Yes, he will. Representative Quam.
Thank you. Can you tell me in the major metropolitan counties what was the voter turnout in the last election?
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Quam. No, I cannot.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if you look at the counties that would predominantly be, well, we could use subsidized or have the additional option, they have had much greater. And I thought some of them were in the 90% turnout. And, I think we should look at, if we're trying to assist voter turnout and accessibility for voters, we should look at the counties that maybe have a little lower turnout and try and see why, was there transportation issues there? And frankly, I do think we do subsidize transit, transportation, because I think there's funding from a constitutional amendment where funds from across the state go into that pot. Every bill I see on transportation has transit funding, and that comes out of the general fund, which I think everybody sitting here has constituents that pay into the general fund. So frankly, I understand the intent to support turnout. I'm just a little bit confused as to why we are supporting turnout efforts in counties that already have great turnout, instead of looking at what are the barriers to people voting in many of the greater Minnesota counties, and how can we decrease those barriers and make it easier for all citizens, to be able to turn out. And let's not cherry pick where we are assisting, because it seems a little untoward if we cherry pick counties that maybe have a pattern. So I would support voting green on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Dean stand for a question?
He will. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Dean, my question is for those, I used to drive a special services bus now called the Dial-A-Ride. Are Dial-A-Ride services provided and reimbursed in this program?
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, Dial-A-Rides are not included because they're not regular bus service.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dean, would you continue to yield for a question? Can you tell me, because those folks...
He will yield. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those folks that use that service are probably the most in need of services to get to those, get to the polls. Because normally they're handicapped, they're disabled, they're in a wheelchair. Having driven those buses in my years, I would believe that if any service we're going to provide access to, it would be those that we provide that access to. So can you tell me why we excluded those disabled folks from getting that service?
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, the bill, again, it calls for fixed route public service. And one of the issues we get into when we do Dial-A-Ride is some of our federal funding related to transit. So we can't, in essence, commingle these two types of services.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would Representative Dean R. stand for a question?
He will. Representative Newberger.
Representative Dean R., my question is this. On Election Day, if I choose to go vote and I leave half an hour before the polls close and I don't make it on time and I live in Tom Manziel's district and I show up 45 minutes after the polls close, who's responsible for that?
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, it's your responsibility to be to the polls on time, so that would be your responsibility.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Dean R. stand for another question?
He will. Representative Newberger.
So, Representative Dean R., let me ask you this. If I live in Tom Manziel's district, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and it's a half an hour before the polls close, and I decide, hey, I want to go vote. So I call up my free ride, and they don't get there on time. Who's responsible?
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, in my previous answer, this doesn't apply to dial-a-ride, so you won't be able to call for a free ride for this particular service.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, then let's just take this to the next level. Let's say I walk down to the bus stop for my free ride, and there is no bus ride that will get me to the polls on time. Who is responsible?
Representative Dean will yield. Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, it's your responsibility to get to the polls on time. What this does is it provides the opportunity for you to plan your trip to the polls and have a free fare on that transit service on that day to and from the polls.
Representative Newberger.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Representative Dean R., I fully, I'm having fun with that. I fully understand where you're going with this, but what I think you fail to recognize is that we could have a large number of people who say, hey, I wanted to vote that day. I wanted to show up and vote, but you know what? The bus wouldn't get me there on time. Therefore, the state is responsible. You're opening a can of worms. Thank you.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Drazkowski, I've been parking next to you for the last 4 or 5 years down at the, down in the lot down there. We've had our vehicles next to each other, and I really thoroughly enjoy seeing that big black truck every time I pull in every day, and I don't think it's going to last much longer. I would think that you want this ability to be able to get a ride to the polls, Representative Drazkowski. I'm just kidding, of course. Members, from a member from Greater Minnesota, I want to join my colleague, Representative Van Zelk, in talking about the rides that we provide for getting people to be able to vote on Election Day and be able to participate in democracy. How great is that we are able to help all citizens in the state of Minnesota, across the state of Minnesota, Greater Minnesota, Metro Minnesota, urban, suburban, all of Minnesota, to ride to democracy. And Representative Zelk talked about the poor. I hear from my people in my district in Greater Minnesota, that we need additional transit, for purposes that not only to vote, but for just general purposes. And Representative Van Zelk, not only just the poor, but the disabled community. One of my colleagues from the other side of the aisle, I remember it was Representative Howard, somebody mentioned wheelchair folks. How great is it to get our wheelchair folks to the Ride for Democracy so that they can vote on that election day? And how about the senior citizens, Representative Zelk? How about the senior citizens that don't have a vehicle, that are able to access these rides to get to their ride to democracy to vote? So members, as a member from Greater Minnesota that hears frequently about the greater need for transit in Greater Minnesota, Representative Hornstein, as you know and are shaking your head yes, I think this is wonderful. I think it's a great program, and members, I would urge a red vote on this amendment so that we can make sure that all citizens of the state of Minnesota have a ride to democracy.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the only problem, Representative Ward, is, as Representative Dean pointed out, it doesn't help people with disabilities. It doesn't help our senior citizens, because as this bill is written, it is limited just to regular bus routes. So if you don't have a regular bus route in your district, which I'm guessing is probably 90% of the state of Minnesota, you're not going to benefit from this. Instead, you're subsidizing it for everybody else. So if you happen to live in Quamba or Morristown or Little Falls, there's no way that you're going to see any benefit from this whatsoever. So you're not helping those folks. They're not going to be able to get to the polls. I wanted to ask a question too, Representative Dean, for you.
Representative Dean will yield.
Does this include Lyft and Uber rides?
Mr. Chair and Representative, no, it does not. It's for transportation that's funded through the state of Minnesota.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, everything that I've heard so far, I don't know who is actually going to benefit from this, except for maybe the people in Minneapolis. So why are the rest of us taking care of this for you? This is what I think is wrong. I think, members, this provision shouldn't have been in the bill in the first place, and I encourage you to vote for the Drazkowski amendment.
Representative Hertas.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm really quite surprised that we don't have equal protection for every citizen in Minnesota having a ride to the polls. I mean, we've heard from Representative Ward that they have a transportation in the Brainerd area. That's great. Representative Anzelk, you've got transportation for your folks. That's wonderful. But here in Hennepin County, in the district of Silk Stockings, we don't have that. We don't have any transit in Corcoran. We don't have any transit in Greenfield or Loretto, Maple Plain, Independence, Medina, Maple Plain. I think I've mentioned them all. We've got 11 cities out there, and we don't have that. I just don't think it's fair to Minnesota voters that they should be subsidizing some while others have no benefit from it. So I would urge a green vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Dean yield for a couple of questions?
Representative Dean will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Representative Dean. I did get a chance to see this bill earlier, and I just want to clarify, based on some of the discussions we've had, just to clarify, is there anything in this bill that says that the buses have to drive to polling places, or is it just free rides wherever the bus happens to go on Election Day?
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, no, this is for free rides on that day. So there's nothing that specifies where a bus goes on that particular day. It's actually for where there's existing fixed route services.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Dean would continue to yield.
He will. Representative Pepin.
So, Representative Dean, in my district I have Maple Grove Transit. And as you probably know, Maple Grove has a lot of folks that basically take the bus to work. There aren't any stops, as far as I know, that would be at a polling place specifically, because it's mostly express service. So basically what we're doing is, for a lot of these areas, we're just giving free rides to work and to election parties and things like that. Is that accurate?
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, I'm assuming that most of these people that are taking express rides have cars to get to the express point to then get on the express ride downtown. So this is geared towards people who are transit dependent, who don't have automobiles. And I would assume that the people in your district who aren't heading to the polls would happily pay their fares because they're not going to vote in that particular ride.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Dean, well, now I'm very confused because, as you said, the people in my district probably can drive to the polls. They're not going to be taken to the polls in the bus. So will they get free rides, or will they have to pay? When they get on in the morning, will they be paying, or will they get free rides like the people in Minneapolis and St. Paul?
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, there will be free rides on that day, but I don't think that any of the bus services would prohibit an individual for paying for that particular service.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Dean. So what we're saying is that for people who take the bus to work in many of these suburban areas, we're having them, and you yourself said that they probably can drive themselves to the polls, which is good because they're not going to get to the polls here. And in Minneapolis as well, a lot of the bus services don't go directly to the polls. So it looks like there's a lot of just free buses. So I think that'll be good for some of us members, because I think we're going to be going to some victory parties after in the election, after the public finds out, after they consider all the tax increases and the garbage that we've had to clean up. So I think maybe that's good, Representative Dean. But if you could indulge me, what is the cost to the state for this? If you could just clarify that.
Representative Dean will yield. Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, the cost in fiscal year 2015 would be $176,000.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Dean. So there you heard it, everyone. So we're going to spend $176 so that The vast majority of the state doesn't get taken to the polls. Most places don't even have the service that qualifies for this. There'll be some in Minneapolis and St. Paul that may or may not take to the polls. They might also be going to the University of Minnesota or to their job. In my district, people will be going to work. So basically, we're spending $176,000 on free rides on Election Day, just randomly. We've got real issues in the state. We have real budgetary needs in the state. But what are we spending on this bill? What are we spending in this bill? We're spending a bunch of money for bees, for dead bees and pollinators. We're spending a bunch of money for all sorts of really interesting programs in this bill. But $176,000 so that for one day people can get a free ride to work and to their Election Day parties. Members, I hope you're listening to this, and the members of the public, I hope you're listening to this. I encourage a green vote for the Drazkowski amendment.
Here's where it gets tricky. And the member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to all the people who've contacted me in the last half hour via Twitter direct message, email, calls. This is not my amendment. Just to pass along, Representative Ray Dean, the people who are contacting me are very happy that this is not my amendment, so consider that from my neck of the woods. So happy to clear that up, everyone.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Anzel's, suggests that there's no subsidies going on to transit in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Representative Anzel's, you might not have to look too much further than the general fund or the motor vehicle sales tax. Both of those subsidize transit in the metro area, and that's your district, that's my district, that's every rural district that is subsidizing this, which we understand cost $176,000. We are having the people of rural Minnesota again being forced by this legislature to take their resources and invest them, to have them taken against their will and placed into the hands and pockets of the people of Minneapolis and St. Paul. And Representative Anzels, I cannot believe you are going to vote for this. I cannot believe that you are going to vote against my amendment and support the further subsidy of these folks by the people in your district. Representative Anzels, Minneapolis and St. Paul, the constituents in Representative Dean's district, are not going to send their money to your district so that your constituents can have money for their gas tanks, or to my district so my constituents can have money in their gas tanks to get to the elections on Election Day. But no, we are taking our money in our rural districts to subsidize, once again, Minneapolis and St. Paul. Members, please support this amendment.
Representative Faust. Representative Faust. Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and please indulge me for just a couple of minutes since my name was brought up by my good friend, Representative Drazkowski. You know, Representative Drazkowski, whether you're poor and live in Minneapolis and St. Paul and don't have a car, or whether you're poor and live in Deer River and don't have a car, you're poor and you don't have a car. It should be the state's policy that we make available equal access and equal services to the voting booth on Election Day. I'm not naive enough to think that this provision alone is going to do that. But it's a step in the right direction. It's a good thing if you're a poor person and you don't have a car. And lastly, Representative Drazkowski, this notion about who's subsidizing whom, all one has to look at is the population of this great state by counties, and you can easily come up with data showing you that it is not northeastern rural Minnesota that's subsidizing anybody.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Representative Dean. R.
Mr. Speaker and members, I want to remind folks that in rural Minnesota, we create an opportunity for people to vote by mail ballot. In the urban area, we don't have that opportunity. This is one of those ways to make the urban area somewhat equal to some areas in rural Minnesota. I would encourage members to vote no on this amendment, and that's all I'm going to encourage today.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kelly moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A86.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is a bill actually that has been in the works for approximately 5 years. This is actually a win-win-win proposition for everyone. First of all, it helps us achieve our goal of recycling. Recycling meaning not putting all of our waste into landfills. It shuts down an incinerator in the city of Red Wing. It directs the county of Goodhue to direct all of their waste to a recycling center and a waste campus that is also in Red Wing. The PCA is also on board. They would like to get a landfill into the closed landfill program. So for the last 5 years, we've been working on getting everybody on the same page, and I know all of you as legislators know how difficult that is. So I appreciate everyone's effort on this in this endeavor, and I would appreciate your support and stand for questions.
Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to ask you to vote no on this amendment. You've heard part of the story. Let me tell you the rest of the story. This comes to you without a bill, without a hearing, no discussion, and it's premature. This is asking to put a landfill in the landfill cleanup program without our knowing how much money is in their assurance fund, whether it will cover the costs, or whether the rest of your constituents will need to cover the cost of putting this landfill in the landfill program. So there are lots that we don't know, but there are a few things that I do know. And one is, not one landfill, as far as I know, that has gone into the landfill cleanup program has covered its costs. The rest of you have covered the costs. The closed landfill program has an investment fund to take care of long-term problems with the landfills. The problem is it is $48 million plus interest in debt. There's only $3 million in the fund. So, this is just plain premature, and I think it has a fiscal impact that I just don't understand, and we should understand it with a regular bill and a regular hearing. But there's one other thing I'd like to say, and I think that Representative Dowd is not on the floor that I see, but I think he set out the rule for this particular amendment. He said, let's not just keep on spending with no plan, no fiscal stability. We don't want things with tails, and obviously this has tails, because hardworking Minnesota families will pay. And that's the problem here, members. Please vote no.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Wagenius, you bring up a number of good points. And first of all, I'll have to correct you on a few. Because of the closed landfill programs, there's actually 6 left in the program that still have money attributed to their program in talking to the PCA. So they have paid for themselves. And you repeatedly asked me to talk with the PCA, which I did. And they have assured me that the financial assurance, which is $1.8 million for the County of Goodhue, is required to go into this program. So finally, we have the PCA in agreement with the County of Goodhue and the City of Red Wing to do what we all have suggested we do. You may understand Rule 473. Well, we've been trying to direct all of our solid waste into recycling centers instead of landfills. And this is an opportunity for the PCA to set out an example, to say we are directing solid waste to a recycling campus which is set up in the City of Red Wing. So that is a win for us, Representative Wagenius. We are putting a landfill, we are closing it and getting it out of the problem of putting any more waste into that. That is the first win. The second win is recycling. We all win if we push our solid waste to recycling. The final win is that we're actually shutting down an incinerator operated by the City of Red Wing, which they have agreed to because it was not cost efficient for them. So we have 3 wins here. The PCA has said that a fiscal note is not required because they can't produce one. The $1.8 million that the county has to give over to the state is sufficient.
Representative Wagenius.
The PCA and your community are still in negotiation. Bring a bill next year. Let us talk to PCA about how the money may or may not cover the initial cost and the long-term cost. This is premature. Vote no.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all due respect, Representative Wagenius, we did bring a bill 5 years ago, and this discussion has been going on for the last 5 years. It is very rare that we get an opportunity where all parties have agreed to this agreement. And this is simply allowing them to reach agreement and say, if all parties agree to this, we will allow the landfill in. So members, I would urge your support if you are for recycling, if you're for shutting down an incinerator, Representative Hornstein, and if you're for urging us to have a recycle program that is good for the state, then this is a place to start. Mr. Speaker, I guess at this point in time, I would like to ask for a roll call then.
Okay. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion? If not, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 65 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A88.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my amendment to House File 3172's purpose is to directly confront the pork industry's emerging battle with porcine epidemic diarrhea virus, commonly called to as PEDV. This amendment directs $1.2 million to the Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory for the purpose of research upon this disease and other emerging livestock issues. For those that are unfamiliar with PEDV, essentially it made its emergence in May of 2013 of last year, and has claimed the lives of many small piglets and is a big issue within the pork industry. And it takes the money out of the Terrestrial Plants and Pest Center requested under this act. And I believe there's an amendment to the amendment for this amendment. So
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Wagenius moving to amend the Swazinski amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A168.
Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just simply says that if the money is not fully expended in this program, that any money left will shift to the invasive terrestrial plants and pest center. I appreciate a yes vote.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage members to support the Wagenius amendment to the amendment.
Any further discussion on that? Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just kind of want a general comment. I support the amendment as well, but if in the time between now and conference committee, if we get from the industry stakeholders that maybe that date might be a little narrow, if we could potentially work that out, I'd appreciate it. It looks like she's saying yes. So thank you, Representative Wagenius.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. We're on the Swazinski amendment as amended. Representative Poppy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would just encourage a yes vote on this. As Representative Swazinski has indicated, it's a very serious disease and certainly is impacting a lot of farmers throughout our state. And so I urge a yes vote.
As a note, this disease, just as of 2 weeks ago, has kind of spread into the Canadian provinces, and so this is a disease that is on the move. And you have letters in front of you from Farm Bureau, Farm Union, the Agri-Growth Council, and the Pork Council as well in the state. And I appreciate a roll call on this as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill, or on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. Moran votes aye. There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Carlson moving to amend House File 3172 as follows. The amendment is coded A131.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As part of this bill, in the recycling section of the bill, there's a statewide mandate that would require all businesses in Minnesota to do a 3-sort recycling process. If this goes into law, any business that generates more than 2 cubic yards of waste in a week would be required to have recycling containers at their business all over the state of Minnesota. to sort 3 out of 4 products, including paper, glass, plastics, and metal. My message to you, Mr. Speaker and members, is that one size does not fit all. In fact, single-source recycling has become the norm across the state of Minnesota. In fact, we'll be rolling here into the city of St. Paul after April 7th. And another important point to note is that in greater Minnesota, we're actually doing a pretty darn good job of recycling. 2 of the counties that I represent have 70% plus recycling rates already. This is the county of Redwood. One of my counties has a 71.6 rate of recycling, and another county of mine, Brown County, has a 65.4 rate of recycling, demonstrating that this mandate is really unneeded. We support single-source recycling projects all across the state, and hope that we're on a roll here for green votes on amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a roll call.
A roll call being requested, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would urge a red vote on this amendment. Mr. Speaker and members, we are making progress, but not nearly enough on recycling. You know, we throw out $200 million worth of valuable products that can be recycled. So we're literally throwing out money when we don't recycle. Half of the waste stream can be easily recovered and recycled, and another 25% if we add food waste composting, which is not part of this, can be recovered. It makes no sense to be throwing out newspaper and cardboard and glass and plastics and putting them into a landfill. And so, members, this is a modest nudge to make sure that some of the businesses that aren't participating in recycling, and many are, to get them to do this. You know, everyone who generates waste is actually generating recyclables, as I said. And, you know, the commercial sector generates 55% of the total waste generated. And so we can't meet the goals, we can't meet our state recycling goals without businesses contributing to this solution. And so this is, again, a modest effort to increase recycling. The public is behind recycling, and it's a boon to our economy. We create jobs, and again, we are recovering valuable materials. We're literally throwing out money. Anyone who considers himself a conservative should be very, very concerned about the fact that we're literally throwing out money with these valuable recyclables that are going into landfills and incinerators. So again, members, I would encourage a no vote on this.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members, and I rise in support of the Torkelson amendment. Again, this is an example of one size does not fit all. I agree with Representative Hornstein's comments about the composting and sorting things out, but in our rural areas, the volume is not high enough, and our businesses would face financial difficulties in trying to meet these mandates. So again, in the sense of allowing that it's different out where we live in rural areas, and the one size does not fit all, I would support the Torkelson amendment. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Hornstein yield for a question?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you. Representative Hornstein, I'm looking at this section, and I'm troubled that we're adding this yet another mandate on businesses. But the question I have is, I see in current law that we have to, as Representative Torkelson pointed out, we have to have 3 different containers for glass, paper, plastic, and metal, and that is, you know, and I know for me it's just single sort, and I think that it's changing all over the state. I'm wondering if you've looked at that and why you haven't fixed that, because this seems like just an extra burden on top of the burden that you're already putting onto this bill, this burdensome bill.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Pepin. This doesn't preclude single sort, and that is a trend that's happening, but it doesn't exist everywhere. And so if a business wants to do single sort and that's what's available, there's nothing in this legislation that precludes that.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hornstein, I'm looking on line 123.18, and you're adding to a section that's already in state law. And the section says, that we're adding to for commercial buildings, says that the owner of a commercial building shall ensure that facilities under its control from which mixed municipal solid waste is collected have containers for at least 3 recyclable materials, such as but not limited to paper, glass, plastic, and metal. And I'm not saying that your bill does anything to change it. I'm saying that's current law. Why aren't we fixing that? Why, when we're making this additional mandate, the very least we could do is fix it so that we don't have 3 separate containers. So maybe you're not aware of that, but this does say now that commercial buildings have to have these 3 containers.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pepin, I double-checked with council again just now, and they are confirming that you can use a single sort container for all of these different items that are called for in the bill.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, could I direct your attention to lines 123.13 to line 123.18? And I'll read it. It says, recyclable material container requirements. Public entities, you're adding sports facilities and commercial buildings, and then it says, a public entity, the owner of a sports facility and the owner of a commercial building shall ensure that facilities under its control from which mixed municipal solid waste is collected have containers for at least 3 recyclable materials, such as, but not limited to paper, glass, plastic, and metal. So you are adding on to the mandate. So now all commercial buildings and sports facilities are also going to have 3 containers. And when we're moving to single sort, I really don't, I understand it's not necessarily your responsibility to change that current law, but when you're adding an additional mandate, why on earth are we not at least fixing that?
Good. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it says 3 materials, so that's what's stated here. And but I'm glad, Representative Pepin, that you mentioned the sports facilities because we included them, and I got a call from the Wild, then I got a call from the Twins, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, here's some opponents to the bill, what am I going to say? They called up to say they support this bill. They called up to say we're saving $50,000 a year by recycling. And so that's the kind of economic opportunity we have here. This isn't a cost, this is a benefit to business because they're actually going to be saving money in the end. So, again, members, this is 3 materials. That's what's called for in line 123.18.
Representative Grunehagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just would Representative Hornstein yield for a question?
He will. Representative Grunehagen.
In my community, Glencoe, we just went to single sort, okay? And I own a commercial building. And our county's trying to go to single sort. What they found is it's more cost effective and the volume of recyclables has gone up quite a bit. So I am concerned about the issues that Representative Pepin has brought up. But from your perspective, this bill's, we can do single sort. Okay, we'll just respond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Hornstein will yield to a question.
He will. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, I think a mistake got here. We had a discussion in committee when this bill was here, and it was my understanding that line 123.18 was going to get fixed because we very much need the Torkelson Amendment right now, because if you read the sentence, it says they must have containers. This is old language from when we used to sort stuff like, if I'm not mistaken, St. Paul's still that way. Representative Hornstein, Minneapolis just recently got into the 21st century and changed. This language is actually wrong, and it never got changed. Is that correct?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative McNamara. This is current statute, and that's what's in the legislation.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. You need to listen to that. If you live in rural Minnesota, I think of one of the towns that we duck hunt by, Graceville, Minnesota. It's in Big Stone County. They do their recycling right in the community there. They have right in a parking lot and an old, used to be an old elevator there, and everybody in the community can go there including the businesses, which many of them are located in rural parts. They can do their sorting and bring their stuff in there, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't think they do single sort there yet. They maybe divide them into two. But unfortunately, the way this is written, this is going to require businesses in rural Minnesota to do something that's very inefficient. If you live in rural Minnesota, you need to support the Torkelson Amendment. Thank you.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Hornstein yield for a question?
He will. Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, you mentioned that this recycling program will save businesses money. Do you have any idea how much money?
Representative Hornstein.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It varies on the size of the business. It varies on the size of the waste being generated.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Uglum.
If Representative Hornstein will yield.
He will yield. Yes, Representative Uglum.
Well, Representative Hornstein, if it's going to save business money, why do we have to mandate that businesses have to do this? It would seem to be perfectly obvious that business owners would try to save money by recycling.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Uglum. I agree with you, and that's why I think we need to give a little nudge to some of the businesses that aren't participating. I talked actually with a restaurant in my district, and the owner didn't even know about some of the benefits of recycling to his bottom line. So for whatever reason, the word isn't getting out as well as it should, and I think by doing this, in statute, business will follow. Business will obey the law and follow.
Representative
Mr.
Uglum.
Speaker, would Representative Hornstein yield for another question?
He will. Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, how do you know that we have the infrastructure in place in terms of recycling companies that can handle the increased volume that this bill is going to dictate?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Uglum, I'm so glad you asked that question because we worked through this bill a lot with the hauling community, and they are very much in support of this particular section of the bill because haulers, would like to engage more with businesses, and they'd like to be offering services that the businesses are requesting to tailor their recycling programs to what the needs are of a business or a residential community or a city or a county. So the haulers strongly support this legislation for exactly the reason that you're mentioning.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Hornstein yield?
He would. Representative Uglum.
Representative Hornstein, by doing this bill and specifying containers and everything else, have you thought of other companies that are using innovative approaches to recycling that don't use containers? The Minnesota Grocers Association and many other companies that are commercial companies do other things than just throw things in a container for recycling. How is your bill going to affect them?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Uglum, and again, I'm glad you asked that question because, again, we're giving people a choice. We're talking about, we're specifying materials to be collected and providing, the appropriate container or collection vehicle for those. So, we use the word container, but if there are innovations out there, we're more interested in the materials that are being collected, making sure they're collected, taken out of landfills, and, helping the economy and creating jobs, because that's what recycling does.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Uglum.
Well, I guess I would just say that I'm very concerned with the cost of business. I'm very concerned that this bill is well thought out from the terms of that recycling, everybody likes recycling, but I don't think it's thought out from the terms of how it's going to work out through the system and the cost of business, and I think there'll be a lot of companies that aren't going to like this bill. Thank you.
Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Hornstein yield?
He'd be happy to. Representative Hertaus.
Thank you. I'm glad you're happy. we want to be happy tonight. Representative Hornstein, how will this affect the construction industry with regard to new home construction and with home remodeling? We have situations where obviously we're meeting the threshold that you're talking about, generating quantities of material. But, we often have very small and limited sites. We have dumpsters which take quite a bit of space. The cities require silt fencing to restrict access to the sites so that sediment doesn't get out onto the roads. We have to get cement trucks and delivery trucks in these sites, and we're often talking about 65, 70, 75, 80-foot wide lots. So we really don't have room to set containers around. Could you tell me how that affects new construction?
Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, we specify the kinds of businesses that will be impacted by this, and construction is not one of them.
Representative Hertaus.
Thank you very much.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if Representative Hornstein would yield for a question.
He will. Representative Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wondering, are all these recyclables then going to be picked up by truck?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Scott, sorry about the cyclones, by the way. I meant to tell you about that. I think in most communities, trucks of one kind or another are used. I'm not familiar if there's other vehicles that are utilized to pick up recyclables. Some are on one truck, some are on separate trucks.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, won't there be additional CO2 emitted by all the trucks that are going around to all of these businesses that are now being mandated to recycle? Isn't that going to add CO2 to the atmosphere?
Representative Hornstein will yield. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Scott, the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that are averted by recycling far eclipses any additional greenhouse gases that would be in trucks. And by the way, single sort, which we're heading towards, actually will save emissions from trucks because you're only using one truck.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you. Would Representative Hornstein yield for a question?
He will. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, do you have any initiatives in here to enforce your mandate?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Torkelson, I did have a conversation with the PCA, and they will respond if called, but they're not going to be going around looking at people's recyclables.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Hornstein would yield again.
He will. Representative Torkelson.
So I understand then that there will not be any garbage cops, and that's a good thing. Can you assure the businesses in my part of the world that the cost of having these items picked up will not exceed their value?
Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Torkelson, that question depends on the given cost of the recyclable materials that are being collected, as well as whatever the hauler is charging for the service, which is oftentimes the same or less than mixed municipal solid waste. So generally, the general trend, Representative Torkelson, is that this will not have a negative cost impact, but obviously market conditions vary over time.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Speaker. If Representative Hornstein will yield for a couple more questions. Representative
He will.
Hornstein,
Representative Torkelson.
do you know the recycling rate in Hennepin and or Ramsey counties?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I know where you're going with this, and good one. I think Hennepin is generally about 41%, but I understand Redwood County is a bit higher than that.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you for pointing that out, Representative Hornstein. In fact, in Redwood County, it's almost 72%. And we've done that without mandates, Representative Hornstein. We've done it because the good folks in Redwood County value recycling, and we have good folks that work in the recycling industry and also for local government. Just one more question to Representative Hornstein. Do we mandate recycling for personal residences anywhere in the state of Minnesota?
Representative Hornstein will yield. Representative Hornstein.
I know that we have a commercial mandate in Minneapolis, but we have in statute, I believe, the opportunity to recycle and that is followed by other counties.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you. That mandate in Hennepin County has resulted in a whopping 43% rate. Mr. Speaker and members, this is just generally a bad idea for Greater Minnesota. The costs of moving these products at long distance is prohibitive, and I ask for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Representative Hornstein.
Again, thank you for the great discussion, Mr. Speaker and members. And again, I would strongly urge a red vote. In terms of rural Minnesota, this will work for rural Minnesota, will work for the suburban areas, it will work for the metro, and we got to get these other counties to get their rates up just like Redwood County. And Hennepin should be doing a better job, and they're strongly supportive of this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 79 ayes and 51 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swatsky moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A85.
Representative Swatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I encourage members to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you to Representative Holberg in helping to make this language on the statewide online special education program even better. The language spells out who specifically is involved in who has the right to know this information, and it also helps to make sure that the public understands that the rights and responsibilities of families. So, members, I encourage you to vote yes.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm grateful for Representative Swatsky's. Thank you. I'm grateful for Representative Swatsky's willingness to work on this issue. The language on the amendment I would support. It makes the bill much better. Unfortunately, it lacks parental control over who has access to the data, so I am a little concerned still with the program, but the amendment is a step in the right direction. Right now, as far as I read the language, the only option parents would have to control access by certain teachers or certain districts would be to choose to opt out of the provision altogether. So I still think there's a little more work to do, but I think we're getting closer and would encourage a green vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 3172 as follows. The amendment is coded A10.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I ask for your support on this amendment. As some of you may not know, the Purpose Center for the Arts took over management of Crosswinds, which was one of our East Metro Integration District-sponsored schools in the Woodbury area. This happened about a year ago, and so the management has been going on. But based on the fact that Perpich has kind of an interesting reputation when it comes to their finances, and I say that only because legislative audit reports have been done at least every 4 or 5 years of Perpich, I think it would be good if it became a regular program for the Office of Legislative Auditor every 4 years, if they can financially handle this, to audit the Crosswind School program as it is managed by Perpich. And we then, of course, would receive a report because, as you know, Perpich is in our K-12 budget and is like a separate agency under our purview. So, members, with that said, I think for accountability and transparency, this is a good step to make to ensure that as Perpich goes forward in managing, and I think they'll do a good job, but just to make sure, because we lost Crosswinds as a part of EMED, which is the East Metro Integration District, and now it's a part of this program under Perpich's management, that we proceed in this direction. I ask for a green vote.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I ask you to vote no on this bill. On this amendment. This is not necessary. All of the enrollment, all the funding will go through the systems at Minnesota Department of Education. Also, I think this might be sidestepping the Legislative Audit Commission, and I don't know how they would probably feel about this, but members, it's not necessary. Please vote no.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to take issue with some of the statements that were made. EMID voted to convey the property to Perpich. That was the choice after much deliberation and a lot of work. Perpich has included a data requirement in the bill. It states that Perpich Center will follow budget and accounting procedures that are required for all school districts and will report all Crosswinds data to the Minnesota Department of Education as is currently required. MDE's Dr. Tom Melcher, Director of School Finance, and members of his team were involved in producing language for this bill, and I have every confidence that they're in their ability to monitor and advise the Perpich Center on issues of performance and financial stability of Crosswinds. As a state agency, Perpich is subject to regulatory OLA audits every 3 to 5 years currently. It's already required. This amendment is redundant and unnecessary. Please vote no.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, I'd like a roll call on this.
Roll call being requested, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. You know, the property was not conveyed, just the program. And so this is a program evaluation. This is a lot of money, members, and we don't know yet whether the bonding bill is going to actually take care of the conveyance of the property. So there are a lot of questions to be asked here. Yes, it's true that every 4 to 5 years the legislative auditor does complete a report on Perpich, and that is expected. But now they have an additional program, and so I want to ensure that they know that Crosswinds program is also a part of this. I ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the... Representative Fisher, I apologize. Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would encourage a red vote on here. As has been pointed out, first of all, is that with Perpich Center, they are currently going through a regular audit review every 4 to 5 years, and this would be just a duplication of what's going on. Is when they're reviewed, they have all their programs reviewed. I would encourage a red vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A19.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, members, or Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment has to do with special education. I think Representative Swatsky, you took a step in the right direction as trying to reduce some of the paperwork and reporting requirements. Having been on the school board the number of years I have been, I've been involved with a number of different special ed situations. And they can be a little bit like quicksand. You get drawn further and further and further into the situation, especially if there's a strong difference between the parents and the local school district for whatever reason. This particular bill would allow, or this particular amendment would allow a scholarship for parents with oversight. There would be oversight as far as the Minnesota Department of Education and also oversight as far as your local school district. The Minnesota Department of Education would actually approve the vendors that a parent could choose to take their child to if they believe the local school district was not adequately meeting those requirements, and there would be a once-a-year reporting. It's patterned after a Florida law which went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court and was found to be constitutional. Members, let me just say this. Special ed is a very difficult area. I applaud those people who work in it. But part of the problem is it's not fully funded, and I don't know if it could ever be fully funded, okay, as I've watched this work. And when I've gotten involved with some of these situations, some of the times I believe that the school district may be at fault. Sometimes there's fault on both sides, and sometimes I think the parent has unrealistic expectations of the local school district. The problem is, how do we sort that all out? And of course we know that one of the things this bill would do, I believe, is reduce attorney fees. And I can understand if attorneys would vote against this. But the rest of us could benefit by allowing parents the option who are totally dissatisfied with their school district to choose an alternative venue. I also believe that these alternative vendors that would grow up in the state would probably be staffed by a lot of retired school teachers. We have a whole host of retired school teachers in our state with tremendous talents and abilities who would be looking for part-time or even maybe full-time work working with some of these students on an individual basis. This would provide them an opportunity. Members, with the demographic changes we have coming in the state of Minnesota in terms of the baby boomers leaving the workforce, we know we're in for fiscal difficulties in the future. We know that. Therefore, we have to start looking at reforms that can increase choices and reduce cost. This particular bill would allow the parent 80% of what's currently being spent in a school district to take as a scholarship. The school would retain 20%. Okay? So there's a savings for the school, and the parent is empowered to solve their own problems. I can give you several situations, but I'll give you a quick one. A parent in my district, the child was in 5th grade, they couldn't read. They took them to numerous specialists and doctors, from Mayo Clinic to the University of Minnesota. They finally went to a local Hutchison doctor, and they had all types of brain scans, everything else. The doctor in our local community told the parent, listen, there's nothing wrong with your 5th grade child. They should be able to read. We advise you to go into that school district and start chewing at one end and don't stop till you get to the other. The result was it ultimately ended with lawyers involved and the school district finally taking the child down to Sylvan Learning Center to be assessed and taught reading skills. Part of the problem was whole language, in my opinion. But the point being this, it doesn't have to get to that point. If the parent was that dissatisfied, and these were poor parents who didn't have the money to drive their child to the cities every day, back and forth over 60 miles, if they would have had this choice, we wouldn't have had to sit for hours in meetings. We wouldn't have had to sit with lawyers sitting on both sides, charging, I believe, close to $250 an hour, wasted money that could be spent on instruction and in the classroom. The parents would have had an option. There's dozens of situations like that around the district. Please vote for this, members, and let's start reforming the system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members, and I appreciate the passion of Representative Gruenhagen. He is very passionate on this issue, but I respectfully ask members to vote no. We first of all don't know if, in fact, the scholarships would cover all the funding of the services, and even as Representative Gruenhagen said, there would be oversight by both the school district and the Department of Education. The Department of Education will also have to select the providers. There certainly would be additional costs to the department and probably the school district. But finally, a lot of special ed students receive both general education and special education at the same time. And this amendment would actually separate those functions. I don't even know for sure how that would work. So, members, I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Gruenhagen.
I appreciate Representative Marquardt comments, but I strongly disagree. Again, this has been found constitutional with the U.S. Supreme Court. I believe it would be a big benefit to our local school districts. It would save money, increase effectiveness. Again, lawyers would receive less funding under this amendment, and I believe that we should vote for a green vote. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Keel moving to amend House File 3172. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A137.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is for our schools that are required by EPA to update their generators. This bill will not only allow them to use health and safety dollars to update their generators, but also from 2017 to from 2014 to 2017, they will be able to use their health and safety levy dollars to exchange what they may have already requested in their levy formula. So this just gives them another avenue to be able to upgrade their generators. Their generators are used for off-peak heat. When that heat goes off, the generator provides the heat for the schools and is quite important when we see how our winter went this last year. So I would ask that you would vote green on this.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Keel, thank you for bringing this forward. I think this is a good option, a good way, and gives districts some flexibility to deal with this. So, members, I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 3172. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A28-1.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this basically wouldn't have a broad impact, but there are a few occasions, and I also served on a school board. There are a few occasions of where once there's an investigation, a employee will jump from one district to another. This would allow for where it's not restricted by the federal statute or a collective bargaining agreement. Basically, you've got the same data privacy no matter which district you're talking about. So you're allowing the district at which they're applying to see the information on the teacher that's applying. And that way you can prevent if there's an issue and prevent a teacher from hopping from district to district once they start an investigation. Because once they move, the investigations are dropped. Because of data privacy, the district can't warn the other district. So there wouldn't be any data privacy issues because the parties involved are comparable entities underneath data privacy.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We looked at language similar to this in the Civil Law Committee to make sure that there were no data practices problems. And although this language is different and there could be some unforeseen problems, it makes sense to vote for the amendment, send it to conference, and deal with any complications that might arise in conference committee. So I would encourage a green vote.
Representative Mariani.
Well, Mr. Chair, members, and I did hear Representative Hortman's advice. I think we should follow it. Representative Kwan, however, I do want to point out that some of the issues I suspect that we'll be trying to vet through here very quickly, and quite frankly, this is a kind of amendment that should have come in earlier in this session. We had a bill similar to this that's been sitting out there by Representative Falls. Certainly plenty of opportunity to do that. That bill took a very careful walk through, including having the Committee on Civil Law be able to look at some of those provisions. That's really the best way to do this. And so I think we'll follow Representative Hortman's advice here. But Representative Kwan, you raised a number of issues here, and among them is whether or not we're going to embed into collective bargaining a whole new set of expectations related to sharing data of personal information regardless of any federal or state laws here. This gets very complicated very quickly, and quite frankly, this is not the best way to do this on the floor of the House. I think Representative Hortman's advice is good advice. We can move forward. We can slow down and take a look at it because I think we all agree that we want to be able to be careful when it comes to the welfare of children. But again, I guess I'm doing a mild admonition here that this is not the way we should be doing this kind of legislation here. And quite frankly, if it comes back, it's not not the way you want it. It's not because no one in this body cares about children. It's because this is an attempt to rush through some pretty complex issues that raises some whole new arenas for us to think about that we're not doing carefully here today. So I certainly hope that this doesn't become a pattern of legislating on the floor of the House with these kind of amendments.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment's adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
David's moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A139.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A139 amendment deals with a very serious problem in southeastern Minnesota. Members, this is basically a labeling David's bill that I've turned into an amendment. And what it basically says is that we spread the cost of health insurance across the state. What happened in southeastern Minnesota, the cost for an individual health premium can be 2 to 3 times as much as in other areas of the state. So, for example, if you look at Representative Shoemaker's district, Representative Anderson's, Representative Tice, Representative Howe, their premiums are much, much less. Mine are too high, and I'd like you to pay more for me. So I'd really appreciate support on this amendment, and basically that's what we're doing. It's basically a glitch in the system that really hurts southeastern Minnesota. But I think what I'll do, members, is at this time I'll withdraw this amendment, but it may be back in some shape or form. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The amendment is withdrawn. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dean, moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A93. Dean M.
Oh, okay. There he is. Representative Dean. We're on the A93 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What this amendment does is it seeks to repay the Health Care Access Fund for the money that was taken from it and shifted to use for other purposes. Now, as many of you know, the Health Care Access Fund was started about 20 years ago in the state of Minnesota to fund the program called Minnesota Care. And Minnesota Care provided health care for low-income Minnesotans for a couple decades now. And what we have done in the state of Minnesota has had a very abrupt policy change with the advent of Obamacare that said, Minnesota, you're not going to have to take care of these folks anymore. The federal government is going to come in and take care of these folks. You remember that? Remember it said, Minnesota does a great job of taking care of low-income folks and providing them with health care. But you're not going to have to do that anymore, Minnesota. Minnesota, with your 2% sick tax, you're not going to have to do that anymore because the federal government is going to come in and we're going to do that for you. Congratulations, Minnesota. You've been doing a great job. Step aside. Let the federal government come in and do this difficult job for you. You're going to save money. We're going to enroll more people in health care. Do you remember this? We've had this debate on the floor. Well, lo and behold, what happened? Lo and behold, what happened? We said, hey, this 2% tax that we have is providing a lot of money. And in fact, that's piling up pretty quickly there. Look at all that money in that Health Care Access Fund. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And we're not going to need that anymore for Minnesota Care. I wonder what's going to happen to that money. So some of us on this side of the aisle said, you know what? Maybe what we should do is lower that sick tax down when that big pile of money piles up, so that we don't have to have a big pile of money at the state of Minnesota here. So how many people know what happens to a big pile of money here at the Capitol if you leave it around very long? You spend it. Can I have an amen from the dog pound? Thank you. That's what happens. So what we said was, you know what? Maybe we ought to lower that tax down a little bit so that that money might not accumulate. And you know what? We said, hey, let's go ahead and do that. So I'll be darned if Governor Dayton didn't agree with us. We're gonna sunset that awful sick tax, the most regressive tax that we have in the state of Minnesota. We're going to do that. But you know what? That pile of money was sitting there on that table. And then we said, well, let's do this Obamacare thing, you know, because we can bring that in with MNsure and we can provide lots of health care, and we need some money over here on this side. And I'll be darned if we didn't kind of help ourselves to some of that pile of money so that it went down just far enough so that we didn't lower that tax. I'll be darned. You know what? Some people call that a shift or a gimmick or one-time spending to balance the budget. And I remember folks saying, you know what, if you use one-time money and shifts and gimmicks, you haven't really balanced your budget. I remember that. I don't know where I heard that, but I think I did. I think I remember hearing that. Yeah, it was right here. I do. So what we said was, let's lower that tax down and let's not help ourselves to that big pile of money sitting there. Well, I'll be darned if that didn't get moved across. Now, I asked the question, if you knew that this money was going to be used in this way, would you really want to vote for this bill? You know, if you had known that. If we'd said, if you knew, Representative, take your pick, that Representative, if you vote for this bill, you're going to be taking money from hospitals with no plan to pay it back. Would you have voted for that? I don't know if you would have. So what this says is let's pay the money back. So if you're in support of that, if you think balancing your budget means living within your means and not using one-time shifts and gimmicks to balance the budget, vote for A93. Thank you.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, while I agree with some of what Representative Dean said, I don't like taking money out of the Healthcare Access Fund to pay for medical assistance. It was never intended for that purpose, and so Representative Dean is right about that. But we have corrected part of this problem in our bill, which reduces the deficit basically in half. And so I would urge members to vote against this amendment.
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I just asked for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move for a call of the House.
Seeing 10 hands, there will be a call of the House. The clerk will take the roll. Representative Murphy.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I move that further proceedings and the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
Representative Murphy moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll and the Sergeant-at-Arms will bring in the absent members. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The House is under call. Members, please vote. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that those not voting be excused from voting.
Representative Murphy moves that those not voting be excused from voting. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dean M. moving to amend House File 3172. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A96.
Representative Dean.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment also deals with MNsure and also with the Healthcare Access Fund and dealing with some of our folks in Minnesota who need a little bit of extra help with health care. And, you know, with the year of the unsession, it seems a little odd that we haven't heard very much in the committees on dealing with MNsure, on trying to correct the problems of the last year, because as anybody who's turned on a television or subscribes to a newspaper or has neighbors, you would know that MNsure has not been exactly a stellar success as it has rolled out. And much of that deals with the way in which this was rolled out, the way it was designed, the way that we passed this legislation. And what this legislation, what the legislation has really led to is people who have lost insurance in the state of Minnesota. We've said that we've created a new class of people who are scared and uninsured. People have found that they've gotten letters from their insurance company saying, hey, next year you're not going to have health insurance. Company that we can't comply with the new law, we're not going to do it. But there's good news. There's good news for you, Minnesota uninsured people, frightened people with kids trying to insure your families. We have MNsure. And you're lucky because we have a website with Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox, and go to the website and put in your information and you can obtain health insurance. But the website crashed and you couldn't get through it. 26 pages worth of applications. People were worried, legitimately worried about not having insurance anymore for themselves and their families and their children. And the website crashed. They couldn't get through the application process, but there was more good news, because when the website crashed and you lost your health insurance, we had a telephone number. Telephone number was there. If you called the telephone number, you'd get a very friendly recording and some music with a wait time of maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe more. And then you might talk to somebody who may or may not be able to help you and your family try to go back through the process. And then we say to ourselves, the rollout of this program has been the biggest government disaster in terms of a new state program that we've ever experienced. And we'd say, how could this possibly happen? Well, we remember when we were standing here on this House floor trying to provide ways to try to get out of some of these problems down the road, we predicted many of these problems. We said, what happens if you have an agency appointed 7 people to run the agency, have them audit themselves, don't have any doctors or people from the insurance industry on that agency to head this. Seems like they might know something about delivering health care and paying for it, but we're not going to allow them to be on that. We're going to let them set their own budget, and we're going to come up with a very slick way to market this, a groovy website and some hipster ads, and we're good. How did that work out for us? Well, we just closed our March 31st. It's now into April, so people are out of luck. You've heard from your constituents. We've heard from our constituents. And we said, what could we possibly do in this unsession to try to make this a little bit better? What the A96 amendment does, members, very simply, is it just does a couple of things to try to make it a little bit better. One of the things that it does is it tries to have some transparency around what we are doing with this program. So it says that we're going to report, we're not going to kick back the reporting deadlines until January of next year. We're going to bring them back to where they were when you passed this, which is September 1st. We're going to do that. We're going to have an audit of MNsure, not by MNsure itself, but from an outside agency, because we think third-party reporting is something that we ought to do. We think that if we had some transparency within this agency, it might help Minnesotans at least understand what's happening within this program and how to make it better and how to help Minnesota families and small businesses in the year ahead. It's been a tough year for Minnesota families and small businesses, made much tougher by this program. And so I hope that you will consider the A96 amendment. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I rise on a point of order under House Rules 3.21, germaneness. This expands the scope of the bill to a chapter of law not addressed in the underlying bill.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and just advice.
State your advice.
Well, you know, there is a point at which I believe that Representative Loeffler is correct. The bill doesn't really deal with private insurance. It doesn't deal with commerce. And actually, neither does MNsure, Mr. Speaker. MNsure now is a enrollment plan for Medicaid. the reason it's paying money and making its way whole is because of the Medicaid expansion in its work. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to just give you a few thoughts about why this does belong in the bill. This bill is all about Medicaid that we're working on. It's all about a lot of things. And we just talked about how we put hundreds of millions of dollars into the Medicaid expansion and how that we have to have some way to enroll them. We used to have a method called the counties, Mr. Speaker, who would actually enroll them and actually had things called computers there, electronic gadgets that they could actually use to enroll these folks. And now my county is using paper for the first time since 1993. And this bill talks about budgets. And there is some environmental things in here. And Mr. Speaker, there's never been more paper used in the healthcare industry since MNsure has rolled itself out. And this bill talks about recycling. I tell you, and the proper single sort recycling, Mr. Speaker, in my county, they've never recycled so much paper as they have since they've had MNsure, this miracle device to use. And this is about forestry, and we have used pencils like we've never actually had. We get them by the truckload now, Mr. Speaker, to enroll people, and we have it's amazing, and we have people vacuuming up the paper rubble at the end of every day. And so I'm being a little facetious, but Mr. Speaker, if this is not germane to this bill, what bill is it germane to? I do want to remind you that my first point that the majority of the members being enrolled are in medical assistance. The target, which is celebrated, 150,000, hooray, people that are now enrolled. A pittance of those, 40,000 about, are in the private sector, and over 100,000 are in the public sector, in the public end of it, and almost no one in the small business end of it, Mr. Speaker. And so I think we should have a good discussion about this. I think that the advice offered by this bill is a good idea. I think some of the advice been taken that this representative offered and Representative Dean and others, we wouldn't be here today talking about some of the challenges this bill provides and the need for recycling, the need for all those pencils and all that great labor. Mr. Speaker, this is actually a jobs bill. MNsure has become a jobs bill. The counties have all had to add positions, and so we talked about counties in here and everything. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope you find that the point of order is not well taken. Thank you.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for advice, and I would just direct folks to the bill that was passed last year that we are supplementing. And we had a policy shift. The House passed $416 million in health care access funding for MA. That was moved into the general fund in the last year through to this exact program. The displacement of those funds actually triggered spending in the MNsure program. This is, in that way, very closely related both in statute and in the spreadsheet of this bill, relating directly back to the MNsure program. And also, the methodologies and payments that we receive for this very group of people that we are talking about are in fact set by the federal government with respect to how we are handling the folks within our program. How the money is paid back by the federal government relates hand in glove to how we are treating these two populations. You cannot divide them, and in fact we have never done so. And in 2013 we had that money flow directly from Medicaid, or from Minnesota Care to the Medicaid, and we said that these funds are now able to flow back and forth. We said that those dollars are interchangeable. So we're saying that those dollars can be spent over here or they can be spent over here one day, but now we're saying, no. MNsure, this is an entirely different kettle of fish. This is clearly right in the strike zone of this bill, and if this is not germane to this bill and not pertinent to this bill, then the entire bill that we passed last year is completely worthless or misunderstood by the majority that now seeks to move on to another topic.
Representative Hamilton, what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll keep it simple. I'm just going to read the title of the bill for the first engrossment. It's a bill for an act related to state government providing supplemental appropriations for higher education, jobs, and economic development, public safety, corrections, transportation, environment, natural resources, and agriculture, kindergarten through grade 12 and adult education, health and human services, making forecast adjustments, modifying prior appropriations, modifying disposition of certain revenues, dedicating money to the Board of Trustees of the Minnesota State Colleges and Universities for compensation costs associated with settlements of employment contracts. Deep breath. Dedicating certain funds for home ownership opportunities for families evicted or given notice of eviction due to disabled children in the home, requiring the Housing Finance Agency to improve efforts, children in the home, requiring the housing, I'm losing my place here. It's kind of long, I'm sorry. To reduce racial and ethnic inequalities and home ownership rates, creating an Office of Regenerative Medicine Development, modifying workforce program outcomes, creating job training programs, modifying workers' compensation provisions, providing funding for Minnesota Racing Commission, providing a grant to the Mille Lacs Tourism Council, funding peace officer standards and training board, modifying certain provisions pertaining to victim of domestic violence, and sentencing the criminal sexual conduct. I'm about halfway done, Mr. Speaker. My point is, this bill encompasses everything. And so if this is not germane to this bill, I don't know what bill it'd be germane to, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I would have to say that this amendment clearly is as germane, if not more germane, than the Senate office building was to last year's tax bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
I'm not exactly sure how you're going to rule on this, but I just want to point out the fact that this bill was told to us earlier today by Representative Mahoney as a jobs bill. A lot of these employees will be depending upon their employers to give them insurance. If they don't have that information by September 1st on what their insurance premiums are going to be next year, I think we're really upsetting the apple cart as it relates to employees keeping, getting, and retaining insurance in the state of Minnesota. This is not something this body should be playing politics with. September 1st is a very important budgeting time frame if you own a small business or a government entity that you're responsible for deriving benefits. And we all know that insurers had a few bumps along the way, but I would just ask, Mr. Speaker, that given the fact that this is the single omnibus bill, that you take into account all the small employers across the state of Minnesota we've been hearing about today who actually need this insurance. Let's put Minnesotans first on this and politics second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
If one of the other representatives had spent another few minutes reading, he would have gotten down to line 134. On line 134, there's a comma, healthcare, comma. And if this isn't reference to healthcare, then I'm not sure what is.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only does this deal with a chapter of law that is 62V, which is not addressed in the bill, but it also only addresses the private insurance policies that are made available through this. This is a bill that is a budget bill addressing our obligations to fund the public programs that are a state budget obligation. And the amendment as presented before us deals with the private plans. We are not addressing that, and we're not addressing the policy issues. This is not a policy bill. This amendment should be out of order because it expands the bill, and it primarily deals with other aspects of MNsure that are not addressed in our state budgeting.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Well, let me take it just maybe to a more basic level, Representative Loeffler. You have put all of state government into the bill. To now say that something that is involving state government isn't germane to the bill is probably the simplest argument that you have failed to make on the House floor. All government is in the bill. Anything dealing with government works in the bill. Mr. Speaker, I hope you find the advice not well taken.
Having listened to the advice of several members, and having reviewed the amendment and the bill, and particularly the title of the bill, I find that the point of order is well taken. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. So the question, members, before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. No vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Abler.
Advice of the body, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Well, thank you. And I've already made my point earlier, but I want to remind the body, a year ago, you all, at least half of you, celebrated all this successful thing that you were so proud of, and it's like just we're so excited and happy, and now we're afraid to talk about it on the House floor. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'll advise the body that you should be courageous and talk about this and discuss the different challenges that this MNsure and the whole expansion of all this has brought upon Minnesota. And if you're proud of it, then stand up and say, I'm proud of it, and then have a debate and vote yes or no on this amendment. Otherwise, we're never going to get the debate on the floor, because it's always going to be not germane, Mr. Speaker. And I predict that no bills come to the floor this is germane to. And I think we need to debate, and today's the time. We got time. We're snowed in anyway. Might as well enjoy the evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anderson.
Advice to the body, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Members, I remember December for different reasons than what most people think of that month. I don't think of it as a holiday. I think of it as a month where I got phone call after phone call from constituents in my district who had been trying to get onto MNsure. One set, it was Jill, said to me, we would be waiting online on the telephone to get assistance from folks, and they would tell us it was about an hour wait, and at minute 59, our phone call would be dropped, and we would have to start the process all over again. I would contact the MNsure folks, my contacts that I have over there. Took them over a week to respond to me, and it wasn't until after I had sent them a second email that they actually got back to me. This last week here, when the deadline was looming, I had constituents contact me and say, hey, we've been trying to get this done since December. They said that MNsure staff had advised them that their problems started because they noted that they would have insurance coverage on January 1st. Because they were not going to give up their insurance coverage until they knew that they could sign up to MNsure. And the MNsure staff said, well, that was your first mistake. You shouldn't have said that you have coverage, even though you really do, because that's what's monkeying up the system. So they reapplied. And even though they had coverage, they put on there that they didn't, to try and get it worked that way. They went through about 4 different folks to try and get this issue resolved. And as of March 31st, they still could not get their application through. When we talked earlier about messes, let me tell you, this is the biggest mess that we saw from 2013, and nothing has been fixed. And the people are frustrated. We gave advice last session saying these are some problems with this thing. You should maybe take a look at this. And we got nothing from you guys. Instead,
Representative Loeffler, what purpose do you raise?
And I can't believe, could you clarify what the question is before the body?
Representative Loeffler has the floor. Representative Loeffler.
Mr. Speaker, could you remind us what is the question before the body?
The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? And we are getting a little bit far afield on advice to the body on germaneness.
Mr. Speaker, we have a strong tradition here in the House of letting members lay the base, build their base. I remember that from the years of Steve Swigum, allowing members to build their base, and that's what I'm just trying to do here, members, but I'll try to keep it more narrow for you if that helps. Members, what we see here is an opportunity to fix this. As Representative Hamilton laid out, you have everything and the kitchen sink in this bill. As Representative Zellers pointed out, you have all of state government in this bill. As you refer to this bill, and I've heard this from Representative Carlson, this is the omnibus bill. That means everything in government. That includes MNsure. This is your opportunity to do at least one right thing when it comes to MNsure, because right now we're failing the state of Minnesota and the citizens of the state.
Representative Albright, what purpose do you rise?
Advice to the body, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Well, I've been sitting here and I've been a little bit amused at the reticence on the side of that aisle to speak to this issue, and I've got to be candid. I'm going to take a line from Representative Murphy. I'm disappointed. Now, I'm not going to sit down because this issue has ramifications. We're talking about government, and that's what we're here to deal with. And as Representative Hamill said, that's what's in this bill. You took over health care last session. I can't believe that you wouldn't agree with this amendment. It is germane. When you want to talk about rates and you want to talk about small employers having an opportunity to understand the wreck that this is going to have on their economy and on their budgets before the end of the year, I hope that you'll find this well taken.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I remember 8 years ago, I stood up for the first time on the House floor. We were debating a bill, and I looked at the bill and I said, why are we debating this bill? If you take out your Constitution, Article 4, Section 17, laws to embrace only one subject. No law shall be embraced more than one subject which shall be expressed in its title. Of course, then right away somebody from across the aisle said, well, when you were in the majority, you did it too. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a Constitution. And I remember saying to the body, I said, well, can anybody tell me when two wrongs make a right? We shouldn't even be debating this bill at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Skowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I think the point has been well made by Representative Hamilton. He only read maybe a third of the way through the title of this bill. And Representative Detmer's comments are also well taken. We have here an omnibus. Everything in government is in its bill. And the people of Minnesota, members, Mr. Speaker, despise it when this legislature does things like this. And we have joked about the $90 million Senate office building with a reflecting pool, but I'll tell you what, members, Mr. Speaker, Minnesota is very, very angry about what happened here with the tax bill last year. And members, we are doing it again here today. And in case Minnesota is watching, and I know they are, here's the bill. Members, just a little reminder, I've got the statistics on the bill. It weighs in at 2 pounds, 14 ounces, 446 pages long. I'll say that again. 446 pages long, 149,511 words. 14,785 lines, 1,029 different provisions, and 495 different sections. Members, this omnibus of all omnibus big government bill, if you took every one of those 149,511 words in this bill and turn them into a Diet Pepsi can, this garbage bill would fill 2 garbage trucks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, you know, we over here on this side of the aisle have no way of stopping. You're going to do what you're going to want to do over on the other side, but I'm pretty sure that the folks over on my side of the aisle are going to say that they want to give business a break here in the state of Minnesota. Just to review for the members how important insurance has been for us this session, the majority leader herself is carrying a bill to allow school districts the ability to get 3 sealed bids because they're concerned about competitiveness of insurance. All we're asking is that we give small families, the individual, the small business, hardworking men and women in the state of Minnesota the chance to be able to go out and start comparing rates starting in September 1st of this year so they can make some decisions about what they're going to do to cover themselves, their employees, and their family. Members, you know what the right thing to do is. Please, one time this session, vote to overrule the Speaker's decision. Thank you.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, will put in a word. I have an unusual phone call last night. This constituent wants us to fix this. She did what she was asked. Her husband's got some major medical history problems. They have been calling MNsure. They were on MNCare, and it was working great. They are now on supposedly MNsure, but they have no confirmation. They won't go to the doctor. He's diabetic. She said, I can't afford to do anything more. We call MNsure every week, and they are told to call MNsure every week. Members, we need to fix this. We need to do this. Our constituents, our citizens need to make sure that they are able to get health care. If my constituent it has taken her 4 months, 5 months to get this done, she certainly needs to start in September. Thank you.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just briefly, advice for the body. I have a feeling I know how this vote will go, but I do hope, Representative Loeffler, that maybe between now and when the policy bill comes to the floor, because in your reason for why this shouldn't be in this bill, you mentioned that it has more to do with policy, and I hope that if this amendment comes on that bill, that we could have the conversation and have conversations between now and then about the importance of folks getting to see these rates before November. I don't think that's enough time. I think the good people on that side of the aisle who know what's good for the insurance market, it's good for health care, good for these small employers who are trying to get health care, that to get them the best information as soon as possible in a very untenable environment right now with health care and their costs and the economy. We want to get that in their hands, and if we have the ability to do that with an amendment like this, it's incumbent upon us to do that on behalf of them. I have yet to hear a good reason from anyone on that side of the aisle why we should wait till November. There is not a good reason, members. And so, like I said, I have a feeling how this vote will go tonight, and it is what it is, and it's disappointing, and I think it's completely unreasonable. But if it's policy, as Representative Loeffler said, then I hope it's found to be applicable to the policy bill when it comes to the floor, and that we can have a real good, honest conversation. And if we can't, then it really will be even more abundantly clear. The folks on that side of the aisle simply do not want to talk about the merits of MNsure, good ideas to make it a little bit better, and try to get this thing working for Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We can make the argument about why the ruling of the Speaker is wrong and why you should overrule that. And I could give you many, many good reasons about how this is in fact germane to this bill, how the rates that were sent by MNsure are actually driving the deficits that you have in your bill that we're actually tracking on our spreadsheets, that we can direct you to the spreadsheet and show you exactly where that is. We can show you how this fiscal policy that we've engaged in of moving money from the Health Care Access Fund to the general fund, that shift that we decided to do, taking money from the hospitals, bailing out Obamacare through MNsure, that's what that money does. That's in the bill. That's what's in your spreadsheet. That's why we're short money. That's why we need to cover money in this biennium and in the tails. You know that. We know that. It's obviously in this bill. We could talk about all of the other things that are in this bill, from recycling to bees and pollinators to free bus rides to the polls. All that's in this bill, and just germane as Sunday is to the days of the week. But actually, I know how this works. This is the rules that we go by. Masons, this is our parliamentary procedure. I've kind of knows my way around that. I know how that works. I know it works pretty well for keeping order in the place, for protecting folks from not having to take votes you ought not take. But the next vote that you take is pretty simple for your folks back home. There's some underlined words in here that you don't want to vote on, and I'm going to read them to you. Beginning July 1st, 2015, changes under the premiums collected or the percentage of limited funds collected under the Section 6211 must be approved by law. That says that MNsure spends money, we get to vote on it right here. We don't allow them to do it by themselves anymore. Maybe your constituents would like you to be able to say that we should have more control over that. Now I got another sentence over here. The ones that are underlined, by the way, are the ones that we're changing. See, the ones that strike through, that means we're not doing that anymore. Underlined ones, that's the new stuff. And there's not very much. It says, beginning July 1st, 2015, funds for MNsure operations are available to the MNsure board only to the extent they're approved by law. That says you get to vote on that for your constituents, not this board. The next change says, all cost information published on the website must be audited by a third party. That means that MNsure can't say what they're doing or what they're not doing. We need an outside entity to come in and do that. Those are the three changes, folks. It's not real complicated. I just read the whole change that we've been talking about, and now you're going to vote to not have to discuss this. Now, whether or not you think that's a good idea for your constituents, that's up to you to communicate. But I think these three changes about this major change to health care in the state of Minnesota, your constituents want you to do this, and they want you to have a voice. So give your constituents a voice, and very respectfully overturn the ruling of your very able speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the rule. And let me just repeat the question before the body. That is, shall the decision of the speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Members, we are under call. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that those not voting be excused from voting.
Representative Murphy moves that those not voting be excused from voting.
Mr. Speaker, it was my understanding that we had instructed the Sergeant-at-Arms to bring in the absent members. Is there a reason we're allowing members not to vote? If she would yield.
Representative Murphy.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Dowd, I'm just making a motion so we can move on our way. Thank you.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do we know where the absent members are? If the Madam Majority Leader would yield.
Oh, okay. The clerk, Representative Murphy moves that members not voting be excused from voting. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion does not prevail. Clerk will close the roll. Oh, yes, now the clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 60 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. Representative Murphy.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Murphy moves that the call of the House be lifted. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A117.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the intent of this is that the original intent was to have House File 2134, which is basically requiring the background check, fingerprinting, but it also included any person with a conviction for theft or fraud is disqualified from having access to personal data. That was inadvertently not put into the drafting, so I would withdraw this amendment.
Representative Quam withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mack moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A119.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, if you take a look at the 119 amendment, it'll probably bring up some memories from last session when we were listening to the Minsher discussion and what we were hoping to put forth. Make sure that we had a good, strong program with integrity for the folks that were going to be out on the ground doing the work, getting people into this program. And this has to do with the navigators, members. Basically what this amendment does is it just spells out that if you're going to be a navigator and get the grant money and taxpayer money paid to you in order to help get people into MNsure, that you should be subjected to background checks. And the background checks that are in Statute 245C, which a member of us that serve on in the Health and Human Services are familiar with. Members, I think that this is a good measure. I think that this is something that we want to see happen. Again, as we talked about last session, these folks are going door to door. They are talking to people about the merits of MNsure and why they should get in. We want to make sure that these people are really doing the job of the state, that they are a good steward of our tax dollars. And so I think that it makes perfect sense to make sure that they go through a background check, that we know that they're not felons, that there's nothing that would possibly be embarrassing to the state. And so, members, I would ask for your support on this amendment. And Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to point of order under House Rule 3.21, germaneness. Again, this expands the scope of the bill into a chapter not addressed in the underlying bill, Chapter 62V, which does not deal with the state-funded programs in this budget bill.
Representative Abler.
Mr. Speaker, advice.
State your advice.
I'll try to think of some new advice. The last step didn't seem to work as well as I would have hoped, so I'll try to be creative on this one. The navigators are not just for private plans, they're for all kinds of plans. In fact, there was an article celebrating one of the Somali sites, I think, that enrolled 1,000 people, 600 of whom went into the public programs. And so, especially with some people who are more naive and more vulnerable, I think you would want to have this. But, Mr. Speaker, I hope we can talk about this someday. And if everything is not germane, then we never get to talk about this. We never get to have a legislative oversight that we think we ought to have. Mr. Speaker, as part of the conference committee, I offered a few ideas to the conferees when we were working on this MNsure. One was to make it an agency. And so as an agency, then it would go through the process here, and it would be reviewed by the various committees and come to our floor for action. And these kind of amendments would be dealt with in a regular way. And so we're stuck with it this way, Mr. Speaker, because there's no other way. One of my ideas was to have the governor directly oversee it. But the governor could be right there, keeping an eye on us, and we know he watches up while we're sleeping, and he protects us, and he's very interested in the welfare of all his citizens, Mr. Speaker. He's a superhuman person, caring about 5.3 million people. And so the best I could get was they'd submit a budget, which we got on a single page of paper with no detail. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think just since no one else is watching this group, I think it's incumbent upon us and you as our Speaker, as you watch over your 5.3 million people, to let us work on this, protect our citizens from some of these bad navigators and from the perils that may suffer at the hands of somebody who's unscrupulous. So, Mr. Speaker, please find the point of order not well taken.
Representative Zerwas. What purpose do you rise? State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this one should be a lot shorter. This one's pretty straightforward, actually. If you look at Representative Mack's amendment, just above that, it actually references Section 256.962. And then, members, and Mr. Speaker, if you look at the MNsure rules adopted, if you look at the MNsure rules for navigators, it says, and this is where it gets super clear, for calendar year 2014, the navigator program shall be covered by Minnesota statute sections 256.962. That, Mr. Speaker, is what we call crystal clear. Thank you so much, sir.
Having listened to the advice of Representative Zerwas and Representative Loeffler and Representative Abler, and reviewing the amendment and the bill, I find that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. There being 15 hands, we will have a roll call. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Let me state the question. I'm sorry, members. The question for the body is, shall this decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 60 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Zerwas moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A121.
Representative Zerwas.
Listen, I gotta be honest, I don't like my odds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment deals with navigators, which of course is clearly in the scope of this bill. And what this says is it limits a navigator to get one form of payment or fee for assistance with an individual application. Now, what we're saying is that a navigator will do one thing and get paid one time. Of all the amendments that shouldn't be afraid to talk about, this one seems pretty straightforward. What we're saying is a navigator can't get paid from multiple pots of money for doing one act. Listen, I'm brand new at this, but that doesn't seem super controversial. So let's give it a shot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to a point of order under House Rules 3.21. Germaneness. This amendment would expand the scope of the bill to a chapter not addressed in the underlying budget bill.
Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for advice.
State your advice.
This one will be really good, I promise. Mr. Speaker, clearly in the rules set up, in the Mincher rules set up and adopted, it specifically says for calendar year 2014, the Navigator program shall be covered by Minnesota statutes section 256.962. Members, we decided for this year that this was the way we could talk about navigators. And if anything needed to be improved this year, this is specifically how this body laid out for it to be done. Members, there are real concerns and there are real issues. And I know we get sucked into what's happening here and that we're here late at night and we're all concerned about who said what and how it's going to look in St. Paul. But members, all we're trying to do, people are stuck with this system. And we have an opportunity to improve it. This isn't a huge improvement. This isn't a huge improvement, but it's a step. And it's a way to say that we should talk about it. Members, this body laid out in the Mincher rules that this statute is a form to discuss it and to make changes to the Navigator program. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, this is germane.
Representative Mack, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I could, and I know I can't under this point of order, but I would ask Representative Loeffler to yield for a question. Just trying to understand the logic, following up on what my good friend Representative Zerwas is trying to argue here, is that if you look at the Mincher rules, it clearly cites the statute in which navigators fall under. And then if you look at 256.962 in statutes, that has to do with Minnesota Healthcare Programs outreach. And we're dealing with some of those, if you read through the statute here as I have, we've been dealing with some of these issues in other parts of the bill and other things that we talked about in the Health and Human Services Finance that are now incorporated into this bill. And so I guess I would ask for how that can possibly be refuted on germaneness. If you just follow the statute trail, members, it's really clear that this fits. And again, I guess I just want to underline the point that's been made. This is the only option that we have to fix some of this stuff. This is the only option we have on this side of the aisle to have a real honest conversation. We're making good faith efforts to fix some stuff here, members. I honestly don't think that this is overly political. I don't think that we're trying to get anyone here. I think these are some good policy decisions, and it's hard to understand the germaneness argument, members. I don't know why this isn't a vote we wouldn't want to take, why this isn't a direction we'd want to go in, Mr. Speaker, and so I hope that you find the point of order not well taken and that we can take some steps in one small area of MNsure to get some good policy in place and to fix some problems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Huntley.
Advice, Mr. Speaker?
State your advice.
Not only is there nothing in this bill that is 62V, there is no mention in this entire bill of the words MNsure. Not once. So it's not germane.
Having listened to the advice of Representative Huntley and Loeffler and Mack and Zerwas, and reviewing the amendment and the bill and the title to the bill, or the title to the bill, I find that the point of order is well taken. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. There are 15 hands. There will be a roll call. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes vote or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body. Members, I'll take a little different track for advice. My advice, members, this fall, as you go out door knocking, Representative, as you go out, and people ask about MNsure, door after door after door, just tell them it's not germane. And see how that works out for you, members.
Again, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the ruling or the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 72 ayes and 59 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker stands. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fritz is moving to amend House File 3172 as follows. The amendment is coded 1056.
We'll hold back on that amendment for now. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
David's moving to amend House File 3172. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A120.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A120 amendment, basically the only thing we're doing here is on line 2.10, no employee of the state legislature may serve as a navigator or an in-person assister. So you can't double it up. You can't be double dipping. Members, I'd ask for roll call.
Roll call has been requested. There's 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to a point of order again under House Rules 3.21 on germaneness. This would again address 62V, a chapter not addressed in the underlying budget bill, and I'd request that you rule it out of order.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please look at Minnesota statutes for 2013, 256.962. Please look at line 1.12, the amendment. We're talking about 256.962. And if you look at the 770.0020, it says under subdivision 14 under navigator, For calendar year 2014, the Navigator program shall be covered by Minnesota Statute Section 256962. I mean, Mr. Speaker, that's pretty clear. I mean, it's very disconcerting what's going on here right now. Let's just take the votes up or down. I mean, my gosh, the amendment's 256.962, and I'm sure that Mr. Mathewitz could point out to you where on line 1.12 it's 256.962. And for calendar year 2014, the Navigator program shall be covered by Minnesota Statute Sections 256962. Now, if that's not germane, then we might as well just wrap her up and go home.
Having listened to the advice of Representative Loeffler and Davids and reviewing the amendment and the bill and the title to the bill, I find that the point of order is well taken. Representative Sanders.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative Abler.
Mr. Speaker, advice to the body. And most of the body is not even here, but people are, I mean, to the body, when do you want to talk about this? You know, we're here. We don't always agree. I wasn't a fan of the exchange. I wasn't a fan of the ACA Obamacare thing. But sometimes we have to talk about these things. And it's nice not to have to vote, but it's our duty. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope there's an opportunity sometime when we can at least try to bring forward solutions that are germane to some bill, where we can actually talk about these very important matters. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Daut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It seems like we have kind of a pattern here. Looks like Democrats don't want to talk about MNsure. And I tell you what, I thought you guys were pretty smart. Because last year when we told you that the tax increases you were putting in place were going to kill Minnesota's economy, you didn't believe us. But this year, in an election year, you figured out that we were right. Last year when we told you that MNsure was a problem and you shouldn't bank on the federal money, you didn't believe us. You said that, no, that money's coming, we're fine. And now you've bankrupted the health care access fund, and you're going to transfer some money to cover your tracks. But the problem is, you can't put your head in the sand. MNsure is not working. And you know that you control all of state government right now. You passed this into law. You wrapped your arms right around Obamacare, and you passed it into law a year ago, despite all of our warnings. And now it's failing. A week ago Friday, Maryland scrapped their entire exchange. You know why that's important? Because they went through the process with the same vendor we did at the same time that we did. We even shared some of the expenses on it, which probably was smart at the time, but it still cost us $160 million. They have the same exchange we do. Not anymore. They did, I should say. They scrapped the entire thing. They're starting over from scratch. MNsure is not working. The president said that, if you liked your health care plan, you could keep it. We found out that was a lie. You said the federal money was going to come. It didn't come. You're driving the state of Minnesota right back into a deficit. And tonight, rather than talk about MNsure, it's procedural motion after procedural motion to do anything but have to vote on MNsure. You created this problem for the state of Minnesota. You can't put your head in the sand and hide from it. People elected us to come to this room in this chamber and be leaders. You're not showing leadership. You own this problem, and it's not working. You did press conferences this week announcing that you had met your goals on enrollment. Do you know how many times you had to adjust your goal downward so that you could meet your goal? I think it's 5 or 6 times. You missed your goal by 87%. Do you know what that's going to do to rates this fall? It's going to send them through the roof. And you know who's going to pay the price? Minnesota families. They're going to pay more for their health insurance. A lot more. Unless you act. We've been in session for, 6 weeks? You guys control this place. You won't let bills travel. You won't hear bills on MNsure. You're running from the problem. And tonight we offer more solutions to try to fix this thing and make it better. We're giving you a lifeline and procedural motion after procedural motion. We don't want to touch MNsure, say the Democrats. Representative Zerwas had it right. Ask people at the door this fall when you're out campaigning, when they ask you about MNsure and why their rates are going to go through the roof. Ask them if it's, let them know it's not germane. My gosh, I thought you guys were smarter than this. This is your problem, and we will help you fix it. But let us. You can't run from this. You've already almost bankrupted the Health Care Access Fund. You're going to drive the state right back into deficit. Don't hide from this problem.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And advice to the members. All we're saying here is no employee of the state legislature may serve as a navigator. That's all we're saying. That's good government. That's clean government. That avoids corruption. That's all we're saying here. Members, all we are saying is give us a chance. Help us to help you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the body is whether the ruling of the Speaker shall stand as the judgment of the House. A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A red or no vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 72 ayes and 59 nays, the judgment of the ruling of the Speaker is the judgment of the House. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fritz is moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1056.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, the A14-1056 amendment proposes that no Minnesota tax dollars may be used to fund the destruction of human life by abortion. The policy would end the injustice of forcing Minnesotans to pay for elective abortions. In 1978, Minnesota passed a law that banned taxpayer-funded abortion, except in cases of rape, incest, or to protect the life of the mother. However, the law was overturned when the Minnesota Supreme Court established a right to abortion in its 1995 Doe versus Gomez decision, and also required taxpayers to fund elective abortions for women on public assistance. Since the ruling, Minnesotans have paid nearly $20 million for 62 million abortions. It is time to end this practice. I ask for your vote for my amendment, and Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
Roll call being requested, seeing 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Fritz, I think we can all acknowledge and respect different votes of conscience and different points of view on this issue, but we can't all have a different point of view on what the Constitution requires. The Minnesota Constitution requires that all women be treated equally with respect to reproductive choice, and that means that just because you are poor does not mean that you don't have access to the same reproductive choices as every other woman in the state. Members, we should vote this down. I understand the well-intentioned point of your amendment, Representative Fritz, but the fact of the matter is that even if we pass this into law, it would be immediately struck down as in violation of the state constitution, which is well settled and long established. So members, I think we should just move on from this debate about amendments which we know will never become law and focus on the issues that are really important to the state of Minnesota.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move for a call of the House.
A call of the House has been requested. There are 10 hands. So the clerk will take the roll. Fouls? Here he is. The clerk will close the roll. Discussion of the bill. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Winkler would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Representative Winkler, you talked about the Minnesota Constitution and the court decision. I'm wondering, does the federal government and has the United States Supreme Court decided on this and whether funding can be performed for abortion, taxpayer-funded abortion is required for all abortions?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin, I was speaking of the Minnesota Constitution, and if it's in violation of the Minnesota Constitution, it's unconstitutional, as I said.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Winkler. Well, I would propose that the U.S. Constitution and the U.S. Supreme Court is a higher court than Minnesota, and that could change. And so while I understand your argument, I think that this is an important amendment. In 1978, Minnesota passed the law that banned taxpayer funding of abortion. It was this court case in Minnesota, but not a federal court case. This is not the United States Constitution, not the Supreme Court. So, members, I would ask you to support this good amendment.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we need not spend a lot of time on this. There's not one person on this House floor who doesn't know how they're already going to vote, so no minds are being changed here. But I think it's really worth talking about this just a little bit for the members of the public who may be listening, because this is really about whether women are going to be able to make their own personal health care choices regardless of whether they're poor or whether they're wealthy. And for many of us believe that women and their families should be able to make these very difficult and personal decisions without interference from politicians and without people voting on whether they should have that right. And that's what we are doing here tonight, voting on whether women who are poor should be able to have the same right to make personal choices as women who are wealthier. And I think that that is wrong. I think most Minnesotans agree that it's wrong. And I think that most Minnesotans want women to be able to make their own personal choices, as difficult as those choices may be, with their own families, with their own clergy if they have them, and with their own health care providers. And so I'm going to ask you to vote no, even though I know many of you will vote the other way. We all know how we're going to vote. But Once again, it's important for poor women to have the same opportunities as wealthy women.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just rise, members, in support. And Representative Fritz, thank you for bringing the amendment forward. I rise in support of the amendment as well. And Representative Liebling, you're correct that most of us know how we're going to vote on this. And I have known how I was going to vote on this since about 1968, Representative Liebling. So, this is about, just trying to protect life. And I think that that's very important. And so, Representative Fritz, thank you for bringing it forward. Members, I ask you to consider supporting Representative Fritz's amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was sort of implied that this effort was a waste of time. This effort wasn't worthwhile. And there have been accepted settled law in the past. There was accepted segregation. There was accepted discrimination, etc. But people of principle, people that cared about their core values, did not sit down. They stood up over and over again for their core values. So I will do this every time it's needed to do this, because it is part of my core values. And so I will be supporting this, and I would invite the rest of you to support this, but I respect your opinions, and please respect ours and our right to bring this up and vote for it. Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a comment to Representative Winkler. Thank you. I would disagree that this is not constitutional and not in the Minnesota Constitution. And I will just state the preamble. And it says, "We, the people of the state of Minnesota, grateful to God for our civil and religious liberties, and desiring to perpetuate its blessings and secure the same to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish the Constitution," that you quoted, Representative Winkler, that this is not constitutional. Many of us believe that this is definitely our liberties being taken away, our religious liberty, with the payment of taxpayers' dollars to abort beautiful babies. So this is very constitutional. I hope that you see that it is constitutional. It's about life. It's about protections of life and protections of liberties that our forefathers put in our Constitution.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I carried this bill when we were in the majority to get rid of taxpayer funding of abortions. And at that time, I remember a survey that had been done. It was either the 7th or 8th district in Minnesota. I think it was the 7th, if I recall right. It was a Quinnipiac poll. And Representative Liebling, it actually said, I see she's not in her chair now, it actually said that the majority of people, I believe it was in the 60 percentile of people, don't agree with taxpayer funding of abortions. They don't agree that that is the appropriate use of funds for taxpayers. And this is pro-life and pro-choice people that weighed in on that. So I just wanted to take issue with that, to make the statement that most Minnesotans are okay with this, I think is just not a correct statement.
Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, we had this issue 1 year ago. And when MNsure was being considered, we had a pro-life amendment. And 10 of you folks on the other side of the aisle agreed. And you voted to prohibit taxpayer funding of abortions. This issue isn't about whether or not abortion is legal or illegal. It's about whether or not public dollars are used to fund abortions. And to that end, this year's an election year. So last year, after the conference report, 4 of you remained with us. 10 of you before the conference report. So it's an election year. Are 10 of you going to come forward now? Thank you, members.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Just very quickly, I would like to thank Patty Fritz for bringing this forward and appreciate your passion on this issue. By the way, all of us in this room, our mothers were pro-life, I assume. And the second thing is, when I was on the school board, we had declining enrollment. And one of the things I used to say on the school board is, you know, this is one of the reasons I'm pro-life, because as our enrollment went down, our fund balance went in the tank. And I said, you know, this is one of the reasons I'm pro-life, because when you kill the children in the mother's womb, they don't show up in the classroom, and then you don't get the funding to offer the programs that you want in your school district. So my point is, there's an economic and fiscal consequence for a nation that promotes the killing of its own children. You need to understand that. You know, you kill 50 million some children, and then you wonder why Social Security and Medicare are going bankrupt. All right? Killing your own children and then funding it with your own tax dollars, one could argue rationally that you're promoting your own economic destruction. Okay? So for the life of me, I cannot understand how Education Minnesota is pro-choice when the money is tied to every child that walks in the schoolroom. Now, when I first said that at the school board meeting, when you kill them, if you kill them in the mother's womb, they don't show up in the classroom. I got a lot of hisses and snide remarks. But you know, as our enrollment went down and we wound up $750,000 in debt, all right, I finally had the superintendent at a public school board meeting say, you know what we need in this district? We need the women to have an additional child and help out the school district, okay? Now, the superintendent said that because we need more children. Now, you look to Europe and you look to China, and we see that the fallacy of having small families and promoting abortion. Most of Europe and Russia have reduced the time they have the abortion. So, members, remember, there's an economic consequence to killing your own children. When a country does it, they're not going to prosper very long, and printing up trillions of dollars is not going to bring long-term prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Fritz, for bringing this up, and Representative Ward for supporting this. And just, I'll be brief. I know the debate, Representative Liebling said, we all know how we're going to vote on this. That may be the case, but I'll rise on this issue until my knees wear out. This is that important. So I hope you'll support it.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Did you just vote? I mean, after the vote. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that those not voting be excused from voting.
Representative Murphy moves that those not voting be excused from voting. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Kelly votes aye. Is that right? Yes, aye. There being 69 ayes and 61 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Doubt moves that the call of the House be lifted. All in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. Motion prevails. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Holberg moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1057.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I'd like to ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and this amendment here before us today is called the Pain-Capable Unborn Child Protection Act. And what it seeks to do is reflect the advances in technology and what we know about babies. I distinctly remember being in junior high and riding the bus home one afternoon, and I really admired the cheerleaders. I was in junior high, they were in senior high. They wore these really cute red skirt bottoms that would be really out of style right now, and they hung around together, and I thought they were the coolest girls in school. And I remember one day on the bus they had a magazine. It was a news magazine. I'm not sure if it was Life or Time or Newsweek, but on the front of the page, the cover of the magazine was the announcement or an article about the Roe v. Wade decision in the U.S. Supreme Court. And I remember overhearing their conversation about what a great thing this was for women and what a landmark decision. And for the first time, I didn't admire those girls so much. I knew from a very young age that life began at conception. Now, in the early 70s, 1972, I believe it was, the term that we heard over and over again related to this court decision was, it's a mass of cells. It's just a mass of cells. Well, here we are, more than 40 years later. I've severely dated myself. And we know that it's not just a mass of cells. We can track through visual means, ultrasounds, the development from conception day by day. And through various medical miracles, we can document the development of that baby. When the baby has eyes, when the baby has fingers and toes, when it can move, when you can first hear a heartbeat, when you can tell whether it's a boy or a girl. And we can track that literally on a day-by-day basis. And what we now know is that is not a mass of cells. And we also know by doing, in part by doing operations in the womb, we know these babies react to stimuli. They will react adversely to sharp objects. They emit hormones similar to individuals outside the womb when they feel pain. We know that when they're doing these operations, they actually administer anesthesia to the baby in the womb. And what we also know is we continue to have abortions that are performed far into the development of these babies. When we did this bill in 2011, we had testimony in one of the committees of an individual that was born prematurely at 20 weeks and survived and did not have any major health issues. So what is happening in the world of abortion? The policies are not reflecting what we know. Minnesota should be very, very proud. We were one of the first states in the country to enact laws to be able to file charges when pregnant women were injured, whether it be or killed, whether it be in a car accident or an act of violence. We were able to bring charges against the perpetrator for both the mother and the baby. We led the country in that public policy. Here today, 10 states in the country have passed pain-capable legislation that would prohibit the barbaric practice of abortion on these poor babies that can feel pain. Some of the methods that are used to kill these babies involve injecting a saline solution into the amniotic fluid so that the baby ingests that fluid and literally burns from the inside and out. And it sometimes can take up to an hour to pass. We also allow that sharp instruments be used to cut and tear the baby limb from limb until they bleed to death. Members, this is wrong. And I know that for many of you it's a pro-choice or a pro-life issue, but I would ask my pro-choice friends, at what point do these babies deserve public policy protection? If not, when we know that they can feel pain, then when? Members, I'd appreciate a green vote.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know that people have deeply held personal beliefs, and everybody knows how they're going to vote on this amendment. Abortion later in pregnancy is a very rare and tragic circumstance. And when it does happen, it's often heartbreaking and with really severe medical complications that the mother or the baby is facing. It's the kind of situation where a woman and her doctor need every medical option available. Abortion is a deeply personal and complex medical decision, and it's a decision for a woman to make with her doctor and her family, given the medical situation that she is facing at that time and the potential for the child to survive. So members, I respectfully ask a no vote.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. Thank you, Representative Holberg, for bringing this forward. Members, I really implore you, I know as the comments been made before, we make decisions, it's a serious issue. We really need to think about what we're doing here. When a child can live 22 weeks and be outside its mother's womb and survive, we need to think about what we are doing. The horrific separation of a child just to deliver it is just wrong. It is a life, and we need to acknowledge it. Yes, there are troubles. Yes, we have families that have situations where it's very difficult. We have a lot of support systems, help for families, a lot of different ways to deal with it, but this is just not something we should be doing, is taking a life. And I would implore you to think twice about what we are doing and allowing in Minnesota. Thank you.
Representative Myra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Holberg, thank you for bringing this bill or this amendment forward. I've never spoken on this issue, but I feel very strongly about it and want to share with you why I'm pro-life. My husband and I didn't have any children until our 30s. And we were so overjoyed when we found out we were expecting. Our faith is important to us. And so, starting from the time we found out I was expecting, my husband determined that every night he would read to our unborn child. Then very soon we found out that we were expecting too. We were so excited, and he continued to read to our unborn baby. Our babies were born prematurely. It was so exciting. We had a boy and a girl, and they were so healthy, 6 pounds, 4 ounces each. We remained in the hospital. Even though they were premature, they were ready to go home, but I wasn't. About the 5th day we were in the hospital, our little boy started to cry. We could not console him. We changed his diaper and let him nurse. We hugged him and cuddled him, sang to him, rocked him. for 45 minutes. And the nursing staff, being a premature baby, they were very concerned for him, as we were. Then my husband took our little boy from my arms and laid him on the hospital bed and opened up the Bible where he had been reading for the previous 7 months. And peace washed over our little son. I believe he was responding to God, where my husband and I were too distracted with life. Now, you may not believe that. You may believe that he was responding to being read to, and it's a good argument for literacy starting in the womb. But I acknowledge the humanity of that little baby, even though he was premature. And he was doing really well, even though he was a month early. And so I would like us as a body to acknowledge the humanity of those little ones and vote green. Thank you.
Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Holberg, for bringing this really important amendment. I rise in support of the Pain-Capable Unborn Child Protection Act, prohibiting abortion after 20 weeks, and I'm so pleased that this is going to be a bipartisan vote. Just last year, I happened to be in Washington, D.C., and I requested some tickets to sit in the gallery of the United States House of Representatives. And this particular bill, something very similar to what we're about to pass, came before the House. And I remember sitting there thinking how wonderful it would be if this opportunity presented itself in Minnesota, and here we are. There have been so many technological advances revealing so many compelling facts, and Representative Holberg mentioned so many of them, and these are, we simply can't overlook and discount any of them, members, including the degree to which death of unborn babies after 20 weeks is excruciating. And think about that word, excruciating. And we just can't overlook that. Many believe that such abortions are not occurring in Minnesota. I've heard people that have said that, but that's not true. They are. There aren't very many, to a point that was made previously, but they are happening. In fact, in 2010 and 2011, there were 13. So that's not a lot, but there were 13. And think about what Representative Holberg just said. And just imagine. And in 2012, there were 18. And that's 13 plus 13 plus 18 too many. In addition, fetal pain is already acknowledged in Minnesota law. In fact, it's in statute 145.4243 in the Women's Right to Know, which acknowledges the possibility of fetal pain at 20 weeks gestation. So members, please join me in voting yes in support of Representative Holberg's amendment. Thank you.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Holberg, and also Representative Fritz for the legislation that you brought before the body. When I first think about this, I just think of the little voices. Who will be speaking up for these little voices? This bill is not really about the mother. It's about the unborn child, the little voices. Thank you.
Representative Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I hope you'll be patient with me, because it isn't often that I tell my story in a big group. But I met my husband when I was 14, and we started dating shortly after. And when I was 17, we were pregnant. We went to a group called Birthline, which is a pregnancy crisis center. And there I found out what the options were. And when I was first pregnant, I did think about abortion. Because when you're 17, you don't want to disappoint people, and you're very self-centered. And I wanted a way out. I wanted something that would make me have a way out. But then you realize you're pregnant, and you know what that means. And so Obviously, it didn't happen, and our son was born in December of 1977. And please don't do the math, because my intention is not to tell you how old I am. But we decided to place, and we were fortunate enough, right before his 18th birthday, that he found us. We were reunited, and so now he's got a nice family with a little grandson who I love dearly. You know, there's a lot of choices in life, and I find out more and more about it as I became more and more involved with Birthline Again, a group that helped me find options. And I don't want to think that a woman only has the options of raising a child or an abortion. There are many more options than that. Believe me, placing my child for adoption was the hardest thing I will ever do. That is absolutely the truth. I will never do anything as hard as that. But that option is there. He's a fantastic young man. And I thank every day the people who raised him, because we were 17. When a woman is in a car accident, or if something happens when she's pregnant and she's 20 weeks along, we call that a baby. And we also call it manslaughter. I have a hard time knowing that we call it one thing when it's this, and we call it another thing when it's that. Babies are so precious, we all know that. There's nothing as cool as a little baby. I think we really have to look at what we're doing here. A baby feels pain at 20 weeks. Folks, that's not a real hard decision. We're not saying a mother can't have an abortion if that's how you feel. But at 20 weeks, when a baby can feel pain, and we would call it a baby if she was in a car accident and the person was drunk or inattentive driving or texting while driving, whatever it is, I think what we're doing here is really, we need to be attentive to that. We need to be consistent. We can't have it both ways. There are a lot of options out there. And I think it is our duty to make sure that we say, we know there's options, let's acknowledge them, but also acknowledge of what's really happening when you have an abortion up to 20 weeks. Thanks.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When my wife was pregnant with our two sons, both sons, she was in and out of the hospital. She spent several weeks at home with an IV, and it was difficult, but she would, if she was here, would say it was well worth it. I grew up around the Mayo Clinic, and in my lifetime I've seen great, wonderful steps, miraculous steps, and we have survivability of infants earlier and earlier. And two of the best friends of my younger son were extremely premature, and you wouldn't be able to tell when they're on the playground or now that they are in college. You wouldn't be able to notice that because they look just like anyone else. And I'm not conflicted in the state saying a fatality of an infant in the womb is manslaughter if it's causing an accident, because I have no problem recognizing it's a human life. And over the years we've had this debate of when do we accept it's a human life. And frankly, with medical science, it's become more and more evident that earlier and earlier on, that's a child. And we've sort of caught up in law with that progression and realization. And this amendment would further acknowledge these children as being human beings that can feel pain, that can interact and realize that they're in the environment that we live in. So I wholeheartedly support this amendment.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, members, I really hate having this debate year after year, and I wish we didn't have to do it, because we're not changing any minds here on the House floor, but I think I need to stand and remind members that if you make abortion illegal, you don't stop abortion. You just stop safe abortion. And when we talk about policies, wanting to have public policy, Representative Holberg, that protects these babies, as you want to call them, and maybe they are babies, but I think we need policies that protect the families. We need policies that protect the families in moments when they are making the most difficult decisions of their lives. I think Representative Hortman said this is a very rare thing. It's very rare to have a late-term abortion. But I know I've said this before in the House floor, and I'm really kind of tired of having to tell the story, but I have a relative who got married late and tried very, very hard to get pregnant. And they went through all the expensive, high-tech things to get pregnant. And when she finally did get pregnant, it was a very, very wanted child. But late in the pregnancy, she became aware that her child was extremely damaged, very damaged. And because she was older, she had a really tough choice to make. And the choice was to have a late-term abortion and possibly be able to try again, or give birth to this child that likely was not going to live for very long, and that was going to be her only chance. Now, that is a pretty difficult kind of a decision, and they agonized about it. They agonized about it, and they made the decision to terminate that pregnancy, and it tore them apart to make that decision. But at least they didn't have some of you standing over them and saying, you can't make your decision because we don't think it's proper, because we think that your baby should live, because we think that we know better than you about what should happen in your family. And that's the problem with this kind of a law. We all want to protect babies. We all love the idea that babies are born healthy. We want them to be born into loving families. But you don't know the situation of every single family in this state. And when people have these very difficult situations to make, the politicians should not be making them. They have to be made by the women, first and foremost, and by their spouse, if they have one, and by their doctor, and by their clergy, and by their loving family, because these are really tough decisions. And we shouldn't be criminalizing them on top of the agonizing things that these families have to go through. So I think that it's really important to think about perhaps walking in the shoes of some of these women. And some of these stories, I appreciate where a lot of you are coming from, and that you've made certain decisions and you think those are great decisions, and that's wonderful. But please give other families the dignity of making their own decisions, and not having the arrogance that we as politicians should tell families what to do in the most difficult and intimate moments of their lives. And that's why I'm pro-choice and proud of it.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to go there. I've shared this before, most of you know. There's a couple other members here that have had careers in public safety. 26 years of work in the street, Representative Liebling. I've fished out a number of babies from toilets that were spontaneously aborted, that were under 20 weeks. They feel pain. Oh God, do they feel pain? And you know what? Please don't suggest to us that we're being out of line or barbaric and that politicians should stay out of this. This is exactly where we should be. I have 3 daughters. I have my wife. I have 4 older sisters. I have the utmost respect for women. The utmost. But please, from someone who has been on that side of the equation, who's had to deal with these, I thank God that there are people like Representative Holberg and Representative Fritz who will come forward and present this so that we can do the right thing. This is exactly where politicians should be. I can tell you time and time again, babies feel pain.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the old days, as they say, before technology came, people had these babies that were born with defects, and they didn't have the choice back then. They had the baby. They didn't know any different. They just gave birth, and somehow they figured it out. And the same technology, Representative Liebling, that allowed your friends to find out about this so-called damaged child, which I cannot stand the use of that term. The same technology that allowed them to know about the defects of this child is the same technology that's now advanced enough to allow us to know that a baby at 20 weeks feels extreme pain. So I would just encourage a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I have a lot of respect for Representative Liebling and Representative Hortman, and I somewhat understand where they're coming from. But what bothers me is that at what point, if we can't draw the line when we know these babies have pain, and I have an adopted sibling that came to my parents' home when he was 10 days old because he was supposed to die before he was 6 months. And he's still alive, and he's put our family through a lot of hell, actually. He's done a lot of dumb things and been close to death many times. We say he's gone through more than 9 lives. But he's a miracle baby, and sometimes there are miracles. But I'm not naive enough to think that every situation can end in a miracle. And Representative Liebling, your family member that had to make that awful, agonizing decision, I'm sorry about that. But at some point we have to shift our focus and look at the baby as well. And we now have infant hospice. We have the ability to administer pain medication if the baby's feeling pain once it's dead. And if the baby's life is expected to only be short, how is that not better than suffering the inhumane effects of these abortions? Members, we're better than that as human beings. We can be supportive of these people that have to make these unbelievably agonizing, difficult decisions. But at what point do we as policymakers say that that baby deserves our protection as well? To me, it's pretty clear that if you are subjecting a baby to the type of pain that these types of abortions make that baby suffer, at some point someone has to step in and say that no longer is it just the mother's choice, but that we have a responsibility as human beings to step in and say, no, we're not going to allow this to continue. We can find better ways to deal with these very difficult issues, and again, I urge a green vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 60 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk The clerk will report the amendment.
Norton moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A40.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. A40 is the non-emergency medical transportation bill. This was a bill that was heard throughout the committees, and we got to the final committee and found that we had a large fiscal note. So we went back to the drawing board and took out all the components in the Health and Human Service budget that had a fiscal component. For those of you who didn't have the opportunity to hear the testimony on this, this is something Representative McDonald and I think Representative Barrett at one time were involved. Representative Abler has been aware of this issue. We spent the last over 2 years, almost 2.5 years, with a large committee coming to consensus on this particular bill. So the bill, while it went through all the committees, had a fiscal note. The fiscal note has now been taken care of with the exception of $17,000 that will be paid for by MnDOT. So we have a note from Krista Boyd at MnDOT saying they're not requesting funding, that they can take care of it in their current budget. So members, I'd like this amended on and moved ahead, and we will come back in a future year to actually take care of the components that really did need financing.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The amendment to this amendment is the bill. It's from a bill that previously had gone through 3 committees relating to the 25% disability waiver limit for CADI waivers for housing. And this is a piece of legislation that the advocates from both sides have been working diligently to come to an agreement on what would work. And in essence, what it does is it creates an exception process that allows the stakeholders to come together to make decisions on what those exception process to the 25% limit would take place. So, quite frankly, this is something that folks have been working on for quite a while, and it allows those individuals choice on where to live in their disability settings. And I would ask members to support.
We'll report the amendment to the amendment.
Dean R. moving to amend the Norton amendment to House File 3172 as follows. The amendment is coded A74.
Representative Abler.
174.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just have to collect my thoughts after that last debate. I've lost 2 children, a son and a stillborn daughter, and so it just gets me. But actually, it's a good bridge to this amendment, Mr. Speaker. We are judged by how we treat the least of our citizens. And this amendment that Representative Dean has worked on, Dean R., has worked on really hard for a year on this project, trying to find a way to move individuals from restrictive settings to more freedom, to more liberty and more opportunities, and have a better life. And this bill actually has very little reform in it. This would be the reform. This is the way to help these individuals experience some of the joys that we experience by having our own house, having a neighbor, going to somebody's house for Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever the holiday that they're going to be celebrating. And members, this has been the work of a broad coalition of every group who has been engaged here, between NAMI and the Disability Law Center and all kinds of the housing groups, the department. And I urge members to please vote yes. It's a really good amendment and a really good idea. So thank you.
Seeing no further Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Dean, what's the fiscal note on this one?
Representative Dean.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative, we actually had been waiting, and we got a fiscal note in after the deadline that came in for this year, $39,000.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have $39,000 left in my budget.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There's no roll call. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Now to the Norton Amendment. Any further discussion on the Norton Amendment? Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Norton, thank you very much. You mentioned my name and work done by Representative McDonald as well. This is a pretty important issue, as we know about. It came from an OLA report regarding non-emergency medical transportation from back in 2011. The OLA report had a lot of recommendations for the state of Minnesota, for the Department of Human Services, and for the legislature in our oversight capacity. Representative Norton, you gave a brief overview of your amendment. Can you tell me how many of the OLA recommendations have been included in your amendment to the bill? If you would yield for a question, Representative Norton.
She will yield. Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Barrett. I don't have a number, but I can tell you the outline in last year's legislation that said we needed to address these things, we addressed each and every one of those things. Not all of them in this bill are taking effect immediately. Part of that has to do with not having the funding and financing. We have shifted the responsibility from the state of Minnesota for overseeing fraud and running the programs. It will be moved out over a period of time to the counties who were at the table for this whole process. And so they will at that time be able to manage it themselves or contract should they so choose. But all of the issues have been dealt with or are still going to be dealt with. And you'll notice in the bill the committee continues and will meet instead of every other week in the interim, which we've been doing for several years. We'll now meet quarterly to try to iron out the differences. And again, we'll come back next year for the funding components, which included increasing volunteer hours, increased reimbursement for mileage for individuals, as well as increased pay for the providers.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Norton, if she'd yield for another question, please.
She will yield. Representative Barrett.
And again, I'm just trying to understand this to the best of my ability because it is a very important area of health care. In two ways. One, because we want to serve the least among us and those that need our help the most. And we're talking about people who are on a medical program in which they need to get to their doctor, and we need to get them there in the safest, most economical way. And so I'm wondering, one of the issues that we dealt with a couple years ago was related to brokers. And we have a current broker now that has served parts of the state, mostly in the metro area. And there are some issues with payments to brokers in the OLA report. In fact, the Department of Human Services overpaid this broker by $1.5 million. Is that issue addressed in the amendment, Representative Norton, and how can we make sure that we're not overpaying anyone, much less a metro area broker, $1.5 million?
1025 on the
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Barrett. This issue that you raise is dealt with in a number of ways. We have a process in place for state to have a role. We have a process in place now for the counties to have direct oversight, and that is going to be phased in over time. There's a part of the report that talks about a technology component that we want to put in. We spent a bit of time during the fall listening to different providers, including Scott and Carver County, which some folks in the room here know about intimately, that have a really nice technology process that helps track the rides, how many miles were traveled, who should be paid, and how much they should be paid, verifying that the client actually qualified for those rides. All that is going to go into, in the next year or two, phase into a technology solution. There's not money yet for that solution. And we are, the department is interested in experimenting with a couple different options before they choose which solution they're going to actually land on at the end of the day. So there are multiple checks and balances throughout this whole process. I would not say it is complete, but it is a far cry better than it was 2 years ago, and that accountability and transparency will continue on in the years to come.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my final comment, Representative Norton, I appreciate the work you've done. It's hard work. I know I've been there. Representative McDonald's there as well. You've done a lot of hard work. You've been working with a lot of providers and other interested parties that sometimes have various interests in this program as it relates to serving clients. Having said that, I'm not sure I am totally in support of this amendment as it relates to the Department of Human Services and their role in overseeing this program. I think the OLA report was pretty harsh. I think we've looked at other parts of health care in the last year or two related to MNsure, and we haven't seen that great of oversight. And I think there's a pattern here that Minnesota needs to understand and be aware of. This amendment requires a lot of things, but it doesn't require a lot of things until 2016, 5 years after the OLA report. And we're talking about a $40 million program. So I have my doubts. I appreciate your work. My doubts are not related to the work of Representative Norton. They're related to the work of the bureaucracy that's called Department of Human Services. With that, members, I will sit down.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This particular amendment by Representative Norton is a result of a bill that I carried 2 years or 3 years ago now, I guess in my freshman year. And I would encourage my members to support her amendment. Although it's not perfect, and nothing in government is perfect or in life. Matter of fact, we all make mistakes. We're human. By the grace of God, I suppose, we can learn from our mistakes. This group did meet for several years, 3 years, and it's hard to please all parties. Your amendment, Representative Norton, is, of course, as Representative Barrett mentioned, is a result of a lot of hard work with many interested parties. But what it does do this, members, and I'll at least ask for your attention and your support on this, is it does institute some of the OLA's suggestions to get to the waste, fraud, and abuse. And it's not all the way there yet, but it's on its way. It's for its way of improvement, and eventually it'll hopefully, no, it will be an improvement to the non-emergency medical transportation industry to deal with those who need it the most and at a good, affordable tax dollars. Because just to let you know, the OLA's report said that the broker, Access Transportation, grew 5 times when they hired the broker, whereas special transportation, which was administered by DHS, declined by 50%. So this does get the ball rolling to make it more accountable and save money and make it more efficient and effective. And if we're not for that, then what are we for? So support her amendment, please. And with that, I'll ask for the vote.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, I support the Norton part of the bill, but you should also know, and I'm going to vote for it, but you should also know that the Dean amendment adds millions of dollars in the next biennium.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the Norton amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Purcell moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A125.
Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment comes from a bill, House File 1224, that was heard in the Health Human Services Committee. And this amendment would put $100,000 into a grant for the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwa for ambulance service equipment upgrades, for licensure as advanced life support service. Some of this equipment involves heart monitoring, defibrillator, advanced medicine, advanced airway supplies, advanced ventilators, and advanced infusion pumps for medicine. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd stand for questions. Ask for support.
Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, I support this amendment, and this is a volunteer ambulance service. They don't have a lot of money, and the ambulance services are dramatically changing with the equipment they need to have inside their ambulances. And this would help that emergency medical service get the kind of equipment they need.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Abler moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A34.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I gave you a lengthy discussion earlier on the joys of health finance. And if you're interested in the health care and human services world, it's really all about math. The bill that I'm not going to even give you much time to defend what I'm trying to accomplish here. However, this is strikes the section that puts the Minnesota Care into the forecast. And I just don't think it's prudent. I am very concerned. We talk about autopilot, we talk about automatic inflators, and it's kind of nice when your thing is a small thing and it's on autopilot, the thing that you care so much about, if it's some small literacy program or some little small program for your town and you get inflation and you get to squeeze out the money from the rest of the people. But members, this is not a small program. This is a program in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And the provider tax is going to go away at the end of 2019, and I have to take the credit for that. But the reason we thought that was reasonable was because there was money in the Healthcare Access Fund and so on in the Minnesota Care program we thought was sustainable for a good long time. It is now much different, much more expensive as it's been changed to conform to the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. And so, members, putting this into the forecast will remove the discussion. It'll take away the dialogue, the choices that you have to make as legislators, as an elected body, decide, do we want to put the money into education or in health care or into rental assistance or into tax, property tax, or whatever. And so, members, I believe this is a good amendment. I think it'll make a difference. And I'm sure Representative Huntley would offer the other side of the story. So thank you.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, we've discussed the Healthcare Access Fund problem, and we have in the bill a partial solution to that problem. What we're trying to do with the Minnesota Care program, and remember that's just going to be for people between 138% of poverty and 200% of poverty, so it's not the usual middle class group that we used to fund with Minnesota Care. They're more closely related to the people on medical assistance. This would make the problem worse, and I would say if we get rid of this, what we have in the current bill would get the conversation started on how we're going to address this. So I would urge members to vote no on this amendment.
Representative Abler.
Mr. Speaker, and just to be brief, I know it's getting late and there's more amendments. I want to remind you about page 4 of the handout. I liked Representative Huntley's ideas, and I gave him fodder for his discussions, and good people don't always agree. But I want to point out that the cost of this program is going to be $1.3 billion in the next 3 years, and there's not enough money to pay for it. And members, I respect my chair, and I know it's not going to pass anyway, and there's no point in taking wasted votes, in my opinion. Mr. Speaker, I've raised the issue. Members are aware of it as they vote as this goes forward. But with that, I'd just soon withdraw the amendment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Representative Abler withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Grunhagen moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A35.
Representative Grunhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is should be a pretty easy vote. All it does is it what it tries to do is increase dental access, especially in the rural area. In my district, which is a rural district, the access to dentists for medical assistance patients is zero right now. There are no dentists taking additional medical assistant patients. My sister works for a dentist for many years. She takes the phone calls to set the appointments. They get regular calls from medical assistance patients, but they can't get the appointment. Now, her dentist, which recently bought the practice, was taking a few, but he wasn't taking the 10% requirement. The result was he was taking like 5 or 6%, but that's all he could afford to take. He was taking nursing home people in the town, people in the community that needed, low income that needed dental service. Well, people had called to try to get an appointment, and they had turned him down. So one of those individuals on medical assistance reported him because he didn't have 10% of his patients as is required. The result is he takes none now. So the 10% requirement, which was to try to guarantee access, actually works in the opposite, especially in the rural area. I've talked to several other rural, both DFL and Republican reps, and it's a common problem across the state. By the way, this amendment was a priority for our bipartisan, both Democrat and Republican rural caucus. The Dental Association, although they don't endorse this, they do believe it's a step in the right direction. In my community, I've had, since this, where my sister works, the dentist doesn't take any new or any medical assistance at all. I've had several calls from people with parents in the nursing home who now cannot get dental coverage in the area. And these, if you don't get the proper dental coverage, it can turn into a huge claim. And we're talking, hundreds of thousands of dollars if infection spreads. So member, this is simply lowering the requirement. I requested a fiscal note. It basically came back with zero. The department said it would be very difficult to study the actual impact of this ruling, but I believe it would open access. I can't believe that dentists that live in small communities would turn down local people who need access if this requirement was taken away. I know they do it in my area. I'm sure they do it across the state. So members, especially for the rural legislators, I urge you to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll stand for any questions.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, I'm not going to support this, but you can vote whichever way you want. There's no requirement that you take 10%. There's a requirement that if you want to cover public employees and take them, then you have to take 10% of MA. So in parts of our state, dentists have refused to take public employees, which is bad. In other parts of the state, both rural and metro, there are many dentists that go out of their way to take medical assistance people. The Department of Human Services fiscal note on this said we can't tell whether this will improve access and cost us money or whether it will decrease access and save us money. So the department is unable to say whether this is a money saver or a money coster. But as I said, you can vote whichever way you want. And with that, I'll sit down, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm just going to raise the point that I look at this a little differently than my colleague, Representative Gruenhagen. I think it stands to reason that there is an incentive when dentists who take patients who are state employees have the incentive to take people who are on medical assistance. And so the way I read it is that we would see less incentive for those dentists to do that. Let's remember that throughout rural Minnesota, there's a lot of state employees in many sections of this state, and I don't think we want to take the risk here and take a step backwards towards access to dental care. I really agree with Representative Gruenhagen and others that access to dental care is a critical medical issue in rural Minnesota, but we need to know what we're doing here. Let's not take a step backwards. Let's be careful. I urge a no vote.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, appreciate that clarification, Representative Huntley, and at least the vote or the comment that people can vote their convictions. But I think we do see, because it's become a priority in the rural caucus, that it is restricting access. And I think this would be a step in the right direction. Again, the Dental Association believes it would be, although they didn't endorse this, I want to make that clear, they do believe that it would increase access. So members, right now, those people in my district have to wait for a traveling van to come through once a year and hopefully get on the list. Now, how a nursing home person gets on the list and is able to get out to that traveling van that comes through to get dental service, I'm not quite sure unless they go to the nursing home themselves. But obviously the current situation is restricting access. I believe in the good heart of our dentists, whether they're Republican or Democrat. And they already provide charity care in many cases. They do Smile and a number of other things. And I think you'd see an increase in access, especially in the rural district. I urge a green vote. Thank you, members.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Motion does not prevail. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. We'll hold that back for a minute. Okay, we can report the amendment.
Abler moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A45.
Representative Abler.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I know it's getting late and the roads are lousy, but this, I think that Representative Huntley is going to accept this. This is, given what we said about all the Minnesota care issues, and I said, well, let's have the department actually review the choices we might have. We haven't really. We've written letters to CMS saying we like our Minnesota care. I wrote them a letter, signed a letter to say, can you be more fair with your reimbursements to us? And it hasn't gone quite as well. And so at some point, maybe it doesn't make sense to have our own plan. Maybe we should find some way to enhance something that we have or not change gears. This has asked the department to look into it and come back with advice.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, I support this amendment from Representative Abler. And the Department of Human Services also supports it and says that they will do this and not charge us any money. So I urge you to support it.
All those in favor of the amendment say aye. While opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Abler moving to amend House File 3172. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A126.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is one of the more perennial amendments. And I don't know why we don't do it. We almost got this done in 2011 or 12, I forget which, with the Department of Health. This is suggesting we should study for-profit HMOs. And it seems like it's controversial, but I don't know why we shouldn't just ask the question. And so we got rid of the money by saying that the department may do it. Otherwise, it'd be $100,000. And so at least this would give the department the authority to look into, shall we use for-profit HMOs? Already, as part of the ACA, we're going to be getting some national plans coming in anyway. And so at least this way we'd have a chance to control the quality of all that. And so I see somebody ran away. I guess he's leaving the room. He must be thinking it's just totally okay to do this. So take that tacit acknowledgement of him and just vote yes, Mr. Speaker. Thanks.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Carlson.
Rule 4.03, I think, governs this one. As Representative Abler pointed out, there's a cost of, I think you said $100,000, and it would be above our budget targets.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Abler, what
Well,
purpose
just
to
to
raise?
help for Representative Carlson's benefit, the word number 5 in the text on line 1.6 says may. And so if it's a may, then fiscal people said it doesn't actually have a for sure cost, only if they decide to do it. And so if they had the money, they could do it. They're not required to. So I don't think that it has a cost.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Chair Carlson would yield.
We're on advice to the Speaker.
My advice would be, Chair Carlson, why is it okay for Representative Dean to go with $39,000 and Representative Purcell to go with $100,000, and now it's not okay for Doc Abler? How does that work? My advice is to go with Abler.
Having listened to the advice of Representative Davids and Abler and Carlson, I find the point of order not well taken. Representative Huntley.
Well, I just wanted to say that the Purcell amendment was completely paid for.
And it was, yes. So, any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. All in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Division is called for. Those voting in favor of the amendment, please rise. You can all sit down. Those opposed, please stand. There were 56 ayes and 70 nays. The motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Clark, moving to amend House File 3172. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A129.
Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that deals with child care issues. There's three parts to it. First one was brought to me by a number of organizations, some Christian-based child care organizations in my district who said they were concerned. They had heard that they did after-school child care, and they were concerned that they may have to get licensed. And so I met with them with the Department of Human Services, and what came out of that was a plan to try to make sure that people who do after-school child care would know that they did need to get licensed, and they would work on a plan to do that. So they did. And at the beginning of this year, when we thought they would come forward with the bill, the department called me and asked me to delay that for another year. So this is the kind of child care that happens in church basements, rooms, places that are not schools. So that's one part of the bill, delaying the school-age child care licensing for 1 year at the request of the department. The second part deals with delaying the child care that is used by a lot of our new immigrant communities, particularly working with the Somali community, who approached me and asked me to see if we could postpone a provision that was about to take effect in the next year that had to do with a 50% rule. That particular provision has been worked on again for another year, and we came to an agreement with the department in the last month to postpone the effective date of that for a year and do a very careful evaluation of what's going on in our new American Child Care Center model. And the reason for that is these models are working. Despite the fact that they're a little different than some of the other models, they seem to be doing well. And there's a document that should be handed out that talks about how our Somali kids are doing very well in getting ready for kindergarten. They're at 76% of being ready for school, being English speaking, which is very high. And so there's something very good about this model. There's also issues that the department wants to talk with them about. So a study will be done for a year, perhaps by somebody like Wilder, and then they'll come back. The last part of this bill deals with the funding for that study, which is, in this bill, it's $200,000, and it's paid for through funding from Hennepin County with their poison control center. And I've talked with Hennepin County as late as tonight, and they can live with the change here. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I'd be glad to answer any questions. I think there's a couple other folks who want to speak to this issue.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So close in that last one, Mr. Speaker. It was so close. But anyway, this is a good amendment. I have met Mr. Mahmoud and some of the Somali people involved. This is flexibility for these people as they're trying to get settled and get their child care things set up. I've met a number of Somalis lately, and it's just an amazing way that they've just been becoming just such a key part of our culture. And this is a way to help them plug in even better. There was just an article the other day about how to help people coming and then move through and then get established. This is all part of helping them be established, and I'm very comfortable with it. I hope members in the whole body just all vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I hope everyone on this side of the aisle will join Representative Clark and support this amendment.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, the Department of Human Services is neutral on this one, and so am I.
Helpful, thank you. Representative Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I just want to remind you of the summer review we're in Health and Human Services, where we had the hearing regarding the healthcare interpreters bill. And it was something that we saw that there was a clear public interest in professionalizing or licensing, imposing standards for regulating healthcare interpreters. And when it came time to have a hearing for the building and we started hearing about from the stakeholders, we learned that there was a lot of things we didn't know about the population, the occupation, the barriers that our bill would present to our new immigrants, and so what happened there was that the department came up with a bill to study it and to figure out a way that we can provide resources so that the healthcare interpreters can receive the training they need. And so some of you their initial reaction was, well, why should the department or the state be paying for child care assistants to watch your own children? And it's just not that simple. This is something that we often come up with legislation without really knowing the impact on minority communities or immigrant communities, because we don't include them in the studies. And so I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A54.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment's pretty simple. It just says that in this board, which covers activity across the state, the third of the board be comprised, at least a third, be comprised of people outside the 11-county metro. Because frankly, when it comes to health care, there are differences, whether you're in Duluth or Rochester or the metro or Fairmont. And I think the board will make the best decision if it has the broadest perspective. So I would ask that you would support allowing at least a third of the board to be from outside the 11-county metro.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, in the current bill, in response to in committee when Representative Quam offered that, I added language that said the Commission will be geographically balanced. I don't think we need to precisely tell the Commissioner exactly how many members would do that, but the Commissioner right now, most of her committees are fairly well geographically balanced. So I would urge you to vote no.
Representative Quam.
Thank you. And at least a third, I don't think is exact numbers, but it just allows for some proportionality. And by defining the geographic area, it's not left to vague language, because frankly, too often we find ourselves without maybe adequate balance. And I wish we didn't have to worry about adding this, but as the years go by, I notice that the Metro sometimes forgets that we're a little bit different, and I might be a good example of, how different outstate Minnesotans can be. But I just think this allows for proportionality without setting exact numbers, and does give region. And I would hope that you would consider this a prudent and justifiable measure to ensure a broader perspective on this board. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment vote aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Zerwas.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Rule 1.50 and move the House meet past midnight. Lord knows I'm not going to bed soon.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion doesn't prevail. There's another amendment at the desk. We're getting close. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mack, moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A87.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this amendment, again, will be familiar to you. We've talked about this in the past. It has to do with a study for return on taxpayer investment. Members, we as policy members have to make a lot of decisions about public programs, how we're going to spend tax dollars, where we get the best bang for our buck. And this is something that actually my county, Dakota County, does on a much smaller scale. The state of Washington has done this very successfully, and it basically allows, this puts together actually a study in order to hopefully pave the path to put something like this into place. But the end game of this study, members, would provide us a system in which we could get information from a non-political source, an economic source, that would inform us on what we're getting for our taxpayer investment in our public programs in the areas of corrections and Department of Human Services. So, members, this isn't an effort to get us as policymakers better information when we're making decisions. I've worked hard with some folks in the counties that would really like to see something like this move forward, and so I ask for your support.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker, what this amendment does is basically take $100,000 out of the general MMB budget and tell them to spend it on this. So I don't think it's funded, so I would urge you to vote no.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Huntley does bring up a good point in the sense that there were limited options on, in terms of it's $100,000 members. It's a small amount, and as I've talked with folks, and I'm continuing to work with folks in the county. So if this doesn't go on tonight, I'm hoping that we can continue to work on it and find a way to pay for it in a different way. But at this point, with this small amount, what we could save in the long term, my hope was, my intention was that we as a legislature could ask for this, ask for MMB to put this small amount of money forward for what I think would give us this great return. And so, members, with that, I ask for your support.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I've noticed a trend tonight. When Representative Huntley says it's a good idea, it passes. When he's neutral, it passes. If he's against it, it doesn't. So I'd like to just try to give him some advice. You know, this is your last omnibus, Representative Huntley, and this project could actually save millions of dollars. Literally, it could. We could evaluate programs, and it is fiscally balanced. It says DHS has to transfer it and give it to another department. But what a great investment. They have billions of dollars there, Representative Huntley, and $100,000 is pocket change for those guys. You know, Commissioner Jessen, she could not, just take it out of one of her coffee funds or something. They always find $1 million when they want to do something. So, Chair Huntley, if you could just tell people, let the body decide, then maybe this could be maybe your legacy. So maybe I can get you to change your mind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, I get confused because this should be part of what the SOP for government should be. The agencies are getting a fair amount of funding, and frankly, they should on an ongoing basis be looking at this stuff to do the due diligence and fiscal responsibility for our citizens. So I don't see anything wrong with asking them to do what they ought to be doing anyway. So I would ask you vote green on this.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, some of this money is coming out of DHS and going to the Corrections Department, or to have MMB look at how Corrections spends their money. It has nothing to do with DHS, so I urge you to vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A112.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the same thing that we voted on and added into our bill last year regarding 5% to our nursing homes. I represent 6 nursing homes in my district. While they were grateful for the 5% increase, which really I think they said it ended up being about 2.5% increase for their employees, it just wasn't enough. And so I'm asking you to help me fund not only the nursing homes in my district, but the nursing homes across the state. Our state employees, while they do awesome work around the state here, some of them are seeing up to 15% increases in their wages. I'm just asking for 5% for our nursing home members. Please vote yes.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Faust is moving to amend the Franson amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A148.
Representative Faust.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment is doing is it is moving 3 counties, Mille Lacs, Kennebec, and Isanti, from the rural rate of payment for nursing homes into the metro rate. Right now, these 5 counties, as you can see, Pine and Chisago are also included in that, are at the rural rate when they are totally surrounded or almost totally surrounded by counties that are paying the metro rate. And so what's happening is they're having a real hard time getting nurses and other qualified staff that they need, and because the nurses are able to go sometimes just a few blocks away and get as much as $6 or even more per hour, and so they just can't keep the staff that they need because of this significantly lower rate that they're getting compared to everybody else. And so this is extremely important to the nursing homes in this area. I was intending to include Pine and Chisago counties in that, but unfortunately the amendment didn't include those, and I didn't notice it until after the deadline, so we'll have to add those two on next year. This goes on fiscal year in the next biennium, so it doesn't impact this year, and so that's the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Would Representative Faust yield, please?
He will yield. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Faust, your counties, Mille Lacs, Sandy, Kanabec, did you have a hearing on these in Representative Huntley's committee?
Representative Faust.
No, we did not.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Representative Faust. Would you yield?
He will yield. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should have been more specific earlier. Did you request a hearing for those?
Representative Faust.
Yes, we did.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm glad that you requested it, and to hear that you were turned down, because then I don't feel like I was being picked on by Representative Huntley, because I too made a similar request for one of my nursing homes. And what Representative Faust brings up here is certainly a huge problem that face our nursing homes in Minnesota, particularly in rural Minnesota, where we have these different rates that cause significant problems for our nursing homes because of the structure. A couple of years ago, when Representative Abler was chair, I was very fortunate to have one of my nursing homes moved to a different rate. They were only a few hundred feet from the county line. And so this is a very important thing, that the nursing home in Watkins was able to get a higher rate, and they are now one of the top rated nursing homes in Minnesota, and we're in danger of closing had we not been able to do this. And this year I made another request for a nursing home in Dassel in Meeker County, because they are within a couple of miles of another higher rate. So what I'm doing is just saying, this is a problem we need to do something about. I see Representative Fritz on her feet. We did do rebasing at one time, and we've got to do something. And I guess in this case, I would like to see other nursing homes included. I'm guessing Representative Huntley is going to have a problem with Representative Faust's position as well here, but I'm looking forward to a little more discussion, but not a whole lot.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I just want to thank Representative Franson for bringing this forward tonight on the floor, and I'll be brief as well.
We're on the Faust amendment.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
And also Representative Faust, because this is about all the nursing homes throughout the entire state of Minnesota. We did get 5% last time, and they did get 2.5%, but we had cut them for many years and froze them, and they actually need today 25%. So take that in mind, and when you vote on this, I hope that you keep that in mind. Thank you for listening.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Faust's amendment to the Franson amendment is one that's long overdue. I've been working on this issue for several years, and Representative Fritz and I trying to move Rice County also. But members, what we really need to do is, I think what Representative Erdahl suggested, and that's reform the rate system. Because as you can see, the counties that Representative Faust has named, which includes two of my counties, one of which I share with him, are caught in between metro reimbursement geographic groups. So we're like an island, and as Representative Faust said, it makes it very difficult for us to employ personnel who are qualified who are going to get paid the rate that our geographic area pays versus that by which we're surrounded. So, members, I ask for your support of this amendment, but would prefer that we do some reform next year.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Oh, yes, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Faust yield to a question or two?
He will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you. Representative Faust, looking at this map, and thank you very much for the map. It's illuminating. I tend to be confused. I understand the 7-county metro, the 11-county metro, but I see in red quite a few counties that appear to be a great distance from the metro. So can you let me know why are the surrounding counties getting the metro rate and being considered part of the metro?
Representative Faust.
I really can't. I think that the answer really comes down to more politics than anything. I think that that's the honest answer. Unfortunately, that's what I've been told is the situation.
Representative Quam.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Faust. And that was sort of the conclusion I was thinking. And I noticed Wright County has, 4 counties around it in the metro, and they're not. And I see the third largest city resides in a non-metro county, and it's not red. So I think I agree with the intent of getting reasonable, fair funding and having appropriate rates. I wish that we did not have to play the game of being called, metro rate or etc. That we stopped with that and went straight forward. What is the actual need? And be honest and transparent. So I'll support this amendment to the amendment, but I would really love to support an effort to look at this in a impartial and a need-based and address it instead of having to fill in the dots and then fill in more dots. Let's just do it and get together maybe next year and fix it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Back to the Franzen amendment. Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, will Representative Franzen yield for a question?
She will yield, yes. Representative Nelson.
Representative Franzen, I'm a little perplexed when I read this amendment. On lines 2.35 to 2 or 3.4, it talks about giving union workers a voice through their bargaining agents in the workplace. When did you come over to our side here about supporting labor unions and their voice in the workplace?
Representative Franzen. No, that's not. It's. It's not what it does. Representative Franzen.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I think maybe it's getting a little late, so my sense of humor is a little off, so I got to apologize here, but I really don't think that what you think it is really what it is, but we'll just go on from here.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I have a roll call on the amendment?
Yes, roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Huntley.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, we've heard a lot this year about give it all back. Give it all back. Give it all back. Don't spend any extra money. Give it all back to the taxpayers, those hard-working Minnesota citizens that know how to spend the money better. Representative Franson, your part of this amendment cost $35 million in the tails. $35 million. Whatever happened to give it all back, folks? I urge you to vote no.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to Representative Nelson's question, I just checked with staff. This is just standard boilerplate language about how these sort of things go. And Representative Huntley and to the others, my view is about priorities. And we spent a lot of time in this session talking about the needs of the disabled community and those long-term care workers and the challenges they face. And so this House responded as in a very strong way with the 5%, and I thank the Speaker for that and the Ways and Means Chairman, Representative Huntley, for the people that did the work on that. In this whole body, we made a strong statement. Today in the hallways, were nursing home and long-term care workers, the assisted livings, telling us the challenges they face very much in the same way. In this bill, you're going to forecast Minnesota Care and take hundreds of millions of dollars away from your choices. And that's the choice you've made, and I respect that. But if you're going to make a choice about how to spend a pittance of that, and $36 million is not a pittance, but a small fraction of what we're going to put into those health care programs, I would absolutely tell you all to vote yes to take care of those people that are here at 5 plus 5. The nursing homes, even though they've been spared from cuts, have had very challenging times. The direct service professionals only have to worry about they have their own incomes and their own challenges, and they live on a meager amount. The nursing homes are getting more and more acuities, more and more challenges, more and more regulations, and some are barely staying open. Representative Faust understands that, Representative Erdahl understands that, and there's always bills to try to get a little more money into these groups. If we would have a priority the House has had traditionally, it's been to look after these folks. So members, vote as you will. I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, yes, this money is going into the tails, but it's about priorities. State employees do an awesome job, but some of them are getting up to a 15% increase, while our nursing care workers got 2.5% last year. 2.5% last year. I visit my nursing homes quite frequently, and it probably is one of the hardest visits I make around the district because it's always the same. It's always funding. Always funding. They're always saying, can you please make us a priority? And I say, you know, it's about priorities. We've got to make you a priority. Well, today is the day that we get to say, nursing homes, once again, 2 years in a row, we are making you a priority. And so I ask each and every one of you to please vote yes for our nursing homes, not only for my district, but for all the districts across the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Everyone who does this work works really hard, and it has to be a labor of love because you don't do it for the money that you get paid. But I believe that people who do this work, whether they're bathing grandma is in a nursing home or they're doing it in her own home as a home care provider, or they're working with a disabled person in an institution, or they're working with someone in the community, they all deserve to get the same increase. And once again, we're creating divisions. That's what the 5% campaign was about, was because we let one group go ahead of the other, and I think we need to think about that as we consider another option that divides all these people who do this good work.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Nelson, I'm glad you asked for a roll call on this particular vote because I think it is an important one. The DFL majority has chosen to put into the tails the majority of your poor decisions and shift from the Health Care Access Fund into future spending. We've taken the good decisions that we've had in Minnesota and we've written that off with a shift in health care. And I'm glad we've recognized that here today. what Representative Franson is trying to do is to fund a real priority that we have in moving forward. So, Representative Huntley, you paid for the health care expansion that you wanted to do with a shift and put it out into the future. Representative Franson is just trying to get some help for a few hardworking Minnesotans, and I think we should support that.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 100 ayes and 28 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Norton moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A47-1.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, April is Autism Awareness Month. I had the resolution earlier today. It's also an opportunity for you to cast a really wonderful vote for your families of children with autism in the state of Minnesota. It's a rather uncomplicated amendment. It contains 3 parts. One is the delay of the implementation of the governor's early intervention. That's happening anyway. And because it's happening and we put it in here, we can recapture the funds that were set aside for that in order to lower parents' co-pays on TEFRA for those parents who are getting off MCHA and enrolling their children in TEFRA in order to get early childhood autism services for their children. The third component of the bill is some proposed language to assure that the Department of Human Services has the authority to use the new guidance for the federal agency CMS. We directed them to apply for some funds last year. The language wasn't quite right, and we're fixing that here. So it's a rather a non-controversial amendment here, and I'd love to have bipartisan support.
Representative Huntley.
Members, this is a very good amendment, and I urge your support.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just have a quick question, and appreciate Representative Norton bringing this amendment forward. I know that I and probably many of you in this room have heard from a family that has a child with autism, and if you have heard from them, you've heard about these pretty extreme parental fees that they have to pay on a monthly basis, and they are quite prohibitive and burdensome. Representative Norton, we talked earlier just about how the money flows on this amendment. Members, what this amendment is trying to do is buy down those fees so that they cap out at a certain point, and that gets paid for by the savings that will be recognized in delaying some of the implementation. So I just had a little bit of concern that those two are going to offset correctly. Representative Norton, if she would yield, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Norton, if you could just speak just for the body so we understand a little bit better kind of how that works and the assurance that you have that this will come out clean and it will balance itself out within the amendment.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Mack. I unfortunately sent my copy of that over to you, and I don't have my computer open. But we did ask for a fiscal note on this and got an informal one just to make sure we weren't spending more than we were getting. And in fact, there's a cost savings in doing this, and it's only for 1 year. So it's a single-year limited expenditure, and it will actually have cost savings.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Norton. I didn't realize I had your only copy. I should have brought it back because I do have it in my email also. And so that does make sense, and I appreciate that. And members, I do encourage a green vote on this. I do think that just one anecdotal comment that kind of circles back. In this amendment, it references the Affordable Care Act. So we talked earlier about germaneness and what things refer to, and so neither here nor there, I guess, members. But I do ask for your support on the Norton Amendment. I think we owe it to our families dealing with autism, and it's a step in the right direction to help ease that burden. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hoppy moving to amend House File 3172, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A128.
Representative Hoppy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, this is an amendment that I see Representative Loeffler sitting there, but this is an amendment dealing, again, it uses the MNsure word. All it is a study that's letting the Commissioner of Human Services go and look at, or requesting her to go and look at what other states are doing and seeing if there's something we could be doing differently or better, and then report back to the legislature. So, members, with that, I would stand for questions, and I would appreciate your support.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the author yield?
He will yield. Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hoppy, and I don't mean this in a sarcastic way, but are you aware that this is already being done? An entity known as Optum has been hired to do this very task.
Representative Hoppy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, I welcome your support for my amendment. Thank you.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hoppy. I do support the effort being done. I don't support it being done by DHS because it would be redundant and costly and take up resources in DHS that are otherwise already being expended through the hiring of through the hiring of Optum. And it doesn't seem to make a great deal of sense to have it being done in two different areas of state government. So for that reason, I'd ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The last amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dean M. moves to amend House File 3172. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A41.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This deals with MNsure and with the health insurance that can be obtained by the legislature and by the governor. What this says is that if we are going to impose the MNsure on our constituents, that the governor and the legislature are going to do that they ought to have that insurance for themselves. And if so, we should discuss that and move forward. I think it's a reasonable and logical thing that is being done at the federal level, and I think it's something that we should do here in the state of Minnesota, and I'd welcome your comments and suggestions.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Murphy E. moving to amend the Dean amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A158.
Representative Murphy.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Dean, I thought maybe we were going to get the band back together again, you and me, working on something. I was intrigued by your idea, right? And we have a difference of opinion, obviously, in our debate tonight because I've been a supporter of moving forward with the Affordable Care Act, and I know so many of the members in your caucus, Representative Dean, have not been. And we've seen that exemplified tonight in our division over the last number of years over MNsure. I think MNsure is going to prove to be a good addition to health coverage in Minnesota. I'm glad that MNsure is working better, that so many people have been enrolled, and that really, it provides affordable coverage. As Representative Atkins says, the lowest rates in the state, lowest rates in the country, actually. So I thought, well, why not? Why not do this? And so I was thinking about, because I knew we were going to run into all this trouble on the issue of germaneness with the amendments, how could we get that done? And I came up with an idea, but God darn it all, if I had a look at this, and listen to the debate tonight, I'm not sure my amendment's germane either. So while I think that your idea is one that we should consider, I don't think my amendment's germane.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Madam Majority Leader, I guess your wish is my command. You referenced the germaneness. Mr. Speaker, I rise under a point of order and prepared to offer advice.
State your point of order and your advice.
Point of order under 3.21B, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Under Rule 3.21B, amendments to an amendment must relate to the primary amendment. In this case, I believe that the Majority Leader's, let me pull the amendment, is under Chapter Section 16A, and the primary amendment, Representative Dean's amendment, is under 62V. So it's quite clear that it is not germane to the primary amendment.
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Atkins, I guess if Representative Atkins would yield to a question.
We're on advice.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
What is the question before the body?
The question before the body is, there's a point of order under Rule 3.21B.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Before that, Representative Murphy had brought forward. We were on Representative Murphy's amendment to my amendment, and I believe Representative Murphy brought forward. I believe it was questioning germaneness of her own amendment. Did the body rule on that, or did the body not rule on that, and how did that proceed?
We are on a point of order on the amendment to the amendment, on the germaneness. Representative Atkins has risen to a point of order under 3.21B on the amendment to the amendment. So it hasn't been ruled on yet. That's what we're in the middle of doing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to Representative Atkins, I guess we were waiting for you to talk about MNsure today, so I guess this is as good a time as any to begin. But I would find the point of order not well taken. I think that if the Majority Leader would like to discuss this amendment and bring forward a way to make this operational, we'd certainly welcome that. But I don't understand how this particular point would not be germane.
Representative Abler, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I love talking about health care. That's why I've risen. But I have advice.
Okay, state your advice.
And I'm kind of puzzled why there's even an amendment from the Majority Leader, and then she decides she doesn't want to talk about it. But just to offer you advice, if you read the text of the two amendments, except for a date and some transposing of some English words, it's almost the same thing. Tonight we adopted an amendment to an amendment. We had Representative Norton had something about transportation, and Representative Dean R. had something about housing. We were all good with that, and that was all fine. And so I would urge that you continue the custom of the House, which is to, when a member, especially of the auspicious nature of our majority leader has an amendment she would like to talk about, I would, in all deference, let her express her amendment and let us vote on it. Thank you.
Having heard the advice of Representatives Dean and Abler and Atkins and kind of Representative Murphy, and looked at the amendment and the amendment to the amendment, I find the point of order is well taken. We're on the Dean amendment. Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise under Rule 3.21 with a point of order and prepared to offer advice.
Please state your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under our rules, under 3.21, this is Representative Dean's amendment is to 62V, which again is not germane to the bill, citing precedent from about 4 or 5 hours ago. All of the amendments under 62V have been ruled not to be germane to the bill. As much as I would like to have legislators have the opportunity to avail themselves of the very lowest rates in the country, and not just by a small margin, but by a wide margin, 60% lower than anywhere else in the country. I would love to have people do that. It's illegal under federal law, and it's also not germane under this bill. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, it should be ruled not germane.
Representative Dean, what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice, Representative Atkins, I would like to rise in support of your germaneness argument based on custom and usage for the last several hours. If we were going on custom and usage for the last several hours, you would be exactly correct. I would advise the Speaker to rule this not germane, and I'm sure that any conferences with the Chief Clerk would uphold that under custom and usage for the last several hours of not wanting to talk about MNsure. And we've seen that, had a nice little discussion about not wanting to talk about MNsure for a long time. We have very nice health care coverage here in the state. My family enjoys that great health care coverage, and it allows them access to our group is Stillwater Medical Group, with great family doctors and pediatricians that take care of my family and do a great job. And through the taxpayers of the state of Minnesota and access to our great health care insurance plan, that's how my kids get their health care. But when we look at people across the state of Minnesota are losing great health care access to the very people that my kids can go to, the pediatricians and the great people who provide health care. And what we're saying here is that what the deal that we have should be the deal that everybody else has that we're talking about for MNsure. So if we were serious about that, we would move ahead for that right now. So from that standpoint, I think we should be talking about this right now. We should have been talking about an hour ago, 2 hours ago, 5 hours ago, and quite frankly, a year and a half ago. But we're not, and that's the problem. So I kind of know how this ruling is going to go down, but I think it's a darn shame.
Representative Abler, what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
I know it's late. I know the roads are bad. We've been sent here to do some work, Mr. Speaker, and I respect my colleagues a lot. I hope to endanger no one by another minute of discussion. However, we were sent here to work on the issues of our times: state budget, surpluses, deficit, tax policy, and health care policy. And just to echo, I'm not going to repeat what everybody said, and we came to talk about MNsure and about the exchange and about the status of health care in Minnesota, which is actually declining, I believe, because of the effects of what's gone on in Washington. We have led the state, Mr. Speaker, in our health care prowess. And we have heard nothing but challenges since some of these changes have come upon us. Some people do have insurance that didn't have it before, 40-something thousand. Not sure how many of those are new. 100,000 people have medical assistance. They could have gone down and signed up for it at my county with electronic technology and not having to use paper. So celebrate that to a little bit, but MNsure didn't help that to happen. But to the question of germaneness, Mr. Speaker, we just adopted an amendment from Representative Norton. And it references the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, Public Law 111-148. It talks about the cost of medical assistance. It talks about insurance premiums. It talks about what this talks about here. Health care opportunities Under the Affordable Care Act, the exchange came out of the ACA. The insurance we're talking about will involve premiums and coverage. And Mr. Speaker, you're free to decline to rule on this, and I won't predict what your ruling is, and I have thought you to be a fair man. But this one, because the amendment just went on, the rules are different. And I think we should all get to vote. And the nice thing about the date of inaction of this, it's after the election. So people running know they're going to be covered by MNsure. With strong subsidies, better than most subsidies that most people get. But they're going to have to go to that thing that got created. And maybe if more of us are involved, we'll be more interested in talking about it on these late nights when we hear these things from our constituents. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to find the point of order not well taken. We can have a short debate, vote yes or no, and that'll be that. We can go home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Having heard the advice of Representative Atkins and Dean and Abler, and having reviewed the amendment and the bill and the Norton amendment, including the Norton amendment, I find that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request that we repeal the ruling of the chair and we ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 59 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 3172.
Third reading.
As amended.
As third reading. Any further discussion? Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a technical question and clarification. I was wondering if Representative Hornstein would yield for a question.
He will. Representative Petersburg.
Thank you. First of all, I appreciate you bringing forth all of the information and the bill in regards to transportation, and especially Highway 14. As you know, that's one of my issues I really want to get done. But as I was reading it and reading through, it seems that there is a little bit of a technical issue in regards to, on page 79, lines 19 on, it refers to $14 million that used for the new target issue for new dollars. But later on page 103, section or line 16 on, it talks about $35 million used. Am I correct that there is a $21 error that needs to be taken care of?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Representative Petersburg, you are correct. It's the intention to use $21 million from the Turnback Fund. So this is a turnback issue for Waseca County on Highway 14. And so we have $14 million from the Trunk Highway Fund. There's should be $21 million from the Turnback Fund for a total of $35 million. So that will be corrected in the conference committee.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Chair Hornstein. I appreciate that clarification.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would the author yield to a question?
Representative Carlson will yield. Yes, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Carlson, on page 21, lines 30 and 31, you have a requirement of 100 meg upload and download, and I was curious where that came from. And part of that curiosity comes from around 8 years ago, I was involved in some 10 gig transceiver development. In fact, I designed the first copper-based one to do that, and was wondering why you weren't going to go for a higher rate, and just trying to get some clarification of where the numbers came from.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, we were just checking on the source of that, and I think it's Representative Simonson's language. If you would ask him the question, he was the one that brought that into the bill.
Representative Quam.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Simonson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Quam, your point is about the scalability of the network, specifically to the middle mile and the last mile infrastructure that would be installed under the provisions of this grant program, and that particular speed comes directly from the governor's task force recommendations.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Huntley yield to a question?
Yes, he will. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Huntley, I believe it was stated that early MA brought in $4 billion to the state. Then I'm curious as to why we then had to raid from the health care access fund and steal from sick children to fund it if we got all this additional federal dollars.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Quam, that's federal money that comes into the state and goes to healthcare providers. It's not our money to spend. It goes to the healthcare providers. $4.6 billion.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Representative Huntley, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to thank Representative Huntley for the handout about the cost for the silver plans. I believe Representative Adkins referenced that when he talked about it being so much less expensive than the national average, etc. But he neglected to read the fine print that was just for metro areas comparison, and that frankly, if you're down where I'm at, the cost is considerably higher. And so if at a later date you could share additional information, that would be nice to get a complete picture instead of just the special deal that was arranged for part of the state. And then, Mr. Speaker, would Representative Abler yield for a question?
No.
No?
Oh, here he is. Okay. He's not in his seat.
Yeah, what do you want?
Now he will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the delivery. It's like Jimmy John's. It's right there when you ask. But what I'm curious about is, I used to be on the policy committee. I guess now the Marxist terminology is the fiscal implementation committee. But now I'm on the finance committee, and I'm trying to understand some of the numbers. Now, we were informed that PPACA was going to get $2,500 savings per household, and that we were going to have all this federal funding. And I'd like to understand in regards to the additional funding that we had to take or steal from the sick children in the borrowing or shifting out of that health care access fund, and then considering that 72% were MA and Minnesota Care enrollees in such a small portion, so those people that actually were added outside of government programs and the cost for implementing MNsure, what is this approximately? How much per enrollee did we gain? What was the cost for that gain per enrollee?
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Quam. Freaky fast. That's how we try to have service, like Jimmy John's. I don't remember the actual number. It's the cost of the exchange. If that's what you're asking, is in the range of between $160 and $200 million. And the people enrolled have been like 47,000, I think, as of the end of their business. There's some people on a waiting list that may or may not enroll and may or may not pay. But I haven't done the math. I'm sorry, I don't know. Does that help? Should I do the math now? Would that help?
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the general numbers. And I did want to get back to Representative Dean R. that I went to the Secretary of State's site, and I did pull up Hennepin County, Ramsey County, and Anoka County, and they all were in the upper 90% range for turnout, taking the registered voters divided by the people that voted in the presidential ballots. And so again, I would hope that we'd look past, maxing out where we're at 99 or 94% turnout and look to the counties that we have, below the state average in turnout to try and get rid of barriers so that we can bring up that accessibility in the voting. And frankly, I wish this bill had been cleaner and subdivided out so that we could, touch on each one and fix each one. And I also wish that we could amend on the floor. But I want to say that I appreciate the discussion, and I guess I can't support the full bill, but I do support many of the good components. Thank you.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it has been an interesting evening, all the conversation we've had. As I sit here, and of course we all look at our email, I happen to have a businessman send me an email this evening and found this very interesting. He tells me that he's thankful for the housing project that we did last year, but it's not quite enough. We need to do more in housing. He was not able, because of lack of employees, he is not able to finish some jobs that he could have contracted for, so consequently he sent $7 million of his contracting to Wisconsin and Michigan. If he could hire 35, 50 more people, that wouldn't have been the case. Part of the problem is we look for educated, qualified staff. This is a manufacturing company. But also we need housing. This would mean, for my area, this would mean between $1.2 and $1.8 million more in payroll, which is huge. And we need to really think about what we're doing. There's no housing in here, and we need to think about what we're doing with housing, because it's a very difficult problem in our area. Thank you.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a few remaining questions on the bill. I'm wondering if Representative Pawlowski would be willing to yield to a question or two.
He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pawlowski, there are several areas of the bill that are of concern to me. We talked about one of them a little bit earlier. It was some of the negotiations with corrections. But I'm wondering, I know that you chair this area, and I see that we gave MnSCU $17 million last year for the retention of talented faculty and staff. And with that, we had some rider language that we passed, and I just looked at the bill that we passed from 2013, and it said, to the extent that appropriations under this subdivision are insufficient to meet obligations contained in a labor program contract, the Board of Trustees shall fund those obligations through reductions in costs associated with central administration of the system and the executive administration of individual campuses, or through the relocation of non-state funds received by the system. So that was the rider language, and now I see this bill, and it appears to me that we're putting another $17 million, but now we're making at least $14 million of that we're putting it on the base, and then also on the base for the following 2 years. And I'm confused by that. I understand that the MnSCU is saying that they need the extra funds because of tuition and whatnot, but the reason I'm confused is because we also gave $25 million in tuition in 2014 and $52 million in 2015. This seems highly unusual to me, and I'm wondering if this is something that you put forward, or if you could just help me understand this a little bit more, because this seems highly unusual.
Representative Pawlowski.
Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Pepin, it's not highly unusual,
It's the way that higher education budgets had been presented to the legislature since 2002. And what Minskew had presented to our committee was a 3% tuition increase in each of the 2 years. That should have covered all contractual and operational expenses. Then they had 3 other categories. One was faculty retention, one was leveraging equipment, and the third were internships. Those were characterized as new spending, which wouldn't be ongoing contractual and operational expenses. Apparently, though, the faculty retention was indeed contractual and operational expenses, and when we bought down tuition, froze it in the Minskew system, and then when we invested a record amount in the grant program, the only money left was enough to cover one-time spending in the other categories, which we did. Subsequently, Minskew has spent the next 10 months trying to convince us that their budget was really something else. So today we have the opportunity to finally pass the Minskew budget of May of 2013 in March of 2014. You will note that there is other language in this bill too, that this is not going to happen again. This is the way when you do a 12-slide PowerPoint presentation asking for $2.7 billion, and you always have had the capacity to raise tuition because students didn't get to vote on it, and you raised it, and they raised it, and you never decided there was a consequence, record debt. We now know what the consequences are. The decision was made by the governor and House leadership to turn the 17 one-time into a base adjustment. I reluctantly agreed to it. I think the other language that you just read is still there, and we'll see how it goes going into 2015. But frankly, the salad days of Minskew and the University of Minnesota are over. They don't get to raise tuition anymore. And we did some other things in the bill also with bonuses. So my answer to your question is, we spent the last 10 months working on 2 sentences. That would be 1 sentence for each of the 5 months.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Pawlowski, and I thank you because I know this is a concern of yours and certainly a concern of mine, and your reassurances that this isn't going to happen again give me some hope, although after being here for a number of years I'm not so sure that that's the case going forward. But I think the thing that's frustrating for me is that we budgeted this last year and then we go and turns around, and all of a sudden that money that was supposed to just go to the talented faculty and staff just kind of shows up in a 450-page omnibus appropriation / policy / everything except MNsure bill, because MNsure is not germane to the everything bill. So this is really frustrating for me because this is not how it should be done. This is, kind of in the middle of the night. Okay, well, it's not quite the middle of the night. Things that just appear in here. It's really frustrating when you have a big bill like this. And just going on to another topic. One of the things that we haven't heard is there's a lot of little things in here. When you have a 450-some page bill, there are a lot of little things that you don't talk about. And since this is a priority bill for the Democrats, I just want to point out a few things. And actually, Representative Wagenius, would you yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Wagenius. I'm just wondering if you could talk to us a little bit more, since this is a priority and we're spending, it looks like, about $250,000 on something about bees. $100,000 for to compensate experts on evaluating the death of pollinators, and then looks like another $20,000 a person, up to $150,000 to go to beekeepers for bee loss death due to insecticide poisoning. And we've had a lot of other meaningful discussion on ways to spend our money, and it's kind of discouraging to me how we prioritize things. And I'm just wondering, Representative Wagenius, how did this come to you to be a priority? And if you could just, since we didn't hardly talk about this at all, if you could just talk a little bit more about it, maybe I'd get some more comfort.
Representative Wagenius.
think your question is basically, should beekeepers be compensated when their beehives are killed, similarly to the way someone who has cows are killed by wolves or other things like that, where we do that. It's very similar. So there is no, some folks have said, well, gee, it's legal to apply pesticides, and if pesticides kills bees, that's okay, but I can't find any place in statute that it says it's legal to take someone's property. I don't know where that is in statute. But what I would like to do right now is ask Representative Hansen if he would yield, but I don't think I can do that. I have to ask the Speaker if he would call on Representative Hansen, whose bill this is.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Bogenius. Well, I don't think that'll be necessary, because I just wanted to point out that that's something we really didn't spend a lot of time talking about, why we're spending $250,000 on bees. We've had a lot of discussion. The thing that's frustrating for me overwhelmingly is that last year we passed over $2 billion in tax increases, and then sure, we came back and we cleaned up some of the mess that you made last session. We fixed some of the B2B taxes, and that's great. But, you know, really this session kind of looks like a union payback bill based on the couple of provisions we have there and of all the many, many provisions that we have this year. But I just wanted to highlight to the people watching this at 11:15, if it's still on, just some of the things in here. We have some money for honeybees. We have free rides on Election Day, not to the polls necessarily, just free rides. So anybody who would like to get a free ride on their way to work and back from work on Election Day, they can do that. There's $500,000 for things like, there's some dementia outreach, education, training for mental health. I suppose some of those things are okay. There's a minimum wage inflator in here in case we pass the minimum wage, which I don't know, we put it in here. I'm not sure if we're going to pass the minimum wage or not. And, you know, that $2.1 billion from last year, that works out to about $1,500 for every man, woman, and child. And now we've got another $323 million of additional spending. And I'm not sure that it's spending in the right place. A lot of us yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, wanted to vote on the 5% for the folks who work with disabilities and seniors. And we weren't allowed to vote on that in a standalone bill, and it was really frustrating. We heard a lot about playing politics. So, you know, frankly, when you put a big, huge omnibus appropriation / policy bill, 457 or some pages, and then you have the audacity to say that we can't talk about MNsure, all the MNsure amendments all of a sudden weren't germane. Unbelievable, even though, as several members pointed out, language clearly fit into the bill. And it's interesting because last year we couldn't get enough talking about MNsure. Representative Atkins was in all the committees talking about MNsure. Now we can talk about, Representative Loeffler wanted to make sure every amendment that had to do with MNsure wasn't germane. And how we can, with a straight face, look at the people we represent, all the people who've been kicked off their programs or can't get on MNsure, all the damage we've done, and we don't even have the decency in a 457-page bill to talk about amendments that have to do with MNsure, and the fact that this is really just a bailout bill. It's really frustrating, members. I just want to make sure that people know some of the details in the bill, and I would encourage a no vote today.
Representative Zerwas.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I want to start out and say thank you. Thank you to Representative Marquardt, Chair Marquardt, who has over the last 2 years just been an absolute pleasure to work with and helping me out. He helped out with some metro equity stuff that was part of the education finance bill that members, we should have had an opportunity to vote on. we should have had an opportunity to vote on an education finance bill. Chair Marquardt had a good bill, and it helps my area a lot, and it makes me sad that I don't get an opportunity to vote on your bill, sir. But thank you very much for your help over the last 2 years. We've talked a lot about the 5% campaign. I think there's 128 co-authors for the different clone bills on the 5% campaign. It's something we could have done to show Minnesotans that we can really work together and we can really put politics aside and what normally happens in St. Paul or what you watch on TV and get disgusted about in D.C. We can put that aside and really come together to help Minnesotans and help the people that deserve it by allowing an up and down vote on the 5%. But members, clearly that, along with some other good provisions in this bill, that needed to be there to give cover for everything else in this bill. And members, it's sad that with two issues like that, we can't come together in a bipartisan way and make Minnesotans proud. And that's disheartening. I'm new here. I'm an optimist. I'm always smiling. But that's a bummer. So when I look back over the last session, members, and across the chamber to last year, and I saw the big eyes and the big smiles as my friends across the chamber were raising $2.4 billion in new taxes. And my friends across the chamber were spending $2.4 billion in new spending. And it was the candy binge. And it was on. And it was smiles and backslapping, and everything was fantastic. But now, members, I look across, and the faces are long, the heads are down. It's almost like that sugar high is wearing off. Well, members, it is wearing off. Reality's setting in. We're scrambling to cut taxes. And we're scrambling because now we're going to have to go door to door. You are going to have to go door to door and explain. I can't talk about MNsure. That's not germane. Well, members, MNsure has impacted every Minnesotan. Those long lines, those hang-ups at 59 minutes, that down website. You just go ahead and tell everyone. That's not germane. Members, the sugar high's worn off. The heads are down. You might even have a pit in your stomach as you look forward to this summer and going door to door. Members, you're not worse off after this. Minnesotans are worse off after this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Skowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, wondering if Representative Wagenius would yield.
She will yield. Representative Skowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Wagenius, I'm looking at the environment section of the bill, of the Omnibus finance spending bill. And the part with the bees, Representative Pepin touched on it, but I really wonder exactly what we're doing here on lines 116.9 and 116.10. The language says, except as provided in this section, the bee owner is entitled to the fair market value of the dead bees. And Representative Wagenius, I've raised a lot of livestock. I haven't raised bees, but they're kind of like livestock. When they're dead, they're not worth anything as far as I can tell. So I think that fair market value could come back as zero. And so there's $250,000 allocated for this line item. So maybe is this a Democrat's contribution to give it back?
Representative Wagenius.
If you were a bee owner in Minnesota, and apparently you're not, and somebody else's actions killed your bees, would you want that person to compensate you? That would be my question back to you.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Wagenius, I thought I asked the question, but the reality is there's problems with this bill, and it was written improperly. And I think Representative Hansen would probably follow with me rather well. Dead bees or dead cattle or dead hogs or dead sheep, which wolves like to eat some of those up north. I've been up there, and they eat them all up completely. They aren't worth anything, and you have to base the value on the value of the animal before it died. The language in the bill says exactly based on the fair market value of the dead bees. So without any further ado, Representative Wagenius, I think that needs some work in conference committee, and there's problems with that part of the bill. But members, we have had a robust discussion tonight. We have before us a bill that spends another full $323 million of taxpayer money that has been collected and accumulated here in St. Paul by the government, and this bill spends $323 million of that and then commits Minnesotans in the next biennium to nearly $1 billion of increased spending. This bill is 446 pages long, 1,029 provisions. Members, not only is there problems in the bill, but I sense that there might be even other problems that we're not aware of. But, Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of information if I could.
State your point of information.
Mr. Speaker, is there a doctor in the House?
I don't believe so. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping there would, because it seems through tonight's debate, Mr. Speaker, that the Democrats have it's either or both. I think it might be both. Either there is a severe case of allergy to MNsure, and there's a case of severe spendaholicism. And I'm not sure which one is more severe, Mr. Speaker, but both of them are evident both in this bill and by the discussion here tonight. And I think maybe a doctor would be in line. So I thought I'd check, and thank you for confirming that there wasn't. If there is one, maybe we can ring for one, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill, again, increases spending, and it was mentioned earlier. We have already spent this biennium $1,500 for every man, woman, and child in Minnesota. This spends another $60 for every man, woman, and child. Members, now we're up to $1,610 for every man, woman, and child. And for those in Minnesota that are watching, it might not be over yet. We have to be here until 19th of May trying to protect the pile of money that is accumulated here, because you were overtaxed by this majority, and they are spending it away as though it was theirs and not yours. Members, I encourage a no vote on this bill. It's the wrong direction. And yes, members, we should have done two things here. We should have funded properly, and this bill apparently does that at least. It funds the 5% campaign. And we could have done that with reallocation of just a small, teensy-eensy-weensy portion of that $3 billion spending spree that was passed just last session. And then the rest of this $1.2 billion surplus of the people's money that is accumulated here in St. Paul could be given back to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Murphy.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Just in case, I move that the House waive Rule 1.50 to allow the House to meet past midnight, and I hope we don't have to. Please vote yes.
Representative Murphy moves that we to waive the rule that we meet past midnight. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to date myself here a little bit. When I think of this bill and this whole process, it kind of reminds me of St. Elmo's Fire. Remember that part in St. Elmo's Fire? They're having dinner. The kind of preppy girl brings home the gorgeous hot guy, Rob Lowe, to meet the family. And the mother has a problem in saying certain words. So words like cancer, she whispers. Or when he responds back with prison, he whispers that word. Well, that's what we saw here today from that side of the aisle. There wasn't any utterance of MNsure, because that was a hard thing for you to say, because it's one of the messes that you left us from 2013. The fact that we have over 140,000 Minnesotans that have been tossed off of their coverage and now are paying higher deductibles and higher insurance costs. On top of that, you also left us with the slob, the blob, whatever you want to call it, the pay increases for the governor and his staff and his commissioners. That's what you've left us with. And when you look to the future and what this bill and what everything that you've been doing the last year and a half, it's completely unsustainable. And for the future of our state, you're going to be in a world of hurt. You better hope that we take the majority on this side, because I don't know how you're going to pay for the shifts and gimmicks that were highlighted by Representative Abler and Representative Dean. Over $442 million that you shifted out of the Health Care Access Fund. We've got some serious problems. $2 billion in tails. So it must have been a fun ride for now. Blow the wad and pray for something else better to happen. But you're going to have to own up to the decisions that you made. And that will come in November. So thank you, members.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, first of all, I want to thank the members on both sides of the aisle here, and especially the staff that's put a lot of work into preparing this bill and all of the amendments that we had before us here today. You know, I want to bring people back, at least in a general way, being that it's late, to some of the things that this bill is about. This is a supplemental appropriations bill. We've debated a lot of things that, in the last few minutes especially, that aren't even in the bill. But this is the supplemental appropriation bill that helps us build on Minnesota's progress that we've made. And you know, when we look at the progress we've made, we've got one of the lowest unemployment rates in the entire country. We're really coming back economically, and this bill builds on that. We invest in job creation. And one of the things that I pointed out earlier today that's particularly important for rural Minnesota, there's an investment in broadband access for greater Minnesota, which will create job opportunities. We invested in education, and that's very important. That was one of the major things that we dealt with, to make sure that our young people, literally early education through graduate education, when you combine the K-12 bill, or the early ed and K-12 bill, with what we're doing in higher education. I think those are good priorities. We did invest in health care and human services. And one thing that we debated here just yesterday was the 5%. That was brought up throughout the session by people on both sides of the aisle, and that's in this bill, to provide decent wages or improved wages for people that work with our most vulnerable citizens in their own homes. We provided transportation funding, investments there that are going to be very important in terms of moving Minnesota forward or continuing our progress. Public safety and disaster relief. Vitally important. Representative Pawlowski worked over the interim and prepared a good bill that will avoid special sessions and establish some criteria when our communities are hit by a disaster. And then there's the agriculture and environment initiatives. So members, this is a good bill. It deserves a yes vote. It does invest in our future, and I would hope that people would recognize it as such and vote yes.
Seeing no Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as Representative Carlson just explained, this is a supplemental bill. And in the little bit of time I've been down here, I've seen an occasional supplemental bill come before the body. I think Representative Drazkowski had the full weigh-in, but when your supplemental bill is this big, it doesn't pass the sniff test of supplemental. Hundreds and hundreds of pages trying to fix either screw-ups from last year, add on to things that you didn't get done last year, trying to get done this year, or in better case, bailing out failed healthcare policies, although not directly addressed in here. And quite honestly, some of the rulings, I think, Mr. Speaker, we were trying to make a point, trying to get at least some help in, but at the end of the day, I'm glad you folks actually didn't. Because now you own it, lock, stock, and barrel. It is all yours. You don't want any advice, you don't want any of our counsel, you don't want even a good idea, a bad idea, any kind of ideas from us. That's fine. You own the state government, lock, stock, and barrel, top to bottom, all the shelves in between. And as a fan of AC/DC, some songs came to mind tonight, and Representative Carlson was talking about how you all have put us back on the path to recovery and success. Even though your budget's only really been in effect for 6-8 months, but miraculously now that is able to cure all the ills. Had nothing to do with the 2 years previous where the governor agreed to the budget but never with the budget. But now all of a sudden the unemployment rate's down, the budget reserves are paid, the education shift has been paid back just in the nick of time. So I thought it was awfully nice, and you're welcome. We were able to put you back in black. But after listening to this bill, after listening to the tax bill from last year, which that one was an easy one, that's Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. There's another song in there, It's Got You, but I won't bring that one up on the House floor. And for Minsure, that was another real easy one. You want to talk about the highway to hell. Hundreds, over $150 million spent on a website that has signed up maybe a few hundred, maybe 100,000 people. And it's still not functioning. In fact, Commissioner Lights was out in Washington, D.C. today getting his hat handed to him by the feds asking where did all of our money go, what was it spent on. Grand Forks Herald had a story about how well he did out there and how bragging about that website didn't quite live up to the smell test out there either. But members, you're going to do this. You've got the votes. You've put everything supplemental. Again, it's this thick and this heavy, and it's a supplemental bill. Just fixing a couple of things around the edges. When it slams down and makes that big of a noise, it doesn't pass the smell test of supplemental. You've now dumped all of state government into one bill. Yeah, there's some good things in there. A lot of us support the 5%, absolutely. But when you're talking about bees, and I'm sure Representative Anzelix is just can't wait to get to that part of the bill, get back home and talk about the bee funding. But you're going to do it. You're going to spend the money, because that's what you're going to do. And one of my favorite AC/DC songs is, for those of you about to rock, we salute you. And when it comes from this side of the aisle, the continued spending, the continued expansion of government, the screwed up healthcare system, on and on and on, for those of you who want to rock, we salute you, because this will come due this November. Minnesotans will turn to us once again to fix the mess that was handed to us. But for those of you about to rock, we salute you. Mr. Speaker, this deserves a red vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 59 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121 and 333, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Friday, April 4th, 2014. House file numbers 3167, 2701, and 2397, and Senate file 2004. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rules 121 and 333, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Monday, April 7th, 2014. House file numbers 2180, 2658, and 3014. Senate file numbers 1737 and 1509, and House file numbers 2090, 2276, 2948, 2659, 2937, 3072, and 2318.
Motions and resolutions. There's copies of the non-controversial motions online and at the front desk. If there's no objection, we'll take action on those motions first. Hearing no objection, those motions prevail.
Sundin moves that House File 1984, now on the General Register, be re-referred to the Committee on Transportation Finance.
Representative Sundin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a late hour realization that this bill needs to be heard in Transportation Finance due to the fiscal impact on the Trunk Highway Fund.
Seeing no discussion, all in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Any announcements? Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to let the GOP members know that we're going to caucus tomorrow beginning at 12:30 in our caucus room here at the Capitol. So 12:30 tomorrow here at the Capitol.
Representative Carlson.
Just so members realize, the Ways and Means Committee that was originally scheduled for tomorrow has been canceled.
Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House Elections Committee, we will meet Friday morning at 11 a.m. in room 10.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's snowing and has been for some time. I know we've been in here. So if there are members who are concerned about the trip home and seek accommodations, please speak with our staff to make that happen. And with that, then I move that the House adjourns. When the House adjourns, it adjourns until 2 p.m. Friday, April 4th, 2014.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourned today, it adjourn until 2 p.m. Friday, April 4th, 2014. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. Friday, April 4th, 2014.